You're live. Cool, cool, cool. Okay, now get over there. Getting you up here. Ooh. How we doing, everybody? Can we hear me? Can we see me? Testing, 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 testing. Oh, that's weird. I got this notification from OBS that if everyone doesn't like, subscribe, donate, become a member, it won't work. Hope everyone's doing okay. The cold snap is almost done, apparently. We're safe, we're good. I do tend to go a little, I'm a little less productive when we're in the middle of like freeze alerts and stuff, so like all my faucets have to drip. And it's very The Raven coded. I hear that rapping, gently tapping on my chamber sink, and then it talks to me. Anyway, hope everyone's doing well. Hope everyone's staying safe. We are back playing more. Oh, there's my controller. Wait, how do I... Chat, I forgot to game. Oh, no. Maybe if we were trending, maybe 10,000 subscribers would help me remember how to game. We are back playing more Ace Attorney Investigations 2. Prosecutor's Gambit for the first time. Shout out to whoever helped make Prosecutor's Path. But, yeah, this is continuing on the Ace Attorney Investigations collection. TM. Hope everyone's doing good. It's cold as hell. Things are freezing. And it hurts my body when that happens because I'm old. I am physically sensitive as well as mentally, emotionally. But yeah, we are halfway through episode 3, case 3, the Turnabout Legacy, our the Daddy of Daddies final case, Gregory Edgeworth's final case before the unfortunate incident that happened that became the DL6 incident. That part's been confusing to remember that this was technically a different case to start with. Larry Butts has been accused of murder again, so now we got to save him again. But I hope everyone's staying safe. Hope everyone's staying warm if it's cold out. And I hope you're staying cool if it's warm out. I don't know where you are. Don't tell me. That's weird. But yeah. Remember to like, subscribe, donate, consider donating or becoming a member. All that money goes back to the channels, helps me pay for games, pay off equipment, and everything left over goes into bills, like the electricity and internet that we're using right now, or the heat that keeps your little boy safe and toasty while he's editing and putting a blanket around his MacBook at night because it's getting cold to the touch and I can't have it break on me. So yeah, hope everyone's doing good. Hope everyone's doing well. Alana's modding, thank you. Everyone be cool, everyone be nice. I think I'm forgetting something. But yeah, anyway, oh yeah, link in the description as always next to my merch store where you can donate or pick up merch. Next to my P.O. box and all that stuff, there's also a link there, as always, like every video and stream, to a card that'll send you to resources for social awareness, mental health, crisis lines, Trevor Project resources, things like that. You should use some when you don't need them. Oh, man. Also, if my face is a little red, it's because I took a very hot shower before the stream, so I can stay nice and toasty. But yeah, enough about me and my pipes. Let's focus on the real pipes and holes that matter. These anime hotties. All right. Yeah, so we were hearing the story of Gregory Edgeworth's final case where he had to go up against Von Karma that led to Von Karma shooting him in the elevator and then Edgeworth believing it was him until that man showed up, TM. Filled him with unnecessary feelings, one of which was vindication. So, cut to, we've now run into some of the people involved in that case, and I don't think it's a murder yet, but someone released like poison gas in an art museum, and the little winter boy keeps assuming it's Larry Butts, and Judge Mommy keeps supporting his theories. And so we gotta clean our butt, clear the butts, as they say. Yeah. Let's go. Look at us, Team Edgeworth. Is Franziska gonna show up? Like, she's the only one that's missing, and I'm bummed she hasn't showed up yet. Especially if her papa's involved. Hold on, let me lower the glare a bit. I have the brightness up all the way when I'm editing, especially when there's things that are in poorly lit, or dimly lit, not poorly, dimly lit settings, and I'm trying to grab a screenshot of it. Anyway, it's kind of hurting my eyes. April 2nd. The day that jokes die. Oh yeah, and also each room in this art museum gallery area has like astrology inspired like statues, and I'm pretty sure someone made a bunch of fakes and moved them around or something. Look at Gumshoe. He's just like, I don't understand what my personality has to do with a goat. They sure are taking their time. I thought it was supposed to be a 10-minute recess, not 2 whole days. Oh shoot. Eustace is the guy, right? The boy? Yes. Yeah. Oh yeah, also Eustace and Larry, they might be canonically distantly related because they have the exact same voice. That's an intended choice, and not because I'm a victim of my improvised voices. Sorry to keep you losers waiting. But wait no longer. I won the race to find Delicia. Yes, I said that right. Delicia Scone, and here she is. Hello, dears. This lovely young man said you wanted to speak to me. Delicia Scone, purveyor of the most wondrous wares a pharmacist can offer. Oh, that's right. She snuck into this cooking competition, but really she's a pharmacist, which is sus. I feel like Ace Attorney's really done pharmacology a disservice. It's not all poison. Sometimes they make pills that make your Claritin cheaper. At your service. Delicia to my pals, and even Miss Delicious? Yeah. Sorry, the pun is throwing me off. Delicia to my pals, and even Miss Delicious to some. You can call me the winner, and I'll call you whatever I want. He's reading that what are those books called where it's like how to neg women, but it's like gussied up a little bit so it doesn't directly say this is how you treat women poorly, but it's like how to be a pickup artist or something like that. There was a name for that. Anyway, he skimmed through one in the bathroom. And I'll call you whatever I want. All right, Winnie Pooh, whatever you say. It's lovely to meet you, dearie. No, this was before Sigmas. Can you imagine that? A world before Sigmas and Alphas. I miss those days. Maybe the world wasn't ready for Eddie's $1 Million Cook-Off or High School Musical. So much for call me the winner. Oh, have we met before, young man? Hey, get a load of this, Delicia. That's Miles Edgeworth, Gregory's son. Well, I never. It's a pleasure to meet you, Milesy Smiles. Somewhere, somehow, Phoenix Wright just threw up a little in his mouth. Ugh. If you must address me by my given name, just Miles will do. Oh, ho, ho. Greggy Peglegs. What? Greggy Peglegs boy. And all grown up, too. Make me feel my age, why don't you? You look exactly the same. No shame. I want to know where you got your work done. I wonder just how old she is. Sorry. Hi, everybody. Welcome to Build Show Gaming. Remember to like, subscribe. We'll give it a couple minutes for everyone to get ready before we start the stream. It's cold here. My pipes have to leak water. Eustace, I believe we have some questions for our pharmacist. Oh, yeah. What brings you to the gallery today, Miss Scone? Fake name. Why, I came to see old Moody Judy, of course. We've been fast friends for 18 long years, and no one's gonna stop me visiting her now. Well, I turned it down too much, and now we can't hear the music. Here we go. No one's gonna stop me visiting her now. I understand that you helped look after Mr. Gusto in the immediate aftermath of the attack. Oh, I didn't do much, really. Just whipped up a quick antidote for the dear old doctor. Wow, you can make an antidote just like that? Oh, yes, dear. As long as I have the right ingredients, I can throw together just about any medicine you like. Yeah, I can make ibuprofen. And Vyvanse.
Hell yeah.
Shout out to the ADHD royalties and noble folks out there. You okay? Speaking of Vyvanse, you doing all right?
Yeah.
Have they been able to update that supply issue or no? Nope, didn't think so. I just didn't want to judge. Caca! No, Vyvanse has not been back in stock. Why do you ask? For given context, Alana's a Vyvanse girly, so that was why it was brought up. But yeah, I can make Vyvanse. We were much better off treating him here than losing vital minutes taking him to hospital. What are you, British? Taking him to hospital? God, remember when I did that voice?
Yeah.
Everyone misses that voice. It's a shame I wasn't nominated for any sort of internet award, gaming or otherwise. Anyway, we did what we could. The rest, well, that's up to him. And how do you know the victim, Miss Delicious? Oh, yes, well, sort of. It's been 18 years since I last saw him. Apparently, he's famous these days. One of the best confectioners in the world, or so they say. Interesting. So he's a well-known public figure that everyone should be following on the social medias and subscribing and ringing the bell and becoming a channel member or picking up merch or donating at thethirdbill.com. Wow, I really appreciate Ace Attorney giving me that plug. Oh, yes, dear. He was on the news and everything. Confectionery crafting king of the world, they said. It was back when Titanic was big. Wow, so the old dog really went to Shangfa and upped his game, just like he said he would. I bet he won some pretty rare cards. What did I do so right in my life? Perhaps if we could proceed to the matter at hand, Miss Scone. Are you familiar with a substance known as Infesticide Ultra? Of course, dear. You use it to get rid of, you know what's. Hemorrhoids. Oh, it's awfully strong, though. That's why they don't sell it in the shops. It'll literally make your ass go away. Keep that bottle away from me. Might I ask what you mean by you-know-whats? The little blighters that frighten the life out of poor innocent ladies like yours truly. What? Are they murder pills? Ghastly little creatures running around. Oh, them rats. Whoa, whoa. In times of turmoil, in times like these, they're still coming after you. And there's nothing you can do. Still coming after you. Whoa, whoa. Ghostly little creatures. Running around people's nice, clean kitchens, terrorizing them. Some of them even try to cook. Never. Just. Pixar is propaganda. Even before they were bought out by Disney, laid off a bunch of their staff, made over $1 billion and didn't give out the bonuses to the workers. Support animation workers. Support the Animation Guild. Anyway. Sorry to get political, but the big companies do it, not me. Don't blame me. I'm not watching Inside Out 2. Why would I? If anything, I'll ask an AI to tell me what the movie's about and what it's like. Why give it money if you're not going to pay your people? Oh, I get it. Those. Thank you, Miss Scone. One more question, if you don't mind. Are you aware of what happens when the chemicals... Can I say, I thought about this the other day. Asphyxion would be a great evolution for the poison one. Jolteon, Flareon, Vaporeon, Asphyxion, Umbreon, Espeon.
Yeah.
So true, King. Chad, I believe I dropped something. Can you check real quick? Everyone, please silence. Or no, make some noise, actually. Activate chat in the comments. I'm cooking. Chat, I'm cooking. That no cap, besties? Riz? Acknowledge my Riz, chat. Asphyxion. Are you aware of what happens when the chemicals asphyxion and ubiquium are combined? I know what happens when her chemicals and my chemicals combine. It makes the power of love and combustion.
Oh, yes? It's right there in the Infesticide Ultra instructions. Do not mix with products containing ubiquium. Ever!
Wow, the honor system in the Ace Attorney pharmacology world is, that's very trusting.
Do not mix with this. Thanks. Because if you do, they react with each other and make a horrible poisonous gas. What was it again? Effects of inhalation include respiratory complications and, well, death. And poor old Gusty very nearly didn't make it.
Is he alive? That is something that did bum me out about the original Ace Attorney trilogy, is even the one that started as not a murder case became a murder case. That'd be cool if, like, we finally got a case that wasn't literally murder. Just switch it up, you know?
Poor old Gusty very nearly didn't make it. To make that much gas, you'd need, probably
500 milliliters.
of each chemical, I'd say. Just guessing.
She certainly talks like a skilled pharmacist.
Ubiquium's awfully thick, dummy thick, and sticky, and it heats up very quickly.
Oh my god, it's just describing me. My toxic traits include being thick and heating up quickly.
It's also bright red and smells minty fresh.
Wow, me when I come out of the shower. Oh my god. Capcom, stop being so obsessed with me and send me free stuff. My PO box is in the description. I'd be such a good influencer. Chat, if I was like backed by like Capcom and they were giving me free stuff, wouldn't you be like, oh man, I'll buy that. Right, everybody? Right, everyone?
Oh, and cheap.
Cheap as chips?
That's what they use it. That's why they use it in everything. Asphyxion's more watery, and it's white in color.
That will do. Thank you. You are clearly well informed, Miss Scone.
As well I should be, dearie. After all, Infesticide Ultra is made by the company I work for.
Da-ding indeed, King.
Oh, but before you get the wrong idea, they don't go around handing out free samples. I had to steal it. I mean, as I say, it's awfully, terribly dangerous. You couldn't buy it even if you wanted to. Like, if I were to sell you this right now, you couldn't.
Yes, Miss Scone. Very interesting indeed. I think that tells us all we need to know. You gotta stay on that screen for yeah, I should stay on an image of her for 10 minutes to see if I get an achievement. Strange. I thought she suspected Miss Scone. But something in that smile, that damn smile, makes me wonder if she has some other angle in mind. Makes the whole world stop and stare. Look at Larry go.
What is it, Detective Flatfoot? Any development to report?
Yes, sir. Still no fanfic about the third bill. Turns out the Sculpture's glass display cases open from the TOP.
Huh, that's rather unusual. I didn't know 21 Pilots were in this.
I dabbed. That one was so good I had to dab. Anyway. And the temperature inside can be adjusted too, all the way down to 0 degrees. The Pisces case was kept at 26 degrees. Dang near got my hand stuck to it. Yeah, us Pisces are pretty sticky. Am I right, gamers?
We're lucky you escaped alive. Anything more relevant to the case?
Yeah, they found something on the underside, of the top part of the Pisces case. Traces of, ubiquium.
Oh-ho! Now we're talking. That's odd. If there was ubiquium stuck to it,
Excuse me.
it should have stayed stuck. After all, at 26 degrees, it would have been frozen solid. It would, huh? So how did things wind up as they are now?
I think Kay might be able to help us figure out just that. God damn it. Or at least Mr. Thief might.
Hey, you guys are that desperate to get on my good side, huh? Fine. I don't know what the heck you're talking about, but take it away.
Can't believe I'm taking orders from this guy, but whatever. Anything for the... Sorry, guys, we have to throw out Mr. Thief. My wife said no. Sorry, Chad, I gotta go. My wife said it's time to leave. Before you get too carried away, the goddess of justice has no need of your help. We will find the truth ourselves. So you just want me to, like, go home and get started on dinner? Youch, why so frosty, Judge G? You baby... I did not read that right. Your baby producer just gave us the big thumbs up. I'm like, whoa. Your baby prosecutor just gave us the big thumbs up. What's the issue here? As long as you smash that like and subscribe, everything should be okie-dory. Oh, wait. Don't tell me the committee has some dirty little secret it doesn't want us finding out. I am not required to explain myself to you. But if you feel that you absolutely must participate in the investigation, perhaps you can prove to me that it will be worth our while to keep you around. Oh, she said the same thing to me on our first date.
Yes, ma'am.
Anything for you. Time to plead my case through song and dance and the power of love. What exactly does she have in mind here? Who triggered the release of the poison gas? If you can answer this question, I will consent to your participation. She said the same thing to me on our first date. It's insane. You heard the lady, Smiles. Somebody opened the Pisces case and let out that gas. Considering what we've learned so far, there's only one person it could possibly be, no? Yes, the answer is indisputable. In that case, please kindly provide it now. Who released the poison gas? Shoot, it's been a minute. No, not my other waifu. Okay, can I suspect Delicia Scone? I just ordered the body pillow cover, and it's not going to show up for another 5 to 6 business weeks. Eustace Witter. I feel like they're setting me up to think it's her. I feel like Delicia Scone is too obvious. But I feel like, right? She knows everything about it. She knows how to store it safely. I just don't want to disappoint my waifu. But I also don't want to accuse my other waifu. Larry Butts. Did he do it to him? Oh, that'd be interesting. He is, forgive me, he is a little older. Maybe he just didn't get out of the room in time. He couldn't handle the new calculators. The new way to do math, right? Don't they do a new way to do math and it's awful? Okay, I'm torn between Carmelo Gusto or Delicia Scone. Carmelo girl. Yeah, do you think it would be a good idea? I don't know. We haven't got any donations. I'm not good at gaming until people donate or we get new members. Okay, so it's Carmelo Gusto.
Take that.
This is why I don't like stopping in the middle of cases, because I forget a bunch of details. The victim, Carmelo Gusto, is the only person to have entered the Autumn Wing. Thus, only he could have opened the case. Correct. That appears to be the only logical answer. Very well. I will permit your participation in this investigation to continue. Yes. We scored a second date. However, if at any point I feel you are contributing nothing of value, you will be removed immediately. She said the same thing to me. Understood. Even if Mr. Gusto did open the case, we still have no idea why. Magical girl anime powers go. All right, Mr. Edgeworth, tell me what you want to see. Let's use the data we've collected to recreate the scene before the poison gas went off. Also, I'd like to see Larry go bonk into a rake. Own it. So let me use my little Code Lyoko screens. Anime Girl Magic activate.
Eek! Don't scare me like that! Burn the witch!
So this... God, it's so hard to... So this is what you were talking about, your Mr. Thief. Did you not see it last time, Queen? Let's begin by examining the Pisces sculpture. The generous amount of ubiquium frozen to the underside of the top part of the case. Yeah, which is what's keeping the lid on real tight. The actual glass lid is all cracked through, right? Somebody really went to town on your little Pisces there, huh? Meaning me. Somebody really went to town on your little house there, huh, Pisces? And do we have any idea of how the glass lid might have come to be so cracked? Well, it doesn't look like the outer facing side of the glass surfaced any damage. I see. So we have a cracked piece of glass that we know was ice cold on its inner facing side. We also know that it wasn't damaged in any direct way on its outer facing surface. Thoughts? Ice cold makes me think of the way you glare at people, sir. Cracks makes me think about those deeply etched lines on your forehead. Guys, can we not? It was cracked by heat expansion. Applying heat to ice cold glass from the outside will cause it to crack. Text messages, Phoenix, pick up more facial cream if you go to let's not say a company name. If you go to store today. Someone here might have previously worked at a place, so I know the name of a place. Well, I appreciate the science lesson, but wasn't it all heat cracked in the first place? Why indeed? Why isn't it? Why indeed? A heat-cracked glass lid lined on its underside with frozen ubiquium. You look like the cat that got the cream, Miles Zarino. You know what happened, don't you? I certainly do, and what's more, I know how Mr. Gusto opened the case.
What? You didn't give me a chance to figure it out first.
It would have been quite the wait.
Well, don't keep it to yourself, Edgeworth. How about answers? Are the two of you engaged, or is Bill just running his mouth?
How did Mr. Gusto open the case? Not the gas. Used before the police. Oh, did he? Oh, I guess, yeah, if you heat up cold glass, it'll crack, right? You're not looking at me.
Take that!
Let's go. The blowtorch showed signs of having being used recently when it was found here in the autumn wing. I think it's likely that it was used on the glass lid, causing it to crack.
A blowtorch? Who uses a blowtorch to open a glass case?
Oh, I get it. Mr. Gusto was trying to melt the frozen ubiquium so he could open the lid. Indeed.
You beat me to the answer by a second, but we'll see who wins in the end.
Don't try and tell us you nearly had it. You didn't have a clue.
Nuh-uh! It was Edgeworth making things hard to understand. With his strong shoulders.
Kay, would you mind updating the recreation so that Mr. Winner can follow along too?
What? Some of us learn better with visual aids.
Sure thing, just for him. All right, here goes. Moon Tiara, investigate. Oh, God, that hurt my eyes. Mr. Gusto was alone in the autumn wing, and while he was in here, he used this blowtorch to melt the frozen ubiquium on the underside of the lid.
Uh-huh. And...
Then it made the Pisces couple all sticky. As the ubiquium melted, it mixed with the asphyxion that was already present inside the glass case.
Asphyxion!
It's the voice I'd give it. What? Are you listening for it back?
Yeah.
Inside the glass case. Oh my God. It looks like a broken cotton candy machine. I know it's supposed to be like gas that's stuck in a still image, but it looks like someone went, oh no, I forgot the coloring dye for the cotton candy, and like left it spinning too long, thereby producing our poisonous gas. Asphyxion. When Mr. Gusto had finally managed to open the lid, he would have released the gas and poisoned himself. And then Larry pissed himself. He made it as far as the fountain room where he collapsed into a puddle of what could only be described as someone else's urine.
So he opened the case, and out comes the gas. Huh. I didn't know statues could fart.
It seems we got there in the end. But why the heck-a-doodle-doo did he want to open the case in the first place? I'm not sure. In fact, we don't even know what his ultimate goal was. I'm thinking he might have come here for the same reason I did. To get laid. To check out the autumn wing, but to check out not the autumn wing, but the winter wing. I'm winging here. Ding. You remember, right? I thought this was the winter wing. I thought this was where the winter wing was when we first got here. Holy shit. Why? Whoa.
Caught you out too, did it, my little Eddie Lumpkin? I was ever so confused, what with it being where Chili Winks' room was all those years ago. There's even the same little tree in front of the blessed door. Who wouldn't be all at sixes and sevens?
What? Who wouldn't be all at sixes and sevens? Sixes and sevens? I've never heard that. Is that a phrase? Sixes and sevens. I'm all sixes and nines, winks at the judge. Are the numbers 6 and 7 challenging in that part of the world? Is that why Alexander Hamilton said, nah, the colonies are America now? Because we figured out 6 and 7? It's because he used the metric system. And I ran out of math jokes. What? And history. The French. Oh. Huh. That's interesting. Okay, well, I learned something today. Did everyone involved with the IS-7 incident make the same mistake? I think we need to go and take another look at the winter wing. Time to see how quickly I can convince Mr. Winner, I suppose.
Eureka! Ladies and gentlemen, I have the answer. Because 7, 8, 9.
I was like in college when I got that.
Really?
I thought it was just a counting joke.
It is. It's a play on words.
I didn't understand the play on words until
All right, I'm looking for a mod. If anyone's interested, you have to work for free and give me compliments.
7, 8.
Yes, 7 is eating. 7 has been served.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have the answer.
The answer to what exactly?
The man was going to end. A dramatic exit stage left, sort of artsy-fartsy farewell.
Edgeworth just wants to go home. Maybe you draw a nice warm bath with bubbles. Have his little tray with a book on it and some tea. I don't want to play mind chess with you. Have you been listening at all this whole time?
At my level, I barely need to listen to a word, and I still understand exactly half of what's going on.
Perhaps I can explain a few of the finer details to you later, Eustace. Winner's prerogative. She's going to be home late. Thanks a lot, twerp.
Winners? Sure. Thanks, Gavel.
Thank you indeed. I find it's always best to leave things like child wrangling to a professional. In the meantime, don't you have something to tell Mr. Edgeworth and his friends?
Oh, yeah. I totally forgot. Wicked's gonna be in 2 parts.
what is it now?
I took the liberty of investigating our friendly pink pharmacist here. Or rather, I had one of my underlings do it for me.
That's nothing to brag about, you know.
Shut up! Can't you see I'm talking? Anyway, let's put a pin in my that theory for now. Yeah, I have something more important to tell you. It's the, bum, 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 bum. 1, 2, 3. It was Miss Delicious who set up the poison gas trap.
Okay, so it's not her. Is it gonna be my second waifu? I'm scared. I'm scared. Weirdly, I don't think it would deter me too much.
Eek, how could you say that?
I was greatly saddened to learn of this, Miss Scone. Your profession is one dedicated to saving lives, and yet you used your expertise to try to take one. That is not how you save a life.
I beg your pardon. I beg your pudding. How dare you? I did no such thing.
Okay, well, you could just arrest her for the pun. Perhaps you could explain, Mr. Winter?
Hey, you bet I can. Get a load of this. Oh, hold on, wrong pocket. This is Miss Delicious's pharmacist license. And it says it right here that she's authorized to handle Infesticide Ultra.
A product that we have established contains asphyxian, one of the ingredients of our poisonous gas.
Exactly. It's almost impossible for ordinary people to get a hold of that stuff. But Miss Delicious is no ordinary person. She's a card-carrying pharmacist. I didn't do it. This is all just a terrible misunderstanding. And that's not all. There was a bottle of Infesticide Ultra in the victim's pocket. And what do you know? It's covered in your fingerprints.
It just like rubs it on her hand as he's talking.
Eek. We know that you and Miss Bound took the victim to the medical room. What better moment to slip the bottle into his pocket? No.
He's gonna be right, just not about who did it. There was only one person on the premises licensed to carry Infesticide Ultra. That was you, Miss Scone. Furthermore, you are acquainted with Miss Bound, the owner of the gallery, meaning you would have had access to the building and ample opportunity, and so would the director of the building, or the owner, meaning you would have had access to the building and ample opportunity to prepare your trap.
No, dear, listen, you don't understand. That Infesticide Ultra was stolen from me.
Oh, yeah. Lying will only lengthen your sentence. Lying will only lengthen your sentence, Miss Scone. Sorry, I get a little tongue-tied.
I'm not lying. Oh, it's in my bag somewhere. I'm sure of it.
What is she looking for? I was literally about to say fruit snacks.
That's not it. That's not it.
Huh? That cloth looks familiar.
Huh. Here we go. I knew it was in here somewhere. Look.
And what is this?
There's something written on it, I think.
April 1. Complaint filed. Offense, theft. Item stolen. Infesticide Ultra, 1 bottle. Clearly this was written as a gag, as it was the 1st of April. It's a crime report relating to a theft.
What? See, you silly billies, I told you somebody pinched it off me a week ago, no less.
By which you mean to say that it was not in your possession at any point today?
That's exactly what I mean to say. I think the bottle you found might be the one I lost. I always have some in my medicine bag just in case, you know. And I'm supposed to keep my bag locked up tight, but well, I'd forget my head if it wasn't screwed on. And now, thanks to silly old me, someone's gone and mixed up a cloud of poison gas with the stuff.
I see, but why on earth would you carry such a hazardous substance around with you?
Like I said, just in case. You never know when one of them might appear.
You mean the ghastly little creatures that run around in people's nice clean kitchens type of them? You could just roll up a newspaper and... Kiddo, no. You could just roll up a newspaper and whack, one and done. Or you can teach them to cook and help stimulate the economy.
Pissed. Gavel, what do I do now?
Of course. I think perhaps it might be wise to confirm the authenticity of the crime report, just to be safe. Can't hurt to verify Miss Scone's story, after all. She may be lying to us.
Good idea. All right, I'm gonna give the precinct a call. Don't go anywhere. Away.
So Miss Scone might not be guilty after all. Indeed. If she really were the one who set up the poison gas trap, then I highly doubt she would have used a method that directly implicates her. So who do you think did it, Smiles? Someone with knowledge of the victim's likely behavior and the time and the means to prepare. Two factors which point to one very specific person. Oh, yeah? And who might that be? Don't leave us hanging there, big guy. Larry Butts. What?
Myself.
Who had the means to steal the Infesticide Ultra and dress one room up to look like another. Don't make me say it. I'd rather Larry die. Don't make me say it. Don't make me say it. They still allow conjugal visits in jail, right?
Take that.
Surely only Miss Bound, the proprietor of these premises, could possibly have prepared in such a way. We'll need some solid evidence to support such a theory, nonetheless. So it was her, huh? Strange. It's like he already knew. Woo, nice shooting, Miles Sereno. I might have to make that associate position a permanent deal. I'm associating here. That is not what I was hoping for.
Ahem. I'm back. Clap. Clap for my return. With results. Clapping ends now. The police have confirmed that the theft really was reported and logged. Which means we may have been a little hasty with some of our conclusions, team. Go Team Eustace, am I right?
You mean, he does call himself the Ace Attorney, so he has literal main character syndrome. You mean that every single one of your conclusions proves to be hogwash?
No, I mean, we're only just getting started.
Oh, then what's our next move?
Well, first we need to go and talk to Miss Bound. Yeah.
And then?
And then, I don't know, maybe lunch? I'll think about what to do after that.
Eustace, Mr. Gusto's real destination appears to have been the Winter Wing. Perhaps it would be worth having someone investigate that room more thoroughly.
Oh yeah, we should totally, yes, do that. Flatfoot, go investigate the Winter Wing.
Yes, sir.
Gavel, we're going to talk to Miss Bound.
Can I be a part of that conversation, please? Eustace, go wait outside. You know what? Here's a quarter. Get yourself a gumball. Very good, Eustace. Yes! Edgeworth gets it. Edgeworth gets me. We'll join you if you don't mind. Thank you, Daddy. Hurry up.
All right, you have your orders. Go talk to Bound for me.
Hey, Mr. Winter, weren't we going to talk with Miss Bound ourselves?
Sure, but I thought, why not let the grunts handle the grunt work, you know?
Kid? All right? Kid? All right? Plants gas and chemicals next to him. I think he did it.
Means I can just sit back and wait for their report. A winning strategy.
You spoiled little... he's so exhausting. I need a break. Huh? There's something in the fountain. Eek! Whoa!
Gah! It's a body!
What on earth? Da-ding! No, wait, what? Order in the court. Somebody call forensics. Bad news, sir. Real bad news. Someone killed forensics. That's not my wife, right? Who is that? Order. I will have order, detective. The ice sculptures in the Winter Wing. They all evaporated, melted. Sorry. What? Did?
Huh?
Thanks, kid. Slay? Say? What is the meaning of this? Who was in the fountain then? Now we have 2 victims?
Yeesh. Talk about deja.
No, ew, yeesh. Talk about deja vu. It's just like 18 years ago. Even the ice is melted again. I'm flashing back here. Again. This is like some weird rerun. That was hard to say with that voice. Same people, same everything. Same time, same place. At Bill Chill Gaming. I said it before and I'll say it again. This is no coinky dink. You with me, right, Miles Areno? I am. And I think the answers lie in the IS-7 incident itself. In fact, I'm convinced of it. Great minds think alike. Alrighty then. Time for another trip down memory lane. Memory lane. Memory lane. Memory lane. Memory lane. I feel like we could have done that chunk on Monday. Take it back to the past where you know it all began. Could be anything we wanna be, yeah. Sure it is. I still can't believe the IS-7 incident was Gregory's last case, or that it's been 18 long years since. Yeah, it looks suspiciously like the same person, like same hair and everything. A murder at a confectionery contest and one of the participants, no less, Artie Frost. They pulled his body out of a treasure chest that was a part of Samson Tangaroa's chocolate tableau. And I'm glad I didn't keep him in the thumbnail just for clickbait. I'm glad it ended up coming true. I didn't know that we played as him again. That's why I made him all black and white noir-y. Also, it's appealing to me. No further questions. He'd been hit in the head with a large rock salt lamp, and he'd subsequently bled to death. We found the lamp hidden inside the Candy Castle. Delicia Scone had made the Candy Castle Delicia Scone had made for the contest. But then, before anyone had the chance to investigate Mr. Frost's own room, all of his icy creations had melted clean away. "18 years ago. Almost Christmas. All of Mr. Frost's work destroyed. Mr. Von Karma wasn't very happy. He told us to get out, and in no uncertain terms. So what do we do now, Mr. E? I can't believe he just jumped up and kicked us out. Von Karma's a total jerk. Now, Eddie. It was always the job of the police and the prosecutor's office to investigate the scene. Yeah, but he didn't have to talk to us like that. Who cares if we're cops or attorneys? We should all be working together to find the truth. Alright. Snaps. Let him cook. You can't assume that everybody's aims are the same as your own. You may wish to expose the truth, but others might prefer to accept things at face value. Which way of thinking is right will depend on the person. But what if somebody innocent ends up behind bars because no one managed to uncover the truth? It can happen. We're all human, police and prosecutors included. Which is why defense attorneys exist. Our job is to help people in such situations, to be friends to the friendless. Did you know that you have rights? Constitution says you do. So do I. That's why I'll fight for you, Ace Attorney Town. I better call Edgeworth. Friend to the friendless. Friend to the friendless sees the day. Dun, 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 dun. They're gonna see there's hell to pay. Dun, 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 dun. Wrongs will be righted when we're united. Let us seize the day.
I know he loves music.
Oh yeah, he saw it several times.
I would have made it, but
I couldn't dance too good. Oh, Newsies. That's a good one. It's a good one. I'm still reading it that way. Friends, the friendless seize the day. Now we may not be able to investigate the Winter Wing as hoped, but that doesn't mean we give up. Da-ding! You're right, Mr. E. I'm sorry. I should have thought more before I opened my big mouth. You're young, Eddie. You'll learn soon enough. You are young. Life has been kind to you. You will learn. Wom, wom, wom. That's right. The past is technically a musical, isn't it? There's a hole in the world like a great black pit, and it's filled with people who are filled with shit, and the vermin of the world inhabit it. Oh my God. Oh no, this is her in the past. I can't. Although 18 years ago, she would have been in play for me. I would have been too young, actually. So. Right? Because in the past, she's like 17. And I was like, oh my God, she's gorgeous. And then everyone was like, Bill, no. And I was like, oh no, my bad. And then we went back to present day. She's 34. And I'm like, oh, hell yeah. This is when I swoop in. Yeah, 18 years ago, I would have been too young for her. That's math. What voice did I give her again?
Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Fender, you look like you could use a little pick-me-up. I'm afraid this is all I have, but please, by all means.
Wait, are those the same candies that what's-her-name had in her bag in present day? Whoa, you're the best, Miss Bound. Oh, you're saying 18 years ago, I wouldn't be too young for a distant celebrity crush. Fair enough. I guess that's true. Boys can dream. He's a good kid. He's a good kid. His what? The Xiaojo? What's that? When the big anime glisten? I don't know there was a word for that. Shujo? Hope I said that right. Chocolates out of the court record. Thank you. A little sugar boost might actually help, although these are a little too sweet for my liking. And a little uniquely shaped. What's wrong with squares, King? You alright? Shoujo? Meaning appealing to that demographic?
Yes.
Manga targeted at young women, like Sailor Moon. Sailor Moon was written for the fellas. Fellas! Ho! Moon Tiara magic. Yeah, she threw the tiara. This is aimed at little boys. How dare you? Gender is a construct. Like anime. No, Bill, anime is real. Anime's real, right?
I'm sorry if they're not to your taste.
No way, they're great. Oh, I was about to say don't eat the candy because they might be poison. All right, well, F in the chat. No way, they're great. They're so sweet.
Hee hee, you're very kind. Sigh, imagine me of all people, a mediocre confectioner. I hardly...
What? You mean you made these yourself? That face? Oh, what's his name? The love interest in Sailor Moon. The guy with the mask. Tuxedo Mask? Was it that direct? It was like Mysterious Mask. Not Mask to Mask. That's Ace Attorney. Tuxedo Mask. Oh my god, I was right. Poggers. That's right. Your favorite anime boy's back with more 100 things you didn't know about anime. Number 1. It's called Sailor Moon because that's her name. It's called Dragon Ball Z because if you line up the Dragon Balls, you could put them in a little Z formation.
Yes, Samson loves chocolate, so I had to learn. Keeping him supplied with his favorite treats is just one of my many duties.
I was going to say and hand stuff, but she's 17. Never mind. Never mind. I don't... Present day. Remind me to do more hand stuff bits in present day. All right? 18 years ago, hand stuff didn't even exist because I didn't make content 18 years ago.
Although, he does spend most of the time coaching me on how to improve my...
God damn it. This would have been the perfect fucking... Mr. Tangaroa sure is a lucky guy. Getting to eat homemade sweets made by the one and only Judy Bound whenever he wants sounds amazing.
I'm sorry. Did you say something?
No, not at all. I can't let her know that I like her. Just like, oh, what's her name? My Valentine. Almost said Faye Valentine. Wrong anime. Right? Faye Valentine isn't right. That's not Yu-Gi-Oh! My Valentine. That's Yu-Gi-Oh! Faye Valentine is Cowboy Bebop? Yeah. I was going to say, that's not the right anime. Maybe I'll just watch Cowboy Bebop instead. No, nothing at all. Dear sweet Eddie, you really do still have a lot to learn. It seems you're quite committed to the work you do for Mr. Tangaroa, Miss Bound.
Of course. What right would I have to stay here otherwise?
What do you mean by that?
I was abandoned
Oh, God.
as a baby, and Mr. Tangaroa took me in.
Da-ding! He's not empathetic. He's just scared of the possibility that they might be related.
That's right. One snowy Christmas Eve, almost Christmas, many years ago, he found me on the steps of this very mansion.
That makes me sad.
He saved my life and became the father I never had. I can never repay him. So my work for him is the least I can do, and I'll be here for him as long as he needs me.
Now I'm sad. That's the most beautiful thing I've ever heard. I must be getting old. I'm welling up a little myself. No, feel your feelings, King.
And to think, today is almost Christmas. And I can't even give him his present in person. I'd do anything to save him. Anything. Please, if there's something I can do to help, just say it.
We're very grateful, Miss Bound. And perhaps you could help us by answering a question. Did you know the victim? Sorry, I'm trying not to hunch. My posture is bad.
Not very well, I'm afraid. Oh, but if you wanted to see some of his work, I have a picture of the sculptures he made for the final.
Wait a minute. They didn't have astrology 18 years ago. They didn't even invent the moon yet. My, they're stunning.
Aren't they? I think they're masterpieces. Who would have thought you could make such intricate statues out of flavored ice? Samson adored them too.
Oh, hey, that's Taurus and Gemini, right? I didn't know you were keen on constellations and the zodiac, Eddie. Oh, I love it. The stories these stars can tell. Take Gemini, for example. See the Lear? Lyre? Lear. See the thing? That's what the hop is called. And the arrow and the... hold up. The lyre doesn't have any strings. Huh? Did Mr. Frost forget to add them, maybe?
That doesn't sound like something he'd forget to do.
Wait, really? But I thought you just said you didn't know him very well.
Oh, well, he didn't seem like the type.
It seems she's got something to hide, too. You took this photograph yourself, Miss Bound?
Yes, I used this instant camera here. I know a lot of people think it's witchcraft, but trust me, it's just technology. It develops the pictures as soon as you take them. It's so useful.
I'd love to see it in action.
Here's a Polaroid.
Yeah.
It captures your soul. Then why don't I take your picture?
Yeah, come on, Mr. E. Let's get a shot of the both of us. Well, all right then. It'd be a shame to waste a good hair day. Go off, King. But if this takes my soul, I'm gonna be pissed.
Ready? Say cheese. Oh my god, there's a ghost behind you. They're all done. And the picture's yours to keep, Mr. Fender.
Oh, man. I know no one cares when I do horror streams. I really want to play Fatal Frame. Real bad. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. That's such a cool camera.
Well, it's the only one we've got, so we use it for all of our picture-taking means. It's very convenient, but the lack of negatives is something of a shame.
So there aren't any negatives for us to reference, huh? I assume Mr. Tangaroa used the same camera during the contest.
Yes, you assume correctly. He used it for some work-in-progress pictures of his seascape, and later to take some photos of the other contestants' work.
Ding. But didn't you take a picture of the body when you discovered it? And didn't you discover the body while the judging was still underway?
Yes. Samson wanted pictures of all the entrances' completed rooms. But the film ran out just as he finished photographing Mr. Gusto's work.
Oh, look at their little chibi sprites.
So he asked me to go put in a new cartridge. He seemed to think that there would have been more shots left than there were.
Oh, in other words, the film ran out sooner than expected?
Yes, the number of shots he took didn't line up with the number of shots remaining. But he thought maybe he'd just lost track somewhere along the way.
But had he really, though?
I went to our living area to change the film and was passing through the fountain room on my way back when I heard the sound of something break and collapse in Samson's room. Samson, are you in here? Mr. Frost's body was just lying there. I was in total shock. It was all too much. But I remember I called the police, and then I went to tell everybody else. And the camera has been with me ever since.
I see. I'd be grateful if you could lend us the camera of this picture.
Of course, here you go.
Thank you. Mr. Camera to the court record. They say I don't need to get paid. I got paid in free camera. Mr. Frost added to the court record. Oh, yeah. Hey, man. How's it going? Detective Bad, Miss Scone, are they done investigating?
They're done with me, that's for certain. The big meanie told me to clear off. Honestly, the mannequins will be the end of me. The cheek of him.
Guess he got tired of people cluttering up his crime scene. Did he run you off too, Detective Bad? Yeah, Von Karma seems to think I'm a nuisance. Can't do things his way with me around. Why would Mr. Von Karma go as far as to exclude his own lead detective? Still, got a pretty good look at the scene. As for Gusto, he's enjoying a nice little chat right now in Frost's room. What about? About the fact Miss Bound said she saw him going in there during the contest. Mr. Gusto went into Mr. Frost's room?
That's right, and I have to say he looked very much like he didn't want to be seen. I didn't know what he could have been up to.
Well, he's candidate number 1 at the moment, as the guy who melted Frost's work. But is this really the guy? Is this really why? Oh, God. So many voices, so little oxygen. But is that really why Mr. Gusto went into Mr. Frost's room? Got a photo of the room right here. If you need it, it's all yours. Da-ding. Wait, what? Why would you just give it to us? Because I put my number on the back. Do I gotta spell it out for you, kid? I have the hots for your boss. I'm offering to help you guys. I want the truth about this case to come out. Locks eyes with Gregory Edgeworth, detective. Well, really, Detective Bad? Mr. Von Karma wouldn't be happy about this. Then shut your mouth, kid. Yeah, well, I'm not Von Karma's stooge. If he's gonna stonewall my investigation, then I'm not gonna play by the book either. That is not an actual ship name. Bad Greg. Can't let some pesky rules keep me from finding the truth. Now, can I... Mr. Edgeworth? Indeed. Thank you, Detective Bad. Wow, I can't believe you won him over, Mystery.
Well, I haven't the foggiest idea what's all going on about, but here's to new friends, eh?
It's definitely nice to have the good detective on our side, that's for sure. All right, let's take a look at that photograph. Yeah. What? Oh, the ship name? Oh, man. This is what Frost's room looks like right now. Yikes! There's nothing left of his flavored ice sculptures but puddles. floor appears to be completely covered in a pale blue liquid. I guess I got what I deserve. Breaking Bad joke. I just don't know that song very well. The simple love I had for you, my baby blue. See, that's the part of the song I remember the most, is when he touches the can at the very beginning. I should compare this with the photo I just borrowed from his bound. Ugh. I had like a piece of pepper stuck in my mouth. That was weird. Got it, though. Don't worry, chat. I'm good. I assume that the unplugged power cord has nothing to do with all this. Yeah. Once that was out of the socket, the display cases lost power and up the temperature went. It looks like they were all connected to the same power strip. Do you have any idea when it was unplugged? Nope, still working on that. Those sculptures were beautiful. What a waste.
You can say that again. I should have taken a few more bites out of them while I had the chance.
Yeah. So they tasted good.
Did they ever? I've never tried ices so scrumptious in all my life.
Really? Man, I wish I could have had a bite.
Well, scrumptious except for the salty bit, of course. That was unbearable.
The salty bit?
Yeah, it tasted like toxic gas. Wait. Patooey. It's in the other photo you've got there, this bit. The harpy thing.
Gemini's liar. Wait, that's why it had no strings? Because you ate them?
I didn't eat that much, you cheeky little devil. I told you it was all horrible and salty.
Misco statement added to the Gorber. It's interesting that only one particular part of this one particular sculpture tasted different from the rest. And could somebody other than Miss Scone really be responsible for eating the rest of the strings? Did you notice anything else, Miss Scone?
Come to think of it, I did. There was a funny little mark on Chili Winks' work. It was 2 little letters. Let me see if I can draw it for you. There we go. Yes, it looked just like that.
It's almost like a signature or something. Or a piece of a chemical thing. pH. Is that phosphorus? What's pH? Right? It looks like a chemical compound. It's almost like a signature. Wait.
I just knew Mr.
I realize that their voices are really similar, and I apologize, but it's helping my voice, if I'm being completely honest.
I just knew Mr. Frost wouldn't have made that harp without strings. He's not the type to skip an important detail like that.
I hope you don't mind me asking, Miss Bound, but are you certain you didn't know Mr. Frost particularly well?
What? No, I barely knew him, I swear. This is my I'm innocent dance. It makes me sweat.
Is that so? You certainly seem to have some strong opinions about his attitude towards his work.
No, the sculptures were so carefully made. I didn't think he'd miss something so important.
I'm sorry, but I don't believe you. You have a more personal connection to his work than that.
What makes you say that?
I have an item of evidence that appears to have been one of Mr. Frost's possessions, and it shares a key feature with another piece of evidence.
Well, I won't know what you're talking about if you don't share. So what are these 2 pieces of evidence of yours?
Which 2 items point to Mr. Frost? This is the first. I guess the room? Photo of the sculptures. Yeah, the 2 things I just got, right? Oh, the salt lamp? No, I'm being stupid. You can't make salt strings out of salt lamps. Oh. Oh. It's this. This is the indent that was made, the signature.
Take that.
And the second is the statement? Which one is the sculpture insignia on? I guess just the picture of it? Shoot. Is there anything? No. No. Okay, I'd like a hint. This? No. Oh, hey, that... Should I have remembered that?
Take that.
Thank you. I'm like, the bottom of a letter, the bottom of a photo. Like, I only figured that out through grammar. Like, you would have said the back if it was like the back of a photo or the back of a piece of paper. So, thank you. I remember that from Monday. I mean, you know what would really help my memory? If you like, comment, share, donate, become a member, donate at thethirdbill.com, or pick up merch. Miss Scone found 2 letters carved into Mr. Frost's ice sculptures. I think they were a signature of sorts. After all, it's not unusual for an artist to initial their work.
I guess not. That's right, dear. It's just like you said. Chili Winks' statue had the letters P carved in them, plain as day.
PH, shouldn't it be AF? As in dead AF? You'd think so, but take a look at this. It's the seal we found at the crime scene of Orichalcos. It seems reasonable to assume that it fell from Mr. Frost's pocket. And when pressed into the surface of an item, it would leave behind the letter P. Choose you too. Thank you for the $2 donation. For the Jog Bills Memory Fund. All right, we're $198 away. Sorry, I forgot how to game. Oh no. I bet that guy's gonna have a son who grows up to be in a heterosexual relationship. Bill, are you well? What's a right worth? That sounds like a yucky candy to me. Bill, wake up. This isn't funny. Thank you, Choose You 2 for the 2. And when pressed into the surface of an item, it would leave behind the letters P. The same pottery mark we see imprinted on the bottom of the items in the tea set. The same pottery mark. I didn't make him New York. He's supposed to have that. And then I'm dizzy as I'm walking down the street. Yeah, what is it? The sound of the sirens. It's like a lullaby to me. The screams of my city. It's supposed to sound kind of like that. We have already established that the tea set is the work of the sculptor, Paul Halik. From that, we can assume that these same letters would mark any item out as a piece of his work. A fact of which you are all aware, correct, Miss Bound?
Well, yes. I know that he always marks his work with his initials like that. Oh, I have to pee. He's never revealed his true identity in public, so it's the only way to know his works are truly his.
Da-ding! You mean Paul Halik was? That's right, Detective. Artie Frost had another identity. He was no ordinary confectioner, at least as far as Miss Bound was concerned. For you see, Mr. Frost was, in fact, an extraordinary confectioner. A famed sculptor? Or he killed a sculptor. Mr. Frost was, in fact, none other than famed sculptor Paul Halik. What? Mr. Frost and Paul Halik were the same person? 2 people we didn't meet in the game? What? But it's not like the mark's hard to copy, though. God damn it. But it's not like the mark's hard to copy, though. Anybody who's seen it could fake being him with it. Not exactly conclusive proof that Frost was who you say he was. Bleh. It was proof enough for Miss Bound. What matters is that she believed it. His true identity will have to be investigated by the good people of the precinct. All right. I'll have the boys look into it.
I should have known I couldn't hide it from you, Mr. Edgeworth.
So you admit it. You were aware of who Mr. Frost really was?
I was. When I discovered his body, I saw the seal you found. Don't ask me how, but I just knew straight away that he was my dear Paul Hillick. Imagine, his entries in a confectionery contest were his final legacy, a great man like that.
And be honest, did you enter Mr. Frost's room at any point?
What? Why are you asking me that?
The photograph of Mr. Frost's room. I'd like to know when it was taken.
I must have gotten it mixed up with the one Samson took during the judging.
I'm afraid I find that rather hard to believe. You said yourself that the camera ran out of film during the judging, and that you've had charge of the camera since before Mr. Tangaroa had the chance to visit Mr. Frost's room. Ugh. That's how you were able to take that picture when you discovered Mr. Frost's body.
I suppose so.
God, am I okay? I mean, to be fair, the weather has me very congested. Ugh. It's the planet. All you bastards had to use your styrofoam, and they had to put fossil fuels out in the world before I was even born. And then the Earth picks its precious, precious little perfect boy, me, to take its vengeance out on. This suggests that you took only 2 pictures with the new film, one of Mr. Frost's body and one of this room, or his room. But I have a piece of evidence that says otherwise.
You do?
Which piece of evidence contradicts the assumption that Miss Bound only took 2 pictures? Oh, there's only 3 remaining in the camera? Right? Yeah, it's not like this is numbered or anything. Yeah, she said that she had to get new film for it. Now there's only 3 left.
Take that.
Haha!
The camera.
You gave the picture of the body to the police and the picture of Mr. Frost's room to me. Oh, when you gave us that picture, you took of me and Mr. Edgeworth, too. 3 photographs in total, and yet the film cartridge in this camera only has 3 exposures remaining out of a total of 20. You took more pictures, and I want to know what of.
But, hi.
I'll need to see all the photos you took. Perhaps then we'll finally learn what you were really up to.
I'm so sorry. I confess, I've been lying to you.
Huh? Eh? These are all shots of your feet. The Frost's room.
I'm so sorry.
Looks like she took pictures of his work from every possible angle. And when they were taken, the ice still hadn't melted yet. Wait, don't tell me it was you?
It was. At least, I'm pretty sure it was.
You are? Why?
Well, you see, I'm a huge fan of Mr. Hillick's work, as you know. I was petrified that they might be ruined, what with the investigation that was going on and everything. So I thought I should at least capture the sculptures on film for posterity.
And how did that make them melt?
I think perhaps I was so intent on getting the perfect photographs that I might have tripped over the power cord without noticing.
By mistake? Are you sure?
I didn't notice it at the time, but well, how could I have been so careless as to cause the loss of his final masterpieces?
That seems a little convenient to me. I'm not sure I believe it. But I'm not in a position to refute it either.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to cause any trouble.
Please, don't worry about it. The important thing is that you told us the truth. What he said. No hard feelings, Miss Bound.
Thank you.
Mr. Edgeworth, picture's yours. Hope it helps. Mr. Foster. God damn, how many characters in this case are gonna have that same Hootie voice?
Are you infernal nuisances still here? You don't know when to give up. Linger for as long as you like. The answer is still the same. You are not part of this investigation.
Whether we're part of it or not, we'll uncover the truth nonetheless.
It seems you don't know when to shut up either. But I commend you on your stubbornness. Mr. Von Karma, I'm afraid I'm the one responsible for Mr. Frost's work melting. What? What is the meaning of this? I'm so sorry. And to you, Mr. Gusto.
Fuck. Oh, no concern of mine there. I didn't do anything, and Mr. Von Karma agrees. Nothing at all, Mr. Gusto. You went to Mr. Frost's room, didn't you? Perhaps you could tell us why? Oh, sure, I was...
Silence! You were not to give the attorney even the tiniest shred of information. Duty bound, you're coming with me. Oh, I get the joke. I've reason to believe that you are an accomplice of the accused, Samson Tangaroa.
Ding?
No, I will be interrogating you personally, so you would better get your story in order. I understand.
Wait, please, I'm not done questioning her myself.
And you think I care because... Bad, Gusto, and you, Scone. I have questions for all of you, and I expect answers.
Heh. Ah, fine by me there, you bet.
Oh, you could at least ask nicely, mannequins.
Alright, well, bye, everybody. It's awful lonely over here. He took literally everyone with him. At least Bill can take a little break with his voice. Indeed. Well, I suppose that means there's little point in us hanging around either. Perhaps it's time we got going anyway. It's rather late. I hope the snow is let up. You're right. Home time. Heh. Guess my stomach's in agreement, too. Let's get some burgers. All right. Oh, man. Yeah, here it comes. Here it comes. Yes, I am the king of Ace Attorney. Yes, I know. I know. It's impressive. I know. I'm your hero. I know. It's cold outside. It's winter. Can't wait to just take my chopsticks and my spoon and slurp up some burgers. I like spicy pork and chili sauce in my burgers. No, you're right. You are not worthy. Has everyone... This clearly shouldn't be free. Has everyone paid their admission? Huh? Like, subscribe, donate? Member? Trend me? Why aren't I on the YouTube gaming page? When's Twitch going to call me and be like, hey, we'll give you several figures to hang out over here instead? And I'll go, maybe. Oh, excuse me. Whew. God damn it. Let's go grab a burger. Classic Japanese. Always eating their burgers. I find it kind of offensive. That's not the only food that they eat. What? Right, it was ramen, right? Before I keep doing this bit.
I think so, yeah.
Originally, Maya's obsessed with ramen, but then they went, nah, Americans are too stupid to know what ramen is. Let's change it to burgers. Which then makes the line that... I forgot how much I hate Big Top. It makes the line that Phoenix says about, like, watching her weight or her figure because of all the burgers she eats, like, sounds way worse. But anyway. Yep, okay, thank you. Before I keep, like, haha, ramen, and people are like, what's he talking about? Hey, sounds good to me. Let's eat up and rest up. We'll need to be fighting fit for tomorrow. And nothing says fighting fit like eating a burger. We will indeed, and our first port of call will be with Mr. Tangaroa. Oh, time for mini game where I have to pick which cheese and whether or not to put bacon on the burger.
It's like the Kirby minigame where you serve people.
Oh. Well, now it is Christmas. This isn't fun. Hey, it's Miss Bound.
Oh, Mr. Fender, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm so sorry about what happened yesterday.
She looks rather tired. Has Mr. Von Karma finished interrogating you?
Yes, though he really only seemed interested in how I melted those sculptures.
Are you here to see Mr. Tangaroa too?
Yes, I'm terribly worried about him.
Uh-oh. Detective Bad? What are you doing back there? I killed a guy, but that's a different case. Just happen to be here. I'll be heading back to the scene soon. Not sure how anyone just happens to be at a detention center, but okay. Whoa. Was his hair always white? Oh, that's right. Good morning. The ding. But Mr. Tangaroa, what happened to you?
Oh no, Samson, what did they do?
Oh, was he dyeing his hair to be like because he was on TV? Or did he see a ghost?
They didn't seem to want to let me sleep. I had no idea interrogations could be so involved. Sorry if I seem distracted. I think I'm a little tired.
Ding. They're not letting you sleep? That's fucked up. That's not police work, that's torture. What's going on here, Detective Bad? I'm not the one doing the interviewing. It's the guy they put on the case before me. Something Gumshoe? I like Von Karma's methods just about as much as you do, which is why I'm doing what I can to help. Oh, I thought it was like he couldn't sleep because he was stressed. They're just keeping him up? Are they trying to get him to like confess to a crime he didn't do so Von Karma can keep his perfect win? I think we're gonna have to kill this guy, Steven. Damn. It was Okay, I'm gonna stop the singing then. He's not singing anymore.
It was Detective Bad who got me out of there.
I'd still be in that interrogation room right now if it weren't for him. Yeah, singing kind of kills the vibe, especially when it's a war crime. Why did his hair change, though? Detective Bad really is trying to look out for Mr. Tangaroa in his own way, it seems. All right, Eddie. Let's share yesterday's findings with Mr. Tangaroa. You got it, Mr. E. My notepad's at the ready. I'm noting here. Mr. Tangaroa, we found out quite a bit if you'd like to hear it.
Of course. Hi. Thank you.
You all right, Mr. Tangaroa? You seem kind of spaced out.
I'm fine. I think my blood sugar might be running a little low. Samson.
Do we have anything that might even give him a little energy boost? Oh, the candy in our pocket. Do I just give it to him or do I talk to him first?
Give him a little sweet.
Huh? Is that chocolate for me? No, it's a burger.
Oh, those are the chocolates
I wish I could just give them to you, Mr. Tangaroa, but the rules here don't exactly allow me to do so.
Oh, that's a shame. But rules are rules, I suppose.
Give him a lollipop, man. Something. His blood sugar's low. There must be some way we could hand them to him. I hope Detective Bad is noting the meaningful looks in his direction. Let me take a look at them. If they seem legit, I might consider passing them on to the suspect. Ding. Thank you, Detective Bad. My hero! Academia.
I'm touched. Thank you, Detective.
Yeah, whatever. Just sit tight. Eats them. All right, we'll find out if they're legit in 18 hours. Here. You don't know how much this means to me. Yeah. Keep it down, will ya? For both our sakes. Of course, Detective. I wouldn't wish to put your livelihood at risk. Yeah, I think instead of singing because he's so wiped out, it's like someone in the middle of a scene transition. You know? Now, to sample these treats. Detective, I apologize for putting you in a tight spot. I didn't do it for you. It was my call. Heh. Guess you're not such a bad guy after all. The pun kills him. Oh, the sweetness. I feel like a man reborn. Ha 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 ha. Ah. Were they your handiwork, Judy?
Yes. How were they?
Feel them melt, soft and smooth, chocolate that'll comfort and soothe. Here to wear. Oh, I'm trying to make it go through and it's not working because it's taking so long. Head to toe, smile and savor the damn it. Either the text goes too slow or it goes too fast. Come on, guys. This is the PlayStation 5. Come on.
Delicious. Ba-da-da-da-da.
I tried hitting the X button so it would give me the whole thing so I could just sing it without waiting that long, and it just skipped it. Sorry, guys. I mean, you didn't donate hard enough, so I stopped singing. I will turn this stream around right now. They're not exactly beautiful, but they're sweet and oh, so flavorful. Thank you, Judy.
I'm so glad you like them.
And I'm glad you're back to your old self. Was his hair always white? My apologies, friends. The food they serve here is just so flavorless. Between that and the lack of sleep, I was about ready to collapse from sheer despair. Wow, is the food here really all that bad? Just the usual French fries, ham sandwiches, stuff like that.
Yes, and yet, I couldn't taste a thing.
We're gonna take the swab up your nose real quick. What do you mean you lost your sense of taste? Thank you, Choose You 2, for another 5. For my admission to the musical stream. Please be seated. Thank you, Choose You 2. Everyone else consider donating or becoming a member? Huh? It's the season of giving, so give me your shit. I used to say that when my grandparents would come over to my mom's. I could not get away with saying that to my dad's parents, but I'd say that to my grandma and grandpa. Just like they'd have like the bags, right? With like food or toys or whatever they had in like the bag. And I'd go, that's season of giving. Yoink. God, I miss that, man. Da-ding. Anyway, I'm heading back to the scene. Before you go, Detective, are we just going to ignore the fact that like his hair is gray and he can't taste right now? Before you go, Detective, do you have any new information to share? Oh, yeah. You were right about the victim's identity. They, them. Who would have known? Frost worked as a sculptor in France, where he was known as Paul Helique. God, I'm so burpy. I'm sorry, chat.
Artie Frost was Paul Helique? I never would have imagined. Poor Mr. Helique.
So the famous French sculptor wasn't a Frenchman after all, huh? Do you think he poops okay? It's a lot of fiber. This all would certainly explain why Mr. Helique was such a recluse and refused to show his face in public. He was busy working on his greatest masterpiece, apparently. A bunch of Zodiac statues. They called him the Zodiac Sculptor. Guys, I think we're on the wrong case. Chad, I think I found the Zodiac Killer. He's in a French anime pretending to be a sculptor. Guess he'll never finish them now. He never finished his greatest masterpiece. Nah, seems he was making statues for each season. 525,600 of them. But he never got around to the winter constellations. The winter constellations? You mean Taurus and Gemini? I keep thinking of the Gemini Killer, and that's The Exorcist 3. Which you haven't seen. That bums me out. So the two he made out of ice would have completed the set. Yeah, now they're nothing but puddles. What a bubba.
I'm so sorry.
Oh no, Miss Bound, I wasn't blaming you. One last thing. Seems he had himself a bit of a spending habit when it came to his work. Every statue cost him millions to make, which means he was always strapped for cash. We're checking to see if there's any chance someone called in a debt. I guess not even famous artists are safe from money problems. Ain't that right, Yug? Kids WB the Kids WB logo shows up in the corner. You have any idea why he entered the confectionery contest? None. Guy didn't even tell his family. I see. Alright, I really gotta get going. I'll go fetch another guard, but I can't be hanging around here any longer. Understood, Detective. We'll see you again shortly. That's the only time a security guard's been allowed to like go on break or poop in the entire Ace Attorney franchise that I know of to date. He's a good man. He certainly is. And an uncompromising one. Somebody who can be trusted to stand up for what he believes in. And to scare the pants off anybody new he meets.
Heh. Now, you were going to tell me about what you learned yesterday.
Oh, of course. I'm trying to find. It's so hard to do this as a musical improv thing without music. I'm trying to get him to sing as if he's expecting a song in response. What you heard yesterday. And yeah. Okay, and then what you saw was a bird. You know what I mean? I'm trying to get that it's not working though. Of course, allow me to give you a full report. I had a burger.
Thank you for that, and allow me to apologize on Judy's behalf. I'm so sorry.
It's fine, Mr. Tangaroa. As I told her yesterday, the important thing is that we learn the truth in the end. Now, would you mind if I ask you a question or two?
By all means, I'll gladly share all that I can. Dun, 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 dun.
What can you tell me about the contestants who took part in the final round of the contest?
Let's see. There was Miss Scone. I loved her design concept, and unfortunately her entry was in violation of the rules, and so I had to disqualify her. Mr. Gusto's creations were a perfect balance of flavor and design, at least up through the semifinal. The semifinal.
Oh my god, his mouth. I'm going so quiet. He's, but disproportionately. Oh, disappointingly, sorry. But disappointingly, his entry for the final was subpar on both counts. And there was actually something a little unusual about his entry for the semifinal as well. That was a mess. For a minute, it almost sounded Sondheim-y. A little. Not too much, though. Ugh. Sorry that there's no key going on. His voice changed all my choices. I apologize. Which was?
It tasted identical to Mr. Frost's.
They may have looked different, but I could have sworn I was eating the same thing. Huh? And what exactly did his work look like?
Oh, there should be a photograph back at my mansion. I'll show it to you later, Mr. Edgeworth.
I also love that no one is questioning that he sings. No one joins in, but no one comments on it. Much appreciated, Miss Bound. But Mr. Frost's entry for the finals, that was truly sublime. Truly sublime. That was a little more modern than I was intending that to sound, huh? So you were able to finish judging it, even though his body had been discovered in the meantime? Yes, I wasn't aware of what had happened until after I'd completed my assessment. Mr. Frost wasn't in his room when I visited, so I took the liberty of sampling a bit. Part of the lyre, I believe. I'd never tasted anything like it. It was like a dream. I was so moved that I burst into song. Which is very unlike me. I'm sorry, but you are saying that the lyre tasted good? I'd like to hear more about that if you don't mind. Oh my god. Can you sum this up? Can you just write it down? This was a choice. You're quite sure it was the lyre you tasted when you sampled Mr. Frost's work? Lyre, I hardly. I'm certain of it. It was part of the Gemini sculpture, which was the only sculpture in that display case. Mr. Tangaroa, would you mind taking a look at this photograph for me? So the part you tried was the lyre. The one shown here without any strings? Oh, there were strings originally. That was the part I ate. Ah, God, that was bad. I'm running out of breath. That was the part I ate. God damn it. I'm trying to set it up and then he doesn't talk more. This is so hard. I regret doing this. I'm not doing this anymore. So the strings were missing because Mr. Tangaroa ate them all and he enjoyed them? Miss Scone told us she ate a part of the lyre as well, but she said it was far too salty for her to finish. Da-ding! Then it's true. The truth is I've suspected for a while that there might be something wrong with my sense of taste. Something wrong? How so exactly? There's a taste disorder characterized by an inability to detect salty flavors. And I suspect I've been suffering from it. I eat so many sweet foods on a daily basis that it took a while for me to even notice. But there's no denying it now. That would explain why the food here seems so bland to him. What? But your taste buds are your livelihood. Damn, you know, this is a phenomenon I'd love to see if there's any sort of documentary about, or maybe there will be one day. Because I learned that the guy who did the original Man vs. Food, like, he destroyed his body eating, like, too much high calorie, high fat, but also incredibly spicy things for the show. Like, he, like, almost had to go to the hospital, like, several times because he was eating the spiciest peppers and then 20 pounds of, like, oysters or cheese or whatever. Like, that's interesting to think about. Like, damn. Yeah, right? I heard about that, too. Because, yeah, Man vs. Food was my, not so much like a guilty pleasure, but, like, you know, especially when I was, like, driving around in my grandpa's car and stuff, like, oh, we're stopping in, Colorado or whatever. Like, I'd try to see if there's a Man vs. Food episode and then try to go to one of those restaurants. When my buddy moved to Portland and I went to go visit him, I watched the Portland episode of Man vs. Food, and that's how we found some of like his favorite restaurants that he still goes to. Lean Cam. I even tried going to one with my mom and my grandma, and they didn't want to go. To be fair, we were also we had a very busy drive day, so I didn't want to like push it. But that's how I found out about like Salvador Molly's and Voodoo Donuts. Like, anytime like I don't know someone in a city or an area, like, I'll watch it just to like get an idea. I don't know, it's fun. You don't know anyone. This was also before Google, and even still now it's like this one says parentheses ads at the bottom, so I'm like, is this legit a good place? Anyway, I'll go back to gaming and stop talking about food. Right? That is something I have wanted to do for a while, is like compile as many snacks as I can find that my mom wouldn't let me eat as a kid, like Trix yogurt and stuff like that. do like a silly video. But YouTube doesn't reward doing something different. It just wants the same. Just do the same every time. Do the same thing with Kitchen Nightmares, Jesus. So what's Gordon Ramsay like? While you're eating like raw chicken. He was really mean and he didn't know what he was talking about. Even if there was some long-term treatment option, I highly doubt a total cure for your condition exists. That is sad. Nevertheless, you should put in a request to the police for a proper evaluation. Oh, that won't be necessary. I have a recipe for a cure back at my mansion. You do? I do. You can take a look at it for yourself if you like. Samson. I almost gave her Keith. Samson.
Samson, we can't show that recipe to just anybody.
Judy, Mr. Edgeworth is hardly just anybody. He's my attorney. I have no secrets from him.
Yes, you're right. Of course. If that is what you wish.
Oh, that's Pokemon. I'm like, what musical is that? That is what you wish? It's Pokemon the movie 3.
Papa, you must be Papa.
Papa? If that is what you wish. Entei is also my daddy. Oh, look, someone finally made fan art of me. Oh my god. What on earth is the secret recipe for a miracle cure that they've been hiding? Is it going to be like, oh, what was that children's book called? Where this kid ate so much chocolate that it was like growing on his body? Like he was like literally, he ate so much chocolate, he was turning into chocolate. Maybe. Because I read, weirdly enough, 2 semi-horror stories about a kid obsessed with chocolate. Both, I think, in like the same, like 2nd or 3rd grade. There was the one where he was turning into chocolate, and then the one where he wished that everything was made of chocolate. And he like kisses his mom on the cheek and turns her into chocolate, and he like cries. And that's the cover of the book, is the boy kissing his mom, and you could see like half her face is becoming chocolate.
That might be the chocolate touch.
That sounds right.
I don't know.
Are you guessing? Did you look this up?
I'm trying to.
Yeah, I think chocolate fever sounds right, but then there was the chocolate touch or the chocolate boy, something like that. But yeah, he like starts going crazy because he's only like water is chocolate, meat is chocolate, bread. Like he tries making himself a ham sandwich and turns into chocolate. He's like going insane. The chocolate touch is right. Thank you. So then I guess chocolate fever would be, yeah, the kid who's turning into chocolate. And the cure was, I think it was a doctor. I don't know. But because first there was a doctor who was like, what, you haven't heard of the measles? And the boy's like, I already had the measles when I was a kid. So they're like, what can it be? But like someone gives him vanilla extract or something. And like the cure to chocolate fever was to eat vanilla. I'm like, oh, you'd think it would be like broccoli or something, but okay. But yeah, I liked those because both of them were like, it was like children's body horror and like children's like psychological horror. Like it was a slippery slope from chocolate obsessive children's books to Stephen King. But here I am. Reading the summary for Chocolate Fever. That sounds right. You spend less time reading, more time watching all my content all the time. I don't think I'm going to do more Arcane videos if people don't watch my Arcane videos. Why would I make more if you're not going to watch them? Same with my Ace Attorney streams. I don't know if people want me to do Apollo Justice because no one's watching my Ace Attorney investigations. Chat, you're failing me. If it was Slay the Princess Attorney investigations, I'd have a lot more views right now because those went really well. God, I missed that game. Anyway,
I suppose I should be getting back.
all right. We'll be right behind you. Judy,
Yes, Samson?
there's more to life than just me.
Ding.
Please, Judy, think about the life you want to live.
Because I won't always be around. Don't say that. Without you,
Oh my God.
I don't have a life to live. So I'll be waiting right there at the mansion until you come home. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Wait, Miss Bound.
Judy.
Whoa, she seemed really upset. I thought I saw tears in her eyes. Why'd you even say all that to her?
Because I worry about her. She can't keep putting my needs ahead of her own.
What do you mean? Oh my God. It's such a different vibe to see his mouth go that big. The Halike collection. The candy making. It's all because she thinks things will make me happy. Da-ding? She never thinks about what she wants, what she likes. I just want her to be her own person and choose her own destiny. The last thing I want is for her to miss out on all that life has to offer because of me. God, I keep having to breathe at the wrong spots. I'm sorry I don't read the sentence ahead of time. It's also really hard doing this sitting down. I'm not a sit singer. I've also never had to, I've never been told, keep sitting and sing. It's usually stand as you start the song. You know what I mean?
I always had a stand.
Yeah, stand to sing. I guess that makes sense. He really does see her as his own child. What parent wouldn't want their child to walk their own prosecutor's path? And what parent wouldn't do everything they could to protect them? I know exactly how he feels in this moment. I like to think that, yeah, Gregory Edgeworth would have supported Miles if he said he wanted to be a prosecutor for the right reasons. I also think I've asked of you everything I can for now, Mr. Tangaroa. We should be getting back to the scene of the crime.
Oh, you're leaving? I see. I suppose I'll be going back to the interrogation room for another session.
Yes, we'll have to do something about that.
You'll speak to the police for me?
That too, but I'll be putting something else in place as well. An ace up our sleeve for when the time comes. He's a young cadet at the academy, or no, 18 years ago. It's this little boy who pretends to be a shoe shiner named Dick Gumshoe. I look forward to learning more. I'm counting on you, Mr. Edgeworth. Dun 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 dun. We'll be back to brief you, Mr. Tangaroa, every day. And Judy, too.
Thank you, Eddie.
I'll look forward to it. Mr. Tangaroa. God, guys, can we end this, please? Everything goes on too long. Your interrogator will do everything in his power to extract a confession from you. I hate to see an innocent man suffer like this. But please, you have to do everything you can to hold out. If you can't, Mr. Von Karma will use that confession against you for as long as this case lasts. And it will make it that much harder for me to save you. I understand, and I'll try. I won't give up until... You have my word. Like, I get it, guys. Wrap it up. Like, it really feels very stretched out. And, like, all the Ace Attorney games kind of feel that, and I get it. It's a handheld. But I don't know. I'm a very less is more kind of... It's so weird having this feeling when I feel like so much like modern like TV and movies and stuff. I feel like they just try to cram it full of too many things, too many characters, and it doesn't have enough time to exist. And then I'm playing Ace Attorney Investigations, and I'm like, why are we taking our sweet time? It's wild. Ugh. What happened to art? Now it's all tic-tacs. I'm an artist that's not appreciated in his time. But yeah, I also think it becomes pretty evident that, yeah, it's like Von Karma's trying to like wear him down, so he'll just confess. It's literally a crime. Like, Von Karma broke the Geneva Convention. I think we're gonna have to kill this guy, Steven. Detective Bad, thank you again for what you did earlier. Yeah, thanks a ton. What are you talking about? Haha, there's no need to be shy about it. Never mind that now. I'm guessing you two are back here looking to investigate some more. We are indeed. We'll need something solid. We'll need something solid if we're going to save Mr. Tangaroa. Well, I hate to break it to you, but apart from this room, the whole place is on lockdown. What? But we need to see those other rooms. This is Mr. Von Karma's doing, I presume? Who else? Haven't seen the autopsy report yet either. Guy's probably got a hand in that too. And don't expect to speak with anybody except us cops and Miss Bound. Everybody else is gone, and I doubt Von Karma will be handing out phone numbers. 8675309, by the way. Is this just all a game to him? What does he have? Why does he have to go so far? So what's the plan of action, Detective? Same as before. Do what I can to help you uncover the truth, like I promised. You have my gratitude. Just you wait, Mr. Von Karma. Just you wait. Like everyone else starts singing.
Somehow out of the interrogation.
We're gonna beat you in your bag of dirty tricks. Detective, may we conduct a brief investigation of the area? Finally, something that isn't just talking. Sure, but like I said, everywhere else is off bounds. You probably won't be seeing those rooms again. Or you won't be seeing those rooms again. Fine. As long as there's at least some way of continuing our investigation, we'll make do. Hooray! Christ. Ooh, it's a cookie drum set. That's fun. And what do I click on? There's a drum set here decorated to look as if it were made out of cakes. They must play it on Bacon Bob. Detective, about these drums. We already checked. There's nothing inside any of them. No sign of anything having been put inside or taken out either. They're not relevant. They're just cool. You've already done your homework, I see. I may like lollipops a little too much, but I'm no sucker. Nice. That was pretty good. Fountain boy, what is the secret of your power? Fountain boy, won't you take me far away from the mucky muck now? Oh, take my hand. Excuse me, may I ask what you're investigating? Sir, I'm analyzing the fountain water to see what might be in it, sir. And what'd you find? Chocolate. What? That's just water. Chocolate, what looks like the kind of flavoring and colorings used in frozen desserts, sir. The composition of the chocolate seems to be the same as that of Mr. Tangaroa's work. And the flavorings and colors match the profile of those used in Mr. Fraud's ice sculptures. Those little rivers flow from all four artist rooms right here to this fountain. Guess that's how the stuff from the melted sculptures wound up in there. That's not all, sir. We also found blood. What? Why is there blood in the water? Why is there blood in the water? Think back to our investigation of the murder scene, Detective. Take another look at the scene in the front of us. Take another look at the scene in front of us. A very conspicuous pool of blood that should be here is clearly missing. You're right. Don't remember anybody mentioning they'd removed the blood along with the body. The victim's blood was mysteriously absent, as was the part of the chocolate chest it had pooled on. Da-ding! I believe that the blood probably belongs to, I guess, the victim? Did someone hurt themselves? Oh, there's literally no other page. So yeah, the victim. Take that! Huh, the victim, huh? I'll have the guy compare with the blood on the murder weapon. Da-na-na-na, forensic report. It's a match. The blood in the fountain is Frost's. But why would someone want to send the victim's blood downstream into the fountain like this? Victim's blood out. Am I chatting?
You're gonna talk to
Judy. Got it. Miss Bound, we're here to continue our investigation.
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm so sorry about earlier.
She's still looking kind of down in the dumps, Mr. E. She must have been greatly taken aback by what Mr. Tangaroa had to say.
I found the photograph of the semifinal entries for you. Here, it's all yours.
Those look cool. Wow, Miss Scone sure knows how to make a cute cake.
Yes, Samson loved your design for that one. And he loved the designs and flavors of Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost entries too. Only problem was, as Simpson mentioned earlier, they tasted exactly the same. However, their respective entries for the final tasted nothing alike, it seems.
Was there anything else of note that changed between the semifinal and the final?
Nothing major, but I guess there was one thing. Mr. Gusto's son was always here with him throughout the contest, but he was nowhere to be seen during the final.
Why would his son come and hang out at a contest venue of all places? You sure you're happy for us to keep hold of this?
Of course. I hope it helps the investigation.
Banana.
Oh, and I also have the book containing the recipe for the cure Samson mentioned.
Da-ding. We've seen this book before. It was in the chocolate frame in Tangaroa's room.
That's right. He put it on display there so everyone could see the grand prize.
What? The cure's in the Ultimate Cookbook? So it's not a book of dessert recipes, I take it?
Oh, no. We told the contestants, of course. But I guess nobody told you yet.
So the contestants all knew what the Ultimate Cookbook was this whole time. Oh, I was thinking like, oh, it must have recipes and also taste things, but no. That's bizarre. I'd like to hear more about the cookbook if you don't mind, Miss Bound. So if I understand correctly, the Ultimate Cookbook is actually a collection of recipes for different medicines?
Exactly. Or rather, totally new medications that haven't made it to market yet, to be precise. It's also not approved by the FDA, but don't worry about that. To the right buyer, a pharmaceutical company, for example, it'd be worth a fortune.
But why make the grand prize in a confectionery contest?
Mr. Tangaroa is the sole heir to the Tangaroa family fortune. Perhaps you've heard of the Tangaroa Group?
The Tangaroa Group? Yeah, I think I've heard of them somewhere before. It's a major pharmaceutical corporation. Sells all kind of pills and poisons, but also cupcakes. Oh yeah, the new Cold Killer Pro. Right? Cold Killer Pro, isn't that what Phoenix takes? Or his was Cold Killer X? Boo. Fake fans don't even know what Feeny takes in his medicine. Has been making some real waves since it went on sale. I always reach for a cold killer when I'm feeling under the weather. Hardly. Which is never as far as I've seen. I'd like to hear more about the Tangaroa Group, if you don't mind. The Tangaroa Group. So did Mr. Tangaroa not want to take over for his parents and go into the family business?
No, he preferred the idea of making people's lives better through the power of confectionery. And his parents supported him in his quest to become the best in the world, like no one ever was. Then, when they passed away, he inherited the cookbook.
Why would he make such a valuable heirloom a mere contest prize?
He's been hounded by so many people looking to make the book their own. He was tired of it. But it would have been an insult to his parents' memory simply to give it away. So he decided to find somebody he felt was worthy of it.
Can you imagine if, like, Gordon Ramsay, like, the winner of Hell's Kitchen this year gets, like, the ultimate vaccine? I'll bet the board of directors loved that. Handing over the fruits of all their expensive research to someone else.
They hated the idea, of course, which is why Delicia entered the contest. The Tangaroa Group wanted her to win the book back for them.
What? So you knew she was a pharmacist all along?
Yes. Not only that, I told her how to appeal to Samson's taste. I tried to help her win.
But why?
I wanted to protect Samson by protecting the Tangaroa Group. If that cookbook fell into another company's hands, the board would never forgive him. So I wanted to find a way to keep it within the company, but in a way that Samson couldn't object to.
So that's how Mr. Scone managed to keep it so far in a contest that she had no business taking part in. But Miss Scone wasn't the only one pretending, was she? Mr. Frost wasn't really a confectioner either. But he still made it all the way to the final, just like she did. Not bad. Must use a little time wizard, time roulette go, copycat, grave robber, red eyes.
Yes, it's unbelievable, isn't it? Such a talented sculptor and a gifted crafter of desserts, too.
Gifted indeed, judging by the standard of his work in the final. How did one man produce pieces of that size and quality in such a short period of time?
I'm not sure I have much more to tell you, but if there's anything else I can help you with, I'd be happy to, of course.
She's certainly very keen to ensure that she does all she can for Mr. Tangaroa. I could certainly use a cup of tea. I could certainly use a cup of the tea you made us yesterday. Am I okay? I think that might help move the investigation along nicely. The investigation in my tummy. It'll help me poop. Oh, I'll have some too. Your tea's to die for, Miss Bound.
Well, how could I possibly refuse? I'll bring it right out.
You know, I think that cheered her up a little. Cool. Prey slaughtered. We've learned a little more about the contest participants, but there's still one question involving Mr. Gusto for which we never got an answer. Nothing at all, Mr. Gusto? You went to Mr. Frost's room, didn't you? Perhaps you could tell us why? Oh, sure, I was...
Silence! You're not to give the attorney any information.
What was he doing in Mr. Frost's room? And that's not all. I also have questions about the work he submitted for the semifinals. A confectioner who admits to lacking design sense and a sculptor with it in... What? Mr. Gusto could not have hoped to win such a high-level contest by himself. Which is why I'm beginning to wonder if there was some sort of connection between him and Mr. Frost. Detective? I need to ask Mr. Gusto a few more questions. His story still doesn't quite add up for me. Me neither. We need to figure out how to get in touch with him. Oh, do you now?
Oh, do you now? Oh my god. Good luck with that, because I have no intention of allowing it.
Mr. Von Karma.
I am already in the midst of my own investigation into Gusto, so there's no need for the likes of you to pester him with the same questions again. Tisk, tisk, tisk. I will, however, be happy to answer any questions you might have for me.
He seems dead set on preventing me from talking to Mr. Gusto, in which case, fine. Allow me to take you up on your offer.
Very well. What is it?
I'd like you to tell me about the connection between Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost. Oh shit, it's time to duel?
First, I draw a Pot of Greed. This allows me to draw 2 cards from my deck and place them in my hand.
Von Karma would have Pot of Greed.
The connection between Gusto and Frost? It was simply a matter of coincidence. They both happen to be taking part in the same contest.
That's all?
That's all I have to say to you.
What? That doesn't help us at all. We'll have to confront him with evidence if we want to draw the truth out of him. And it's imperative that we do. He's clearly hiding something. You know what? I'm all for short-ass testimonies. This is nice. Thank you. Thank you, Von Karma. You took that other man's breath away. Do I press or present? I thought so. Simply a matter of coincidence they both happen to be taking place at the contest. I don't think that's true. The cookbook? What would prevent this from being a coincidence? Fire was salty. This thing? No. States. Okay, I'd like a hint, please. So the other one. The contest rules? Oh, different designs but tasted the same. What are the odds of that? Thank you, that helped a lot.
Objection!
My man's got that crisp objection. I wonder if you could look at the 2 confections in the foreground from you, Mr. Von Karma. They were made for the contestants' semifinals. Both are quite exquisitely crafted, wouldn't you agree?
Get to the point. I have no time for sweets. I will burn this so you do not show my daughter what cake is.
As the nameplate suggests, these were Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost's entries. Mr. Gusto told us that confectionery design was far from his strong suit, and yet his work in the picture is just as good as Mr. Frost's. Exactly as good, in fact. We learned from another witness that their 2 entries also tasted exactly the same.
What are you suggesting?
I love how big the objection is in them. What? I'm suggesting that they were helping one another out. Let's take a closer look, shall we? It's very obvious that the phoenix bird wants to fuck that unicorn. While at first glance, the 2 may appear to be superficially different. Oh, they also have the same colors. Unlike the mane and the tail and then the feathers. And then the flowers are the same colors. Clever little... And it's the same... Oh my god, it's exactly the same. Jesus Christ. Maybe you normies didn't notice, but I know something about anime and furry cake making, so... That was my elective in high school. It becomes apparent that there are significant similarities in how they were put together. They are made of the same ingredients, taste the same, and share a similar design aesthetic. There's not the time to take a drink. This picture is proof positive that the 2 were working together, mostly hand stuff.
If you figured that much out, I suppose there's little point denying it.
Ta-ding. Mr. Von Karma knew all along they were cooperating?
But I'll warn you, none of what you're about to hear will be to your advantage. Let me confirm what you seem so desperate to prove. Gusto and Frost were indeed working together. Mostly hand stuff. Gusto spelled out the details of his relationship to Frost during his questioning last night. It seems they were helping one another right up until the day before the final.
So you knew that the 2 were cooperating? Mr. Von Karma, why are you trying to bury the truth?
Please, enough of the petty slander. I merely wanted to avoid you poking your nose before I could provide proper context in court. It simply slipped my mind to explain that to you.
Yeah, it doesn't explain why he's being so slippery with the facts, though. I need to figure out what it is he's hiding. I can't let things end like this.
Let me confirm what you seem so desperate.
Press present. Work together. Gusto spelled out the details of his relationship with Frost. It seemed that they were helping one another right up until the day before the final. I'll go for the last one first. Video game logic, but why were they cooperating?
Gusto's sense of design is subpar, and Frost was an amateur confectioner at best. Neither of them stood a chance of making it through the contest alone.
So what was their end game? Why cooperate only until the day before the finals?
Gusto claims to have ended the scheme. Allegedly, he wanted to win the finals on his own merits. His one and only goal really was to be crowned the world's best confectioner, king of confections. And his pride would not allow him to do so with the help of another.
Cheetahs can only win hollow victories, I guess. Or 2 people win because they helped each other. I was under the impression that their collaboration had only lasted through the semifinals. But I'm starting to think it might have lasted up through the final itself. Mr. Von Karma, I'd like to ask you some more about how long they worked together for, if you don't mind.
If you must. Gusto's sense of design is subpar, and Frost was an amateur confectioner at best. The 2 cooperated until the day before the final, then decided to compete on their own merits.
Present? That's the semifinal. So not that again. Sorry, I'm like staring at the day before the final, and I'm like, so on the semifinals, bi-weekly, meaning twice a week or every other week? I thought it might be the rules. This? I'm asking you to double check my thought. Is it this? Because he helped make the salty.
Objection!
Poggers, let's go. Thank you. They weren't working together during the finals? I find that a little hard to believe. Miss Skona's on record having described Mr. Frost's creation as scrumptious. And while he was certainly skilled, I doubt even he could have become a world-class confectioner overnight. It seems far more likely to me that he and Mr. Gusto were still cooperating during the finals.
How many times must I explain this to you? Assertions require proof, and one person's entirely subjective statement is not proof of anything. Besides, even amateurs can occasionally make delicious food. Perhaps Frost was simply... hiccup lucky. My wife, for example,
You have a wife?
is an amateur whose cooking puts first-class chefs to shame.
You have a wife? Von Karma didn't donate his seed? He fucked? He's married? I thought maybe Francisco was like a one-night stand with like some sort of like genius at law and they decided to make the perfect prosecutor baby. You can have children without getting married. I know Francisca exists. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Lamau indeed. Say it. Say this made you laugh. How you've seen the light. I've shown you the error of your ways. But yeah, I didn't think he ever got married. I thought he was just like,
Your brain, it will mix well with my brain and genetics, and we will make the perfect prosecuting girl.
But Professor Utonium accidentally added an extra ingredient to the concoction, being Edgeworth's adopted sister. Thus, Francisca Karma was born, using her ultra superpowers. How is that not an entirely subjective statement? There's no way that's true. Please do. How? What? Is it a fan art?
I mean, it's
It's just Von Karma with like long hair. Longer hair, I guess. It's fanning. How is that not an entirely subjective statement?
Furthermore, you are ignoring another crucial part of the pharmacist's testimony, namely that she also describes some of Frost's work as being unbearably salty. In other words, your evidence actually shows that Frost failed to produce the perfect confectionery.
Meh.
Tisk, tisk, tisk. No more objections, I take it?
There must be some way I could prove that Gusto and Frost were still collaborating. Mr. Ree, there's something that's been on my mind. Yes, what is it, Eddie? Mr. Frost's entry for the finals. Wouldn't it have taken a while to bake? I would imagine so. Making flavored water, freezing it all, and then carving 2 whole sculptures. Could he really have done all that and help Mr. Gusto with his work? Ding. If it was me, I'd have barely gotten as far as the setting the flavored water up to freeze part. That getting as far as the setting the flavored water up to freeze part. I just can't see how Mr. Frost could have pulled it off. Well, it's a cooking show. They probably froze the water ahead of time. Perhaps there's some lawyerly instinct in you after all, Eddie. Your pondering certainly points to another possibility. What were you saying? I was having a snack. Eddie, away! He's right. Mr. Frost would have needed to freeze his own large blocks of flavored ice to create his art. And there wouldn't have been time to do that during the contest itself. So what must Mr. Frost have done in order to finish his flavored ice entry within the time limit? Make it the day before the final, which is when they were still helping each other. He must have made the flavored ice the day before. Then all he would have had to do was sculpt it.
What are you muttering about now?
Oh, I'm sorry. I just realized something, that's all. I realized that you're correct. What? Mystery? I hope you know what you're doing.
Oh, I'm going to be talking about this for months. Oh, accepting defeat at last, are we?
The only thing I'm accepting is that perhaps one of the things you said was true. They were helping one another right up until the day before the final. Just as you said, the day before the final really did mark the end of their collaboration. Mr. Frost's entry was carved entirely from blocks of flavored ice. Ice which would have needed at least a day to freeze, and whose flavors would therefore have already been prepared by Mr. Gusto.
Yes, which lines up perfectly with what Gusto told me, that he helped Frost until the day before the final.
In that case, why didn't Mr. Frost reciprocate and, God, why was that hard to read, and help Mr. Gusto in return?
Because I said so. I could hardly be expected to read the minds of the dead.
Perhaps not, but I imagine Mr. Gusto could tell us. So why don't you let us speak with him? Or do you still insist your interrogation was as thorough as you claim?
How dare you call my methods into questioning?
That's not my intention. I just don't understand why you would obstruct a perfectly valid line of inquiry. Give me one good reason as to why you're keeping Mr. Gusto from me.
One good reason? Certainly. The how and why of Frost and Gusto's collaboration have absolutely no bearing on this case.
Classic Von Karma lie. How can you possibly say that with any certainty? If the relationship had broken down for some reason, that could very well have been the motive behind this murder.
Could it indeed? Then why did Gusto himself tell me all about it? Why did the man you seem so keen on accusing share the details of his collaboration with the prosecution?
Ding.
Please tell me you have some proof to back up your preposterous suspicions this time.
Mr. Gusto only acted suspicious one time that we know of. And I imagine Mr. Von Karma is aware of exactly what that suspicious action was. Which means this is probably a trap.
Well, cat got your tongue? What?
But even if this is a trap, I can't break down now. Mr. Gusto snuck into Mr. Frost's room, and we still don't know why. The fact alone is reason enough to suspect him.
Tisk, tisk, tisk. If that's your only concern, then allow me to clear it up for you.
I knew it. It was a trap.
I was saving this for the trial, but consider it a taste of things to come. Exodia, obliterate. Plus, I'd hate for the proceedings to drag on because of your needless interjections. Take a look at this.
What? Oh, their children are friends? That's nice. That's...
Gusto and Frost, and their sons.
Oh, they're a couple. They have sons. Let's go, vibes. Zoom type.
Gusto snuck into Frost's room in order to retrieve this photograph.
But why?
Seems their sons attended the same elementary school. Gusto was concerned that the fact of Mr. Frost and his acquaintance might place him under undue suspicion. A concern that you have just proved was entirely well-founded. Gusto's actions make perfect sense, and you've given me no reason to believe otherwise.
No. Oh. You alright, King? Yeah, there you go. Don't let him get to you like that. He's never going to let me talk to Mr. Gusto.
Yeah, if you are quite done obstructing my investigation, I have things to be getting on with. Important grown-up things.
That smug, self-righteous jerk. I'll give him something to be getting on with. What do we do, Mr. E? Mr. Tangaroa's finished if we can't figure something out. Things to be getting on with. What exactly could those things be? He has a body, a murder weapon, and a suspect in custody. If the prosecution means to pursue Mr. Tangaroa, surely they have all they need. Ugh. So why is Mr. Von Karma still investigating the scene of the crime? Something on your mind, Mr. E? We're missing something. Something important. Mr. Von Karma has everything he needs to proceed with the prosecution of Mr. Tangaroa, and yet he still doesn't seem entirely confident of his case. Oh, my butt. Do I need a better chair? Is that what I should be asking for Christmas? Santa never gives me what I want. I wanted my family to get along. I wanted to have at least one Christmas where people didn't fight. Ooh, I almost took it into a more... Those were all genuine, but I almost took it into a real sad place. Did I tell you the upsetting thing that a mall Santa, like, misheard me say? I might have. Maybe that'll be the donation goal. What should we put it at? 50 bucks? It is a little dark. There we go. That's your incentive tonight, chap. I tried getting one of those little pillows, and it doesn't fit on this chair, and it angled me weird. I'm sorry, now I have to get 2 pillows? What are you talking about? I don't know what you mean. A lump. Okay. I'll sit on a pillow. But I tried to get the kind where it's on a wedge and there's a little hole cut out so you can poop while you're sitting on it. That's what it looks like. It looks like if we pooped out of our tailbones. That's what toilet seats would be like. It didn't really fit on this, and it wasn't right. I kept sliding off of it. It wasn't comfy. Ugh. Man, I need to do something for my butt, because this chair is not always good to my butt. Anyway, we're continuing. Focus, everybody. Places. Everyone at the keyboard ready to say, oh my god, Pogger's king, you nailed it. If he was, why refuse to share information with Detective Bad? Who else? Haven't seen the autopsy report either. Oh my god. Well, now we get it. He said it before. In addition, we still haven't solved the mystery of what happened to the evidence that went missing. Take another look at the crime scene in front of us, Detective. A very conspicuous pool of blood should be here. It's clearly missing. Missing. The ding. You're right. Oh, that's right. We're in the past, so no one knows that Von Karma's a complete piece of garbage. Evidence that turned up not in Mr. Tangaroa's room, but in a most unusual place. It's a match. The blood in the fountain is Frost's. So there were no traces of Mr. Frost's blood left in Mr. Tangaroa's room. Yet we found some in the fountain instead. Why? Oh my god. The missing victim's blood is the blood in the fountain. The autopsy was found in the fountain. Bill, I need you to lay down. Mr. Frost's blood went missing from the crime scene, but traces of it showed up in the fountain. Why go to the trouble of removing the blood from the scene after the body had been discovered? And why only the blood? Surely the body would have also been in the way. Could someone have moved the body aside to get to the blood? Shit. Chat help. What do I do? Chat help. I don't know what to do. I think I'm just going to close my eyes and leap. It's time to try defying logic. So the body might have been moved aside or even removed from the scene of the crime entirely. Kiss me goodbye. I'm defying logic. After all, as far as we know, there's still no autopsy report. We've learned plenty about the murder weapon and the suspect, but very little about the body itself. Our assumption thus far has been that the body had been recovered by the forensics team. But what if that assumption is false? But if Mr. Von Karma wouldn't show Detective Bad the autopsy report out as something other than spite? What if we've been thinking about this the wrong way around all along? The question isn't why did Mr. Von Karma hold back information about the body? It's why didn't Mr. Von Karma just give his body over to me? Did Mr. Von Karma have any information about the body in the first place? How do things look from that angle? Perhaps the body hadn't been removed by the police in order to carry out an autopsy. Perhaps it had already been removed and hidden away by the culprit before their arrival. Mystery! We've both heard rumors about Mr. Von Karma's questionable methods. Fabricated witness statements, shady deals, forged evidence, even... You know what I really hate that he does? When he makes the autopsy report specifics really vague. Only some sort of cankerous swine would do such a thing. And Edgeworth's like, all right, I get it. Eddie, move on. Sure, everybody's heard of that stuff, but what's that got to do with us right now? We would never judge a person on the basis of rumors alone. Even Mr. Von Karma. Oh, that's sweet. Remember when he was thinking to himself, like, I'd support my child no matter what? What if Eddie said that to him while he's regaling him the tale? Meanwhile, Edgeworth's like, in my version of the story, we played mind chess. Mind chess! Mind chess! Right? That was the Chris Angel show? Mind Freak?
Yes.
Mind Freak! Mind chess! Dude, every time I'm in Vegas, I'm always tempted to go see Chris Angel's show, and it's always closed. It might be gone now, but I think it was a Cirque show. It was like Chris Angel and Cirque du Soleil. It was called Mind Freak. And I want to watch it really bad. Especially when I was doing a bunch of auditions in Vegas, I went through a huge Cirque du Soleil phase. I saw a bunch of them. It got my mind off it because, like, you do a bunch of auditions for, like, you know, plays and musicals and stuff. I don't want to see a play or a musical because then I'd be sitting there thinking, I suck. I'll never get to do this. So I see something that I can't do, nor would I audition for. Anyway. Even Mr. Von Karma, I've tried my best not to let my preconceptions color our interaction with him. Nonetheless, it appears he may indeed be willing to twist the truth to his own ends. Twist the truth? You mean he's been playing dirty? He's been saying he has ESP every time we play Duel Monsters. I fear he might have been and still is. I'm not about to let him get away with it. I'm telling. Oh my god, is he telling? Challenge him to a duel.
I'm returning to the prosecutor's office. Don't breathe a word about anything to that infernal attorney.
I'm right here. Yes, sir.
Hold it.
King, let's go. Slap him with your glove. Your big, meaty hands.
Yes, what is it now?
I have a few questions, Mr. Von Karma, about a certain fact you've been keeping from us.
Really? You mean to call the methods of an officially sanctioned investigation into question yet again? I'm warning you, if you obstruct the police in their work any further, there will be consequences.
Objection.
That little Santa in the back is like, oh, shit. It's not the police I have an issue with, Mr. Von Karma. It's you.
What?
Isn't it on the prosecution to work out who the real culprit of a crime is?
Huh. What foolishness is this? I have no intention of debating what the prosecution's role is or is not with the likes of you. But let me make one thing clear. My job is to identify suspects and ensure that every last one of them is convicted at all costs. Believe me when I say I leave absolutely no room for doubt when I present my perfect, unassailable cases.
And how far would you go for that perfect case? Would you create facts out of whole cloth, perhaps?
Ha! Yeah, I thought you had outdone yourself already. But now you intend to accuse me of fabricating evidence?
I do. Because it is why you've done nothing but hinder Detective Bad from doing his job at every turn.
Ding!
What are you talking about? You didn't shut him out of the investigation because you wanted him to keep an eye on us. You did it to stop him from finding out that you don't have the body. What? He doesn't have the body, but I can see him. No, murder body. Oh, I got it.
Ridiculous! You're clutching at straws. I will tolerate no more of your preposterous slander.
Then allow us to examine it. Prove me wrong if you can.
Tisk! Tisk, tisk, tisk. I'm afraid you'll have to try a little harder than that. I am under no obligation whatsoever to prove your baseless accusations one way or another.
As you must have seen for yourself, a piece of bloodied chocolate is missing from the scene of the crime. Why did it disappear, and where did it go?
And what does it matter? Some blood went missing from the chest where the body was found. So what?
So what indeed? That's precisely my question. I really want him to be like, I could get a mistrial if we're missing too much evidence. That'd be sick. Because I think that's what would really happen, right? If it's like, hey, like half the evidence is gone. The blood is missing. I feel like they'd have to do something. If the body was still at the scene when the police got here, removing the blood would accomplish nothing. However, let us suppose for a moment that the body was not. Yeah, and then Von Karma would be like, that wouldn't count as a win in his mind. He doesn't draw. He doesn't tie. If someone had wanted to erase any trace of what had happened in that room, then it all makes perfect sense.
What is this petty obsession with the bloodstain. Evidence, evidence, facts, facts. But since it is so important to you, why don't you tell me where you believe it went?
Of course, after all, evidence is everything, as you never tire of telling us. I believe this should back up my theory quite nicely. What evidence do I have that shows where the blood went? The fountain, right? No? Was there not? No? I thought... Oh, no, that was a logic evidence. Fuck. I keep getting all those jumbled together. Where the blood from Mr. Tangarogo's room went. What? The fountain.
Oh, I understand.
But not at the scene of the crime. It was found in the fountain. Thank you. I was looking for the fountain. That was a mind freak thought. Mind think. Traces of the victim's blood were found in the fountain. Oh my god, is there a way to stream old Chris Angels? Or like Street Magic? Remember when people would like jerk off to David Blaine?
Yeah, I do.
Man. Then YouTube got in the way. Oh, you could do close-up magic? This guy had a thought about the Owl House in 2021 that ended up being true. Fuck off, Chris Angel. This guy watches and listens. He watches shows and listens to music and talks about it way too long and is really annoying in his game streams. There you go. I want merch that says like Bill Chill Gaming or like game streams done like Chris Angel Mind Freak. Along with traces of the chocolate from Mr. Tangaroa's room. I believe the missing piece of bloodstained chocolate was dumped into the stream that flows to the fountain, which strongly points towards one certain fact. Someone purposefully disposed of the blood after the body had been removed from the chest. Mr. Von Karma, where did you find the body? You didn't find it, did you? Answer me.
Where did you get your hands on that kind of evidence?
My eyes, you weirdo.
You've neither the authority nor the means to carry out that kind of anal wysis on the fountain water.
No, but I do.
Curse you bad! You've been a thorn in my side from the moment you were assigned. Well, no longer. As of now, you are officially off the case.
I was barely on in the first place. Mr. Von Karma, you still haven't answered my question. Will you admit it? Will you confirm that no body was ever recovered?
Tisk, tisk, tisk. It's really quite the claim, you know, and one for which you'll never find any proof for, I'm afraid.
What, are you going to shock him with a stun gun? What must I do to get an answer out of him?
Now, if you don't mind, I've given you quite enough of my precious time already. I look forward to destroying you in court, Gregory Edgeworth. Your precious logic and theories won't save you then. Nothing will.
Wow, this is literally my YouTube comment section. Mark my words, Mr. Von Karma. Your methods will be your undoing. No matter how you try to hide the truth, I'll bring it all to light in the end. Forgive me, Detective. I didn't mean to put you in a difficult position. Don't sweat it. It was always going to end this way. Honestly, nobody's ever sidelined me the way he did before. First time for everything, huh? You know, think you might be right about the body being missing. I am, and I'll prove it in court. Heh, well, if there's anything I can do to help, just say the word. Since you know, I'm off the case now. That's very kind. I'm sorry to keep asking favors of you, Detective Bat, but there is one more thing. Just gives him a little kiss. Hey, what are you guys whispering about? Come on, let me in on the secret. All right, Eddie, the detective and I were just arranging a little insurance for the trial. Fucking holds up a gun. He's gonna try to shoot me one day, I can tell. I think we have enough to see Mr. Tangaroa acquitted. But I'd prefer to have an ace in the hole, just in case. And what is it? I call him Tiny Thief. You'll find out in the courtroom. Wait, what? You'll let me join you? Of course I am. You are my assistant, after all. Yeah, I'll be more than that by next year. I'll be a full-fledged attorney, you know. You could take on we can take on Mr. Von Karma together. Indeed. Though I'm hoping we'll have freed Mr. Tangaroa by then. But if we're up against Mr. Von Karma, I guess we can't rule out the possibility that this might take some time. Right, but we'll do everything we can in the meantime. I know you can beat Mr. Von Karma, Mr. E. I believe in you. We can't allow Mr. Tangaroa to remain imprisoned for a crime he didn't commit. And we won't. I'll expose Mr. Von Karma's lies if it's the last thing I do. Anyway, I gotta get my bulletproof vest to the cleaners. They say it'll take 3 business days, but it'll be... Oh, they copied my thumbnail. I'm suing. To be continued. That's what I get for making jokes. What? Do we get to actually go to the court? Or are we back to... modern day. Am I really?
Yeah.
Yay!
2 hours, 10 minutes.
Thank you, too. What are you saying? I have 2 hours, 10 minutes left in the case? Jesus, we're going to be going till midnight?
Hell yeah.
Let's go, gamers, poggers. Donate, like, subscribe, comment, ring the bell. Consider becoming a member. Admire and appreciate my dedication. Or I'll just start giving up games midstream and never return to the franchise again. Ever. You know what? I'll say the SF word. I'll go back to playing that. Nobody wants that. That's why we're switching to Mario. We're going to do a Mario marathon. I really want to. Christ, this can't be 2 more hours. That's pretty much how things went down. Those are the facts of the IS-7 as far as I'm concerned. I'm finally learning the truth about my father's last case. So what happened at the trial? Was Grandpa Edgeworth doing all right? Good old pop? No, Kay. Oh. So I don't get... No Christmas presents from your Oh. Poor Kay. Well, we lost. Von Karma did a real number on us. Really? You couldn't prove that Mr. Tangaroa was innocent? Oh, we could prove it all right. Had a decent little pile of evidence in our favor. Problem was, we underestimated Von Karma. He thought even dirtier than we'd feed. I can imagine. Secure conviction at all costs. That was always his guiding principle. Hey, yeah. Ain't that the truth? Anywho, trial dragged on, and things took about a year in the end. I'll never forget the day the verdict came down, December 28th that following year. It's April now, so, oh mama, we're talking over 17 years ago. Time sure does fly, huh? December 28th. I was there that day 17 years ago, sitting in the courtroom gallery. So it's been 2 years since the first game then. Or a year and a half? Just before the trial got started, Gregory noticed that Samson was looking even worse than usual. Worse than usual! Turns out the poor guy had finally reached his limit. It was so bad, he even said he wanted to be found guilty. Wait, you mean they forced a confession out of him? Yeah, Mr. Von Karma got what he'd been pushing for from the very beginning. That's sad. And when Gregory tried to drop the bombshell about there being no body to speak of, he learned that Von Karma had used the power of the police to head him off at the pass. Even had himself a fake autopsy report, but that wasn't the end of it. Mr. Von Karma had gotten... That makes that moment even crazier. Because, right, that's our first case with Edgeworth, where he, like, kind of fudges the autopsy report to make it vague. Mr. Von Karma had gotten Samson to falsely testify against himself to being an accessory to murder in court. Combined with his confession, the poor guy's goose was well and truly cooked. But Gregory still had his ace in the hole, though. A gun. The same ace he asked Detective Bad to help him with? The same ace he asked Detective Bad to help him with? Exactamundo! He knew he needed one last card to play if they squeezed a confession out of Samson, the Dark Magician. So he had Bad record all of Samson's interrogations. I guess Detective Bad really wanted to know the truth too, huh? We all did, but he was a trooper. Stayed with the case even after Von Karma took him off it. He was tied up in some other big case too. Good old Bad, they don't make him like that anymore. Bark. Bark, bark. Anyway, Gregory presented the recordings as proof that Samson's confession was coerced. And you know what? It almost worked. A cop named Ian Seidman got fired. Samson's interrogator and the initial detective before Bad, he took the fall for pretty much the whole thing. But Von Karma didn't get away scot-free. In fact, he was disciplined by the chief prosecutor. For for the one and only time in his 40-year career. You know, before we had him totally killed. Still, Samson himself couldn't stomach another day in court. So when that guilty verdict came down, it didn't just signal the end of that day, but for the whole sad affair. I don't remember a lot myself, but my father's face when they declared Mr. Tangaroa guilty. I was a young child at the time, but even I could tell how much he was hurting inside. Gregory wanted to appeal the ruling, of course. He would have done anything to clear Samson's name. But then, well, you know what happened next. Poor guy, he never got the chance. No, I remember. F in the chat for our king. The daddy of daddies, the king of daddies. I should have left with him that day. I always blame myself for not doing that. But I shoved that aside and obsessed over something else instead. Or rather, someone else. I hated what you did. Hated you for choosing to stick with Von Karma. Stick with? He was adopted. Why didn't you didn't take him in? I hope you can forgive me. No, you had every right to hate me. I went on to become a prosecutor as planned, and that's when Mr. Von Karma showed me this case file. According to these records, Mr. Tangaroa was convicted as the main culprit in Mr. Frost's murder. Nope, that's not right. Samson was convicted as an accessory to murder. Strange. The file clearly states that he was the perpetrator. Plus, I'm fairly certain that all of Mr. Von Karma's cases were successfully solved. Mind if I take a peek at those? Da-ding, this file's been doctored. The part about the verdict, it's been changed. What? Here, feast your papers on this. Organizer, confectionery, contest victim's body was found. Convicted as an accomplice. That's a copy of the file they have on record at the courthouse. And why is my copy so different? Well, he said it came from Von Karma, yeah? My guess is he didn't want Gregory's son thinking there was a murderer out there still at large. Didn't want you looking into it again before the statute of limitations was up. So everything I believe about the case was a lie. Like they say, we all gotta start somewhere. What's important is you know what's what now. It's a ding. Statute of limitations may have run out, but the truth's still out there, you know?
Do you guys want me to go? I'm still just kind of looking at this.
I inherited Samson's case when your old man passed. Prosecution handed it off to somebody else, too. The great Von Karma wasn't gonna bother facing off against a rookie like me, was he? Anyway, long story short, the killer was never found, and Samson was found guilty instead. That's terrible. Is there really nothing we can do to help him? Not without finding the real perp, I'm afraid. Not until then. His confession. God, that's hard to go between those two voices. His confession stands. Speaking of which, I didn't find out until after the verdict had been handed down, but Von Karma had threatened Samson and made him a deal. Told him if he didn't confess, he'd make sure Judy was convicted instead. How could he? Samson knew there was no way Judy could have done it, of course. But he wasn't going to take any chances, so he did what he was told and confessed to keep us safe. If it turns out to be her the first time, I'm going to be... That's wild. Now riddle me this, Milesy boy. Why do you think your Uncle Eddie just happened to be in the prison the day Bronco Knight died? Ah, that's right. You were there to see Mr. Tangaroa. Bingo! Judy and I both promised we'd visit him every day. I didn't quite keep that promise, but Judy did. She never missed one visit in all these years. Come rain or shine, she always showed up. But none of that changes the fact that Samson's still being unduly punished day after day. How heartbreaking. We gotta do something, Mr. Fender. Well, kiddo, that's exactly why we came here. The ice sculptures are back on display just like they were all those years ago. And we're gonna see what we can find out, right, Miles Areno? I'm a prosecutor, Fender. I don't look at these things in the same way as you or my father. Miles, that doesn't matter right now. Speaking not as a prosecutor, but as Miles Edgeworth, I want to know the truth behind both of these cases. I'm not leaving until I do. Hey, you really are old Gregory's son, through and through. Alrighty then, now that's sorted, we can finally get to work. Good thing I brought the IS-7 case file and evidence with me today, huh? Yeah, documents first. Who doesn't love paperwork, am I right? The parts in red ink are my annotations. It says, look this up. American cheese, grilled onion, no tomato. Thank you, Fender. And here's some evidence for you. Enjoy! There's quite a few, so I take a minute to scope them out if I were you. Small mountain of evidence. Yes, I see. I'll take a look at them in a bit. You know, our current case is just full of loose threads, too, come to think of it. Indeed. The key players of that incident 18 years ago who just happened to get caught up in another incident. The ice sculpture in the Winter Wing that are perfect replicas of the ones from 18 years ago. The poison gas attack in the Autumn Wing, which has been disguised to look like the Winter Wing. There's 2 chemicals that were found inside the Pisces statue's display case, ubiquium and asphyxion. That form of poisonous gas when mixed together. Larry Butts pissing himself. The victim of the gas attack, Carmelo Gusto, who's no stranger to the events of 18 years ago, and who is still unconscious and undergoing treatment in the medical room. And finally, we come to the body floating face down in the fountain. Was that just a random person? And the fact the ice sculptures have melted just as they did all those years ago. The events of the present day would appear to be immediately linked with the events of the past, which means they may be able to help us learn more about what happened 18 years ago. Sounds good to me. Let's get... I was talking in my Sandy Cheeks voice, do you mind?
Oh, no you don't. Aren't you forgetting somebody? I could have sworn this is my investigation.
Eustace is quite right. I do hope you aren't intending to obstruct him in his duties, Mr. Edgeworth. He's just being a wingman for me, Queen, so you and I could have some alone mommy-daddy time. I would hate to have to add a guilty to my report to the committee. What am I guilty of now? Of course not. I'm simply offering once again to do what I can to help with this investigation. Your offer is duly noted and duly declined. Oof. She isn't pulling any punches. The identity of the body from the fountain is currently being ascertained. It is only a matter of time until we have all the information we need. Like your number? Perhaps I can help you speed that process along. I think I have an idea of who our mystery victim might be.
What? Really? You have to tell me. It's the law. Tell me or I'm telling.
Very well. Maybe it isn't just the ice sculptures that have resurfaced after 18 years. The body in the fountain may also be a visitor from the past. What? What? Larry. Samson? But he's the only visitor from the past that isn't dead. It's not my waifu. His body went missing. Ew, did they freeze his body this whole time? What? You have to tell me if I'm right. Okay, really? First off, ew, I'm a genius. Second, ew. Ew, I believe the body of the fountain is that of the man. That's fucking metal.
I was just about to say that.
Sorry. That was me. That was me. I believe the body of the fountain is that of the man who was murdered here 18 years ago. That's so gross. That's so gross. Mr. Artie Frost.
What? You're saying that was poor Chili Winks? Wait, who the heck is Chili Winks? Or Artie? I'm getting woozy. Whatever it is you're talking about.
Mr. Artie Frost was a famous sculptor, Eustace, although he was better known as Paul Halik. The sculptures on display here are all his works.
No way! Sounds like he did well for himself. Always good to encounter a fellow winner.
He got murdered, buddy. Mr. Frost was also the victim in the IS-7 incident. The ding? Judge Gavell knows about the IS-7 incident? Mr. Edgeworth, the IS-7 incident is an 18-year-old case. And according to police records, the victim's body was recovered and an autopsy duly carried out. Sure, that's what the records say, but the records can't always be trusted. What are you insinuating? That while the records say stuff like body totally recovered, the defense back then begged to differ. Not that it stopped the prosecution from shutting them down hard, of course. Yeah, and where was your little league when that was happening, ma'am? My wife, Queen. We're allowed to disagree. It keeps the relationship healthy.
What's the sitch, Wade? Yeah, this is Winter. What? Really?
What is it, Eustace?
The body. We've got 90.
Ta-ding. I was literally about to say
Some guy named Frost or something. Some sculptor called Frost, I guess, that Edgeworth called it.
Goddess of Justice. Huh. So my father's deductions were right all along. Well, Judge Cavell, I'd say this changes things, wouldn't you? Perhaps now you'll admit that I might be of use to this case. More than a certain junior prosecutor, anyway.
But, no fair. You're trying to steal the win.
I'm doing no such thing. All I want is to uncover the truth. And if we're going to get to the bottom of what happened here, we'll need to work together. We do not need to do anything, and you do not need to know the truth. This case is none of your concern. Don't worry, Edgeworth. I'll talk to her. Honey, his father died. Whoa there, Judge G. I think you might be wrong about that. Another of your interruptions, Mr. Fender? Yep. See, I was on the defense team for IS-7, so this case is very much my concern. I was one of the pesky kids pushing the theory that the body had actually gone missing. Ta-ting. The prosecutor at the time may have brushed us off, but you can't deny the testimony of your eyes. Or to put it a little more bluntly, the prosecution's case was rotten from the ground up. Rotten to the core, as the kids say. VK's for life. He, like, opens his chest. There's, like, a Dove Cameron tattoo, but it's specifically her with purple hair. Yeah, I liked the way her bangs looked in Descendants 2 the most. It's a hot take in many subreddits and forums. When there's been a miscarriage of justice caused by the prosecution, it's the committee's job to fix it, no? And who better to help you unpack the mess than someone who was there at the time? Unless you have an ulterior motive. Ta-ting. Don't say that about my wife. Judge Cavell seems to know the facts of the IS-7 incident in some detail. In which case, I suspect she must be here on the committee's behalf. Your connection to the case is noted, Mr. Fender, but I fail to see how it concerns Mr. Edgeworth. It was my papa, honey, wife, darling. Am I distracting you? Should I be quieter? He's the son of the original defense attorney and the protege of the case's lead prosecutor. Yeah, both of his, dads worked on this. And if that's not enough for you, he was at the trial, too. And it's just possible he might have a little something to bring to the table, don't you? Very well. You may both assist in the investigation, but only if you refrain from interfering with the work of others. The Winter Wing is off limits for now. The Winter Wing is off limits for now. This room, however, is all yours. Woo, I'm gonna build a fort. Alrighty, glad to hear we're on the same wavelength. Why don't we bring it in? Show we're all on the same side of justice? Do not test me, Mr. Fender. Your permission to investigate can be revoked at any time. And consent to hug my body was never granted. Duly noted, Your Honor. Yeah, Edgeworth is not bothered at all. He's like, yeah, I'm good. This is a turn up for the books, huh, Milesy? We get to do our own thing after all. Thanks to your immeasurable help as always. Hey, no sweat. Besides, I was mostly doing it for me. Okay, I'll be investigating my own thing, so just holler if you find something interesting. I will. Well, Kay, shall we? Heck yeah, I want to help avenge Grandpa. Let the investigation commence. We're still unclear on two key facts. How Mr. Frost's body came to be where we found it, and the source of the ubiquium. You're right. We need some more intel. Indeed. Let's focus on the ubiquium first and foremost. It's used in stuff like dish soap and paint, right? Correct. It's also bright red in color and has a distinctive minty fragrance. Oh my god, the candy canes. Okay, sounds like we know what we're looking for. Oh, the Santa has gone. I was like, there's a Santa in the corner. What do I, ooh. Did someone, Larry, did you shit yourself? Miss Bound's tea set is laid out neatly on the serving cart. The pamphlet says the gallery is famous for its tea. Understandably so. The cup we were given was delicious. Looks like all this stuff was designed by Mr. Frost. Interesting. In that case, I think we better take a closer look. Oh, at the cups? So this dishware was made by Artie Frost. It looks very fancy. Oh, it is. I'm willing to bet that the set can fetch something in the thousands of dollars. So let's try not to touch any of it unless we absolutely have to. Whoa! This stuff's really worth that much? Take. Wink. Stop it, Kay. I can see your eyes lighting up. Miss Bound must really be a fan of Mr. Frost, like Bender said to still at blah. I found the teapot, short and stout. I thought there was a trophy for looking at the cups.
Hey, Edgy! Edgy!
What is it?
You be careful of that teapot, you hear?
Why is Larry so concerned all of a sudden?
Honored guests.
Ace Attorney Investigations is like, the collection is like I died and went to anime hottie heaven.
I can pour you a cup if you like.
Da-ding, Miss Bound.
Judy! Hi. I'm good, thanks. No tea for me. You two knock yourselves out. See ya.
Thank you for the offer. Yes, why not? A quick break won't hurt.
2 cups. Coming right up.
Where did that sound come from? Okay, got some tea. Never mind, I'm done making my piss joke. Look at her. Edgeworth taught her how to drink tea, all sophisticated, Britishy chess player like. Look at her. She's becoming a real Edgeworth. That just makes my heart grow like 3 times its size. This smells great. Wow, it tastes even better than it smells. What type of tea is this, Mr. Edgeworth? It's, oh fuck, what is it? Ceylon. It's Ceylon, I believe. It's usually identifiable by its citrus aroma, but... Miss Bound, is this the same blend you served this morning?
Why, yes. Is it all right? There isn't anything wrong with it, is there?
Oh, no, not at all. It's just that the cup you gave me earlier had a slightly different aroma. What's changed? Ew, did she put the chemical in the tea?
Really? That's odd. I used the exact same blend both times.
I think someone hid the rest of the red chemical, like that's used for paint that smells minty. I think they put it in the tea, because if you don't mix it with the other chemical, it's not anything. Right?
I can't see what could account for the difference.
Hey, what's the big idea? Oh my god, Larry refused the tea because he realized it was poison, or he doesn't like mint, something. Hey, what's the big idea? Quit being mean about Judy's tea, will you? What's gotten under your skin, Larry? Nothing. You're just rude, that's all. Well, you don't even try to call me by the right name. It's Laurice Dunim. You know what? I'm done. I'm not talking to you anymore. That was childish. Even for him. Wow. What happened there? Let's ask him about it later, shall we? Talking Miss Bound is more of a priority right now. We may not have any evidence to prove that she's the culprit, but it does seem likely that the poison gas was her doing. That a lot happened. I thought I got a trophy for looking at the teacups or whatever, but I guess not. There's a trophy for looking at something both as Edgeworth and as his dad. I thought it was the tea. Anyway, is there anything else I'm investigating here? Okay. Do I talk to her? Look at my what? Oh, the poop stain? Yeah, that was the first thing I was going to do. Freaking Larry shit himself again. From the color and aroma, I'd say this is a puddle of spilled tea. And look, there's a small chunk of ceramic in it. Ceramic. I guess somebody must have broke something? I know that insignia. And a certain high-strung somebody just might know a little something, too. Oh, no. Okay, as long as I keep the two of them apart and not talking to each other, they won't realize that they have me in common. I'm going to keep this simple, Larry. You're hiding something, so just tell me what it is. Whoa, quit it with the glare off, you two. It's weird.
Come on, Kay. You know me better than that. I wasn't staring. I was being struck by an idea for a picture. Now, Edgy. He was glaring.
Yes, and I'll keep glaring at you until you tell us what it is you're hiding.
Quit it! I already told you I'm not talking to you anymore.
You're talking to me right now.
I mean, from now on, I'm not talking to you ever again. Starting now.
This is getting me nowhere. Suppose I'll have to figure out what he's hiding first before I can get the whole truth out of him. Do I just ask him what he's hiding, or do I present him the broken thing? Switch profiles. Would you mind taking a look at this for me, Larry?
Why would you even show me that?
Tell me, what is it about Miss Bound's tea set that's got you so agitated? If you won't tell me, then perhaps you prefer to explain it to Judge Gavel?
Wait! Don't make me look bad in front of Verity. She thinks I'm a sensible, cool, clean-cut guy.
She doesn't, Larry. We talk about you all the time.
I don't want her to see the real me. Mask stays on. The real lowdown, dirty me. That's right. Sometimes I do hen stuff.
Whoa. Let's put a little vanilla in this cinnamon, huh, Lair Bear? I'm not so sure anybody here thinks you're particularly clean-cut, Larry. But if you don't want her to think badly of you, the best you can do is talk to me.
All right, I'll talk.
All right, Larry, enough is enough. Confess.
Is this any way to treat your best friend, Edgy?
Huh? Is this any way for you to treat yours by lying to him, hiding things?
I get the picture already, so stop glaring at me like that. Don't tell you everything, okay? Earlier, I thought Verity might like a cup of tea, so I went to pour one for her, but I got distracted because there's so many anime hotties in this game, and my hand slipped, and smash! I broke the teapot, a priceless work of art. It's in pieces because of me.
No words exist to describe how far away I saw this coming. Ouch, you really messed up this time, Loris.
See, Edgy, everyone's gonna think less of me now. Judy's never gonna forgive me for this.
Crying to me won't do you any good. I think you need to apologize to Miss Bound. Larry's so lucky.
My teapot? I see. I'm sorry, Judy. I'm so sorry. I don't have any money, but boy, if I did, I'd buy a big house where we both could live. If I was a sculptor, well, then again, no, we're a man. I'll paint your portrait. I'll paint you 50 portraits. I won't even insinuate that I'll paint you like a French girl. 100% professional. I swear, Scout's honor.
Please, Mr. Dunit.
Please, Mr. Dunim. It's really me who should be apologizing. How could I have failed to notice that there were broken pieces of ceramics on the floor? Somebody could have been hurt. Here, let me make sure that they're safely disposed of.
The teapot in question was designed by Artie Frost, correct? I understand it was something you've long treasured. You must be upset.
Oh, I am. But of course, all things break eventually. And as luck would have it, I have another identical teapot. It's far from the end of the world.
Is she less attached to Mr. Frost's work than she used to be? Time will do that, buddy. The women folk tend to be fickle in these regards as they switch from interest to interest, standum to standum.
I can't believe this, Judy. You're the sweetest, the kindest. This other teapot you're talking about, it's the one sitting on top of the card right now, right? What do you mean? Yeah, so when I smashed the first one, I tried to hide the pieces in the bottom of the card. That's when I saw that other pot under there. So I took it out and basically switched the two pots. Was that cool? I see. Yup, that's everything I have to tell you. Anyway, I found this bottle. I'll be extra careful not to break the other one. I promise.
You have no shame whatsoever, do you?
I'm sorry.
Fucking Pearl. Breaking everything. That poor kid.
It's really quite all right. Thank you for being so honest. See, Edgy, isn't Judy the absolute best?
I trust you won't take advantage of her kindness and will make amends somehow.
I sure will. Once I make it as an artist, I'm going to give her one of my paintings. She was one of my models after all. It's only fair.
What? Show me. At this rate, I suspect he's likely to make more trouble than amends. Don't you think it would be better for you to keep out of her way for a very long while?
Okay, but I will be keeping out of her way because I sketched her and the others already.
Her and the others?
Keen to see my work, huh? Yeah, I drew a few great sketches of some ravishing beauties. Wanna see?
It's just stick figures with big boobs. Interested in Laura Reese's ravishing beauties, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? Okay. You know that's not. I'm afraid you've greatly misjudged, Kay. I'm gay. I simply wish to see if Larry has captured any unusual details this time as well. He literally solved the craziest murder case in this franchise so far.
Unusual details? Nothing's unusual about these. They're my best work yet.
Really? Now I want to see him too.
You're a sweetheart, Kate, but nope. Gotta be over 18. Too many tentacles. Alright, let me dig them out for you. Give me a sec, okay?
Suppose you might as well take a look. So, the sketches of yours.
Seriously, Edgy, if you want to check out my art, you should have just said so from the get-go. Here, feast your eyes on this.
It's art. It's beautiful. I want it framed. Why do they all have to be so beautiful? What am I looking at here?
I told you already, ravishing beauties. Just a few of their fair faces that have caught my eye since I've been here, you know? There's Verity and Judy and, someone else.
Why'd you draw them all on the same page?
Well, 'cause I didn't want to, like, get tired flipping back and forth between the... It's fine. Well, I meant to draw the room at first, just something to pass the time. Then I saw one beauty and another, and then you just started describing your dad, and it was like, whoa, wow. Then I saw one beauty, another, and well, I just scribbled them all down as fast as I went.
So these were all drawn at different times?
Huh? Oh yeah, I guess. I did one of you too.
Larry! I'm calling the anime police. No.
I did one of you too, Kay. You're on a different page, though.
Wow, you did? Hee, I'm flattered. How true to life are these sketches? Did you only draw what you actually saw? It's like, if I see a single tentacle, I will burn you to the ground.
Of course. You think I draw things I can't see? Like using my imagination.
That's a good point.
What?
She's not on the ravishing beauty page.
Yeah, separate page. Yeah. He didn't want her to feel left out. Yeah. It's to help her self-esteem. She's a blossoming young lady.
You think I draw things I can't see, like using my imagination? Nope. These are 100% true to life, right down to the exact shade of color. Everything is...
Oh, what's the word I'm thinking of?
Anatomically correct. So the colors are...
The colors are accurate. Interesting. Wait, is it? How is that interesting? Much as it pains me to admit, Larry may have provided me with a useful piece of evidence yet again. The serving cart in the sketch, for example, if I compare it to the one here in the... Oh, is it because she just had candy on a cart and not the teapots? There's a clear contradiction between the two. I think a little deduction is in order. Can I borrow this page for a while, Larry? I'm going to stare at it while I play mental chess with myself.
Sure, you want me to sign it for you?
Just the page, please. Larry sketched it and shot it down on my door. Time to play chess with the greatest chess player of all, me. Oh, switch teapots. The tea smells different. The kiss. I suspect the difference in aroma we notice is due to the teapots having been switched. You do? I can't see what else it could have been. The tea itself hadn't changed. Why don't we ask Miss Bound, just to be sure? Miss Bound, the difference in aroma we notice, do you think it could have been because of the different teapot?
I suppose so.
My cup just now had a subtle minty scent, rather like uva tea.
Oh, I just remembered. I made some peppermint tea in that pot only yesterday.
Yep. She hid the evidence by mixing it in with the tea. Chat, does this universe do conjugal visits? I need someone to look that up for me. I'm allowed to love a murderer, all right? I will see no judgments. Judgment will be banned.
I just remembered. I made some peppermint tea in that pot only yesterday. That must be where the minty aroma is coming from.
The tea has a refreshing aroma because it's in a different teapot from this morning. Could that really be it? No, my beautiful wife. The tea from the teapot. Larry that's why Gavel didn't want me on this case. She knew it would break my heart. She's looking out for me. In a meta sense. Not Edgeworth. Me, the player. Me, the third bill. The tea from the teapot Larry switched in from under the cart smelled faintly of mint. Rat, Miss Bound said she used that pot to make peppermint tea yesterday. Yes, but there's something else that's been troubling me. Miss Bound seemed more taken aback by the switching of the teapots to the breaking of one. You're right. You'd expect it to be the other way around. I suspect she might have been deliberately hiding the teapot underneath the cart. But why? One of Ubiquium's key characteristics is its minty fragrance. So what if she'd been hiding some in that teapot? What? In the teapot? Short and stout? It's simply a possibility, but one worth investigating, I believe. Mr. Winter, any luck finding that Ubiquium?
Huh? Oh, you're still here? My people are searching the entire gallery, but they haven't found anything yet. What about you? Don't tell me you know where it came from.
I may have an idea.
Ha! I knew it. If I can't find it, there's no chance of you. What? You do know where it came from?
Yes.
What?
Where?
What?
Miss Bound's teapot.
Wow! Nice piece. I like it. Piece of ass. Yeah, it looks like a fighting prize for a natural born winner.
It's not a prize. It's a vital piece of evidence.
Oh, it's just evidence? Then I'll have one of the forensics people check it out.
Were Kay and I poisoned? Uh-oh. Oh, no, I've hurt my wife. Oh, no. But I can't be too upset about it because my other wife is right there and she has a gavel stick staff. And she won't use it if I've been bad.
Mr. Edgeworth?
What did you do? Alana is gesturing frantically.
Is there some sort of problem with my teapot?
Nothing's wrong with your teapot. I'm just gay. Oh, you mean you're right. Possibly the minty fragrance we noticed coming from it. He's just so used to having to turn down. It was the flight attendant in the first one. I'm like, there was someone else where it was like she's trying to flirt with him, and he's like, anyway, there's an investigation going on. I think it might be the scent of one of the chemicals used to make the poison gas.
But, Mr. Edgeworth, surely you don't think I had anything to do with that?
I'm afraid I do. The method used to create the gas would have required considerable preparation. Nobody would have had the time or the opportunity to set that up except you.
That's not strictly true. It took around a week to get Zodiac Hall ready for the exhibition. There were all kinds of people coming and going through here during the time. Delicia, for one. She's not as hot as me. She could go. Even Larry can't remember her name. She could be a suspect, right? So you see, I'm not the only one who could have set it up at all.
Miss Scone is on our radar too, of course. You needn't worry about that.
Besides, I would know the first thing.
We're going to start the stream over, chat. You okay?
Besides, I wouldn't know the first thing about making poison gas. So even if you did find ubiquity in my teapot, I wouldn't have had any idea what to do with it. Maybe hand stuff?
Ding.
But I suppose we should see what the test results say first.
Miss Bound claims she doesn't know the first thing about making poison gas. I need to find a way to prove that she's lying. Okay. I guess I've run out of thinky stuff. Do I talk to her again? What? Oh. Am I deducing the teapot? These are weird.
There you go.
Oh, is it just that the cloth is gone? Or different? Could this be related to the evidence somehow? Sorry, triangle. Sorry, I forgot which button was what. Oopsie poopsie. Larry, can I ask you something about your sketches?
Huh? Fascinated by the work of the great Maurice Dunim? Huh? It's the composition, right?
Not exactly. This light blue tablecloth. This light blue tablecloth. You painted that exactly as you saw it, correct?
I already told you. Everything's exactly as I saw it.
But the tablecloth on the cart here in this room is white.
Wow. Your head's so full of crazy theories, the simple stuff just passes you right by, huh?
What's that look for?
Listen, just before I drew that sketch, I was in the middle of some business with the car with the tea set on it, okay? What kind of business? That's right. It was the hiding the pieces of the teapot I smashed kind. That's right. I banged the teapot.
That's nothing to boast about.
Anyway, I was still in the middle of cleaning it all up when Judy came out of the winter wing. I didn't want to get busted for breaking the pot, so I quickly dove out of sight.
Wait, Miss Bound. Oh, did she put the other half of the poison in the candy? So she offered him tea and candy, and then when he ate it, it was like, yeah. No? Wait, Miss Bound came out of the winter wing?
Yeah, and she was pushing a cart. A different cart, and not a Mario cart either. That's the one with the light blue tablecloth on it that I drew.
And what did she do with this second serving cart?
Well, saw her wheel it into the summer wing, but I don't know what happened to it after that. When she came back out, she was pushing one of the other carts, the kind you can lift stuff with.
A lift cart?
Yeah, so I called out to her, but she just ran off and left it behind. Never had her down as the shy type, but it just goes to show, you never know.
If it was around 7 p.m. Central Time on a Monday or Thursday, it could have been because I was streaming. And if it was Tuesday, it could have been she was excited that my Arcane video was up. She's like in love with me or something. Another serving cart and a lift cart. Is there maybe another tea set too? We'd better check with Miss Bound. Christ, okay. Hey, darling. Where were you before you rejoined us here, Miss Bound?
I had to go and tell our visitors were closed. I would hand out a little something in apology. Wink. There's your stuff. Out stuff. Was there something you wanted to talk to me about?
Yes, a few things actually. Not least of all, the fact that I think you might be the one who set the poison gas trap. 2 carts, both alike in dignity, in Fair Verona, where we lay our scene. Are there 2 serving carts here at the gallery, Miss Bound?
Oh, yes. Why do you ask?
A certain so-called artist showed us this sketch. I couldn't help but notice the color of the tablecloth. It's light blue.
Light blue? I'm afraid your friend must be mistaken. I only use white tablecloths, freshly laundered and starched.
Like the perfect wrinkle-free one on the cart here in the fountain room, right?
Exactly. If it was there so much as a blemish, I would replace it right away.
Could the color of the tablecloth in the sketch simply be a mistake on Larry's part? Do you have any idea what you might have been doing with this oh my god. Do you have any idea of what you might have been doing when this sketch was drawn?
Let me see. I appear to be carrying out my usual duties.
I'd like to ask you a little more about these duties, if I may. Oh my god. What exactly were you doing when the sketch was drawn?
Hey, cart stuff.
Because from what I can see, your cart doesn't have a tea set on it.
I was delivering some chocolates to the investigating officers.
Oh, now I'm jealous. I love chocolate.
Well, there was a few left over, so here, for you both. I made them myself. I hope you like them.
Are we about to die? Woohoo! Thanks, Miss Bound. Well, why not? They're a little melted, but I suppose that's because they've been sitting in her pocket. Okay, so I'm wrong then. They're super sweet. I love them.
I'm very glad to hear it.
They may not be the prettiest, but I'm grateful for the energy boost nonetheless. Though perhaps they could do with a little less sugar. The original ice sculptures melted 18 years ago, correct? How did you manage to recreate them?
Oh, you know about what happened back then? In that case, you might also know I took pictures of them during the contest. I commissioned the creation of a set of replicas based on those photographs for this current exhibit.
But why go through the trouble of creating replicas?
Look, some of us deal with death and grief in different ways. Mr. Frost's Zodiac series was his great unfinished masterwork. I wanted to see it completed at last. Or rather, recompleted. It was my fault that the original set melted in the first place, after all.
I see. And is there any particular reason why the winter and autumn wings look so similar?
Oh my, you really think they look alike? Perhaps I used some of the decorations from one and the other by accident.
She's clearly lying. But I don't have the evidence to prove it just yet. Damn it. Alright. No, she looks so mad at me. Oh, but she's so happy for me. Why do they all have to be so beautiful? Now what am I doing? None. To...
Nearby officer by the fountain.
the one standing on it? Seems the police have removed the body. But why did the body of a victim from 18 years ago turn up in this fountain? Why wasn't it all rotten and stuff? Did it slowly shuffle its way here? Need I remind you that zombies aren't real? Well, you don't know. It seems like the body was preserved somehow. Really? That even possible? Hey, Mr. Forensics guy. Anything to report?
Yes, ma'am. Traces of both ubiquium and asphyxion have been detected in the fountain. Asphyxion?
I can't go that high, thank you.
Asphyxion. Traces of both ubiquium and asphyxion have been detected at the fountain.
I'm going to say they were probably carried here by the stream from the autumn wing.
In addition to those two chemicals, there's also a large amount of sugar. The composition of sugar is being analyzed as we speak.
The sugar in the fountain? Where would it have even come from? Edgeworth speaking. Sir, it is me. You okay? Is everything alright, detective? Everybody's left the winter wing. It's just me in here now. Which means I can tell you what we found out. I really shouldn't be sharing information about the investigation. But I'm a gossipy bitch. And since Taylor is still yet to release Reputation Taylor's version, I got nothing else to do. But after the past week or so, I'm not about to stop him. The exhibits in here are all completely melted. All that's left is the display cases and some stuff at the bottom. but more of it in the Taurus case than in the Gemini case, though. Da-ting. Describe the stuff for me if you can. Yes, sir. It's like a pale blue liquid. I had the lab run some tests just now. The sample from the Taurus case just had a bunch of sugar in it. But the other one from the Gemini case had 3 different substances in it, which were sugar, salt, and blood. Blood? What are salt and blood doing in the Gemini case's sample? Can't imagine whose blood it could possibly be, but I'll get it tested right away, sir. Please do, detective. Oh, I also spoke over the radio with the forensics guy working the fountain room. He said he just got word that the sugar they found in the fountain matches the sugar in the pale blue liquid. I see. That might well prove to be a significant development. Gemini case analysis results. Anything else to report, detective? Yes, sir. We found one of those light-emitting devices here in the winter wing, too. There were a few of those being used in the autumn wing to disguise it as the winter wing, as I recall. It seemed that the equipment from 18 years ago is more than just for show. I need to talk to Miss Scone about this. Anyhow, I gotta be getting back to it. I'll let you know as soon as we hear from the lab about that blood. Thank you, detective. Gumshoe, let's go. Was that Gummy? Seems like he had a lot to say. Yeah, he did. Pretty big words for him. All of it was very useful. The ding? I'm going to prove that Miss Bound's claims about who could have set the poison gas traps are false. I'll need to talk to a certain somebody else. Who was here 18 years ago? My canonic best friend, the third Bill, wanted me to give you this note. Okay. I have to step away from my love of Miles Edgeworth because I love Wrightworth more. That's real. I'm not real in this universe. Not yet. Miss Scone, I'd like to ask you a few questions, if I may.
Of course, you fire away. Anything for you, Milesy Smilesy, and dear sweet little Tooth DK.
Rude. I'd appreciate if this was the last time you called me Milesy Smilesy. I'm not a fan of tooth decay either. Good for you, kiddo. Stand up for yourself.
Well, you'll just have to like it or lump it. I can't change a nickname once I've settled on it.
Ugh, well, I guess we tried. How do you make poison gas? What can you tell us about the various devices used to decorate the gallery's exhibits? There seems to be some pretty specialized items in use. Light-emitting devices, luminous fabrics.
Oh, I could tell you all about those, dearie. After all, I'm the one who gave them to Moody Judy. It was my way of saying sorry after I broke the rules all those years ago. I bought her 4 lovely new salt lamps, and I gave her the 4 pieces of luminous cloth I used for the contest.
Wow, that's super generous of you.
You bet it was, especially since a true crime podcast offered me tens of thousands of dollars for each one. Teehee, well, us girls have to do our best, don't we? Not everybody understands, of course.
God, it's been so long since you popped in. They'd better not be a dig at me, Delish. I told you how kind I thought that was.
Yes, back when you were a dear, sweet, innocent baby boy. What happened to you?
A dear, sweet, innocent baby boy. Mr. Fender, can't quite picture that, I have to say. So these decorations, they're all the same as the ones you saw 18 years ago, correct? Yep. Salt lamps, glowing fabric, light-emitting doodads, the whole bit. There were 4 luminous cloths in use in the autumn wing, but I'm sure I saw another one somewhere.
I'm not lying. Oh, it's my bag. I'm certain of it.
What is she looking for? That's not it.
That's not it.
Huh? That cloth looks familiar. Maybe I should jog her memory with something so Miss Scone will tell us more. Miss Scone, you're something of a specialist. How might someone learn to make the poison gas that was used in the attack?
Well, any pharmacist who's ever handled Infesticide Ultra would know for a start. After all, it says right there on the label, do not mix with products containing ubiquium, ever.
But what about a layperson? Oh, I didn't realize, is layman something that needs a gender neutral? Is there lay women? I like that. What about a layperson? It's unlikely they'd know, wouldn't you say?
I suppose so, yes. Well, not unless they had a nose through the ultimate. They'd had a nose through the ultimate cookbook anyway.
The prize for the contest 18 years ago.
The recipe for making Infesticide Ultra, along with that not mixing with ubiquitin bit. What?
The recipe for making Infesticide Ultra, along with that not mixing with ubiquitin bit, is in there. Okay. So you're familiar with the contents of the book?
Oh, yes, dear. I know it inside out. Because I work for the Tangaroa Group, you see. We're the company behind Cold Killer X. I'm sure you've heard of it, if you're a real fan.
Cold Killer X. Fights back sniffles and sneezes with ease. Apparently, he has gotten it for Phoenix before. He's insisted, no, I know what will actually help you. He's like, no, it needs to be Cold Killer X. It's always what I take when I'm sick. And he just reluctantly goes and gets like cranberry juice and some Sprite. Something carbonated. Ginger ale or Sprite, cranberry juice for the vitamin C, and then some Cold Killer X. Apparently. He just watches him taking it going...
After Sammy Poole was found guilty, the company took custody of the book. But they only grant their most trusted people access to it, of course.
Which means Miss Scone is one of those elites, I suppose. Okay, so now I'm presenting her with the cloth. Okay, that's what we discussed earlier. Thank you.
You had a piece
of fabric like this in your bag, did you not, Miss Scone? Albeit a somewhat grimier one.
Grimy. How rude. You won't get people to cooperate with your investigation like that, young man.
Shall I call it a dish towel, then? Perhaps you used it to wipe some sort of spillage.
A spillage, he says. The cheek. That's a piece of highly specialized luminous cloth. Oh, I probably shouldn't have told you that.
I think I'd like to know a little more about this highly specialized luminous cloth, if you don't mind. Why didn't you want me to know you had a piece of luminous cloth in your bag?
Oh, well, I suppose there's no point in hiding it now, is there? If you must know, I fished it out of the fountain.
What?
It was right before they called me into the Autumn Wing.
So Larry's sketch of Miss Cone is of when she was trying to retrieve the cloth. Thank you for clarifying, King, because I was not looking at that part too much. And it's covered by the text.
At first I thought it was one of the ones I'd given Moody Judy.
One of the 4 you'd given to the gallery, correct?
Exactly, but all 4 were being used in the Autumn Wing, weren't they? So I realized it must be the one that went missing all those years ago.
What?
I'd already had my Infesticide Ultra pinched and used to make poison gas. If one of my cloths turned out to have been used in some sort of dastardly deed too, well, I was gonna look guilty as sin, wasn't I? So I kept it hidden in my bag and hoped for the best.
I see.
Oh, it does feel good to get that off my chest, though. Stress is no good for the complexion.
So the cloth that disappeared 18 years ago, the one that the victim was wrapped in, just happened to reappear in the fountain at the same time as the body. Updated. Okay, now I talk to her again. Oh, no, I talked to Eddie. Hey, buddy. Hey there, Miles Reno. What's the situation? What's the sitch? Things are progressing. I think a fuller picture of what happened is beginning to emerge. Good to hear. Guess I better step up my game too, then. Just talk to her about shit. This case seems to have a lot in common with the incident from 18 years ago. And how? It's got the lot. Melting statues in the Winter Wing. Even the murder victim's body. Oh, my back and butt. But how did nobody ever figure out that the body had gone missing? Frost had no family apart from his son. Oh yeah, we still don't know anything about his son, do we? Excuse me? And well, the kid kind of vanished. No one's seen him since around the time of the incident. Gusto's son too. They ran off together. Vibes, let's go. Gusto's son too. Him and his best pal from school both just up and disappeared. Yeah, best pal, buddy. What? And they were never found? Gusto's boy wasn't, not as far as I heard anyhow. Guess Frost Kid turned up in the end, though. He collected his inheritance at some point. Definitely wasn't so they could buy a large ranch upstate and fill it with dogs. But yeah, with no family around just after the incident, Frost got no funeral, no nothing. So no need for the police to release the body. Police release, they say. And no need for anybody to find out they didn't have it. They filled their fake autopsy report and nobody was any of the wiser. Well, almost nobody. Still can't believe Mr. Von Karma would have stooped so low. I still can't believe Mr. Von Karma would have stooped so low. Tell me, Fender, what kind of person is Miss Bound? I'm asking for my canonic best friend, the third Bill. Huh? Wait a minute. Don't tell me you've got a thing for her, Milester. It just slowly zooms in on Edgeworth's face. I'm gay. I do not. No, I am not settled with unnecessary feelings. Only one man has ever been able to do that. Chill, chill, I'm just yanking your chain. I know all about those unnecessary feelings you had for old Phoenix Wright. The world found out about it. Your diary was put online and turned into a video game called Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney 1. Anyway, what can I say about Judes? Well, she's a real brave trooper for one. What else do you call someone who waits around for 18 whole years like she has for Samson? Even after his extended family kicked her out of his place. Oh, this place. What? They threw her out? Yep. Judes wasn't technically part of the family, so there was nothing she could do. She had nothing, nobody, and no job after Samson took the fall. So she had no choice but to take what he'd taught her and make her own way in showbiz. She's retired from all that now, though. Yes. Why did she retire? Killed the guy? She finally made enough to buy the old place back. She even got the ultimate cookbook back from the Tangaroa group. Oh, no, she definitely did it. Ace Attorney just doesn't want me to be happy. After they basically stole it. Guess this place and everything to do with it was... Guess this place and everything to do with it was all she ever cared about. So she just wanted it back. All of it. Henry seems very sympathetic to Miss Bound's plight. But from a less charitable perspective, she has, in a way, taken everything of Mr. Tangaroa's for herself. Huh. Hold on. If I make these two thoughts kiss... The ultimate cookbook contained instructions on how to create the poison gas. And the current owner of that book is none other than Miss Judy Bound. No way, you mean... I'm afraid I do. Miss Bound would have been perfectly capable of setting up the gas trap. Finally, we could prove that she's been lying to us. No. No. Do I present it to her or do I present it to the judge? What do I do? I don't believe there's more to be found here. What is it saying to do? Oh, that's annoying. Huh? Why is there a lift cart just sitting out here in the open? Guess somebody must have been moving something heavy. The top of the platform seems to be wet. You know, I've got a funny feeling I've seen this thing somewhere before. You mean like 18 years ago? Yeah, it's all coming back to me now. I last saw it in Frost's room. He must have used it to move the ice sculptures around. It's one of those fancy numbers where you can change not only the platform's height, but even its angle. If you have one of these, you can move giant lumps of ice around, no sweat. Lift card added to the organizer. Oh, just think of the possibilities. I could really use one of these. Yoink. She puts it in her fucking pocket. Still doesn't explain what it's doing here, though. Bit of a head scratcher, but we should give it a think, yeah? Indeed. After all, it might have something to do with our case. Thank you. That's that. All that's left now is to await the results of the test on the teapot. Short and stout. Am I almost done?
This is part 2 of 3.
Oh, I just finished part 2, or I'm starting part 2?
Part 2.
Christ. All right.
It's still only 15 till 11 though, so it's like around 10. In terms of the estimated time.
Of going until almost midnight.
Yes,
So it's going to take an extra hour.
probably.
Christ. Fine.
The test results have just come in, sir. Traces of ubiquium were found in the teapot. They were?
Just like Mr. Edgeworth said. Everyone owes Kay $20.
Curse you! You better not think this means you beat me.
You really need to drop this obsession with coming in first, Mr. Winner. We're all on the same side here, remember? Red jacket, same badge. We're all trying to get to the truth.
What? But first is best. Everyone knows it's better to be a winner than a loser. If you're not first, you're last.
There's really no way for that's really no way for a prosecutor to think. Not a successful one anyway. Not anymore.
What? But I studied out everything you said at the beginning of Ace Attorney 1.
You never finished it?
No.
She'll never leave me, right? Enough. Mr. Edgeworth, please refrain from taunting the boy. Ignore him, Eustace. He isn't worthy of your attention.
But, Cavell, all right.
Why don't I take care of things here for now? In the meantime, you can perform the far more important task of going and checking on the victim.
Oh, well, yeah, good idea. I'll be right back.
Excellent. We shall see you shortly then. Mr. Winter's annoying but totally harmless. Judge Cavell, on the other hand, now. Hell yeah, smash. I would say hear me out, but I don't think anyone needs to wait to hear me cook on that one. Miss Bound, perhaps you could explain why traces of ubiquium were found in your teapot.
I had no idea there was anything like that in there. Perhaps it's one of the ingredients in the dishwashing soap I use?
So you are telling the court what? What? Oh. So you are telling the court that you did not intentionally put ubiquium in the teapot?
Exactly, why would I?
What if all three faces on your screen right now just kissed frantically? That'd be crazy. Hold on. I know we literally said time is of the essence, but hold on. When am I ever going to get this chance again? Girls, you can both marry me. Okay. Look, it looks like she's defending me. Thank you, my beautiful judge queen.
Until today, I had no idea that it could even be used to make poison gas.
You're a trained actress, so you're not, Miss Bound. I'd have thought you'd be a more convincing liar.
What do you mean?
You have access to the ultimate cookbook, correct? A book that just happens to contain instructions on how to create the poison gas used in the attack. Meaning it's... Oh, do I need to bring it in or bring it out a little more? Like there. Yeah, kind of like that. Meaning it's perfectly possible for you to know exactly how to make it. You're very well informed, Mr. Edgeworth. Miss Bound, is what Mr. Edgeworth said true?
The book does contain information on how to make the poison gas, yes. But the fact that I have seen it doesn't make me guilty. Can I ask exactly how the gas was triggered?
The victim used a blowtorch to heat the lid of one of the display cases, thereby melting the ubiquium.
Hey, I see. But he locked himself in the room too, didn't he? Surely the fact that he triggered it himself, wouldn't it point to it being a... attempt?
I don't think she really means that when she says she loves me, she's going to use that word in my stream. I could get limited ads or demonetized. Judge Gavel's trying to get her put in jail to protect me. I used to think to myself that I needed her to say yes to the ring that I proposed to her with, but I think she's saying yes right now. I just need to pick up on it. All love languages are different. She's not willing to admit to anything.
Furthermore, where would I have gotten hold of the Infesticide Ultra?
Oh, I don't know. Perhaps you stole it?
You know, I did bump into Moody Judy a week or so ago, and that very evening I noticed my Infesticide Ultra had gone missing.
Who handed the bowl back to her?
Judy, surely you didn't. Delicia, you carry your bag of pharmaceuticals with you everywhere, don't you? There would have been any number of opportunities for someone other than myself to steal it from you.
That's true. I don't have any hard evidence that it definitely was Miss Bound who stole it. Judes, there's clearly something you're not telling us. Why don't you just come clean? We all know you never hurt anybody for no reason, so...
Not you too. You think I'm guilty as well, Mr. Fender?
Can you blame me? We've got one wing disguised as another, a gas trap in one of the display cases, and you're the proprietor of the establishment. It's looking a lot like you did it, kiddo. Ugh.
You've got this all wrong. Well, you have to remember the gallery doesn't have any security cameras, nor any security personnel. If some ill-intentioned person or other wanted to get in undetected, I don't think they'd have much of a problem.
Wow, you're practically asking to be burglarized. Wink. Stop winking, Kay. You need to be more careful. A great thief could have a field day in here. Wink, Kay. Pulls out his little water sprayer. She puts back a painting. And I don't think she's joking.
Actually, it seems that Mr. Gusto did in fact enter the gallery before it happened.
Sheesh. Judy's one tough cookie. She's not budging an inch. Maybe it's time to rock a little technique Gregory taught me back in the day. And what technique might that be? The dance of the defense attorney. He just like starts flailing around. Hear me out. Everything's connected to what happened 18 years back, yeah? Since we're not getting anywhere by focusing only on the here and now, maybe we ought to approach this from a different angle and look to the past for clues instead. A turnabout in thinking. The thinking turnabout. I'll name the cases, sweetheart. It's okay. A turnabout in thinking, TM. So my father used this method as well. Yeah, Edgeworth, it's just thinking at it from a different angle. I love you, darling. All right, let's run this through the old Thinkatron. How was Jude's involved in what happened back then? Da-ding. According to Miss Bound, it was because of her that Mr. Frost's flavored ice sculptures melted, and yet his sculptures are here on display at this very gallery today. Is it possible that she... Thank you, Fender. I think I know what I need to ask Miss Bound now. Hey, don't thank me, thank you, Pops. Now take it away, Milesy. I'll grab the popcorn. Miss Bound, you say that you were the one who caused Mr. Frost's creations to melt 18 years ago, correct?
I'm afraid so. I was young and foolish, and it was a terrible accident.
And yet, what you did allowed you to open this exhibit, no?
What do you mean?
Yes, what do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? She's trying to defend me. She's trying to take her down before she kills me next. If you're going to ask such questions, perhaps a formal testimony from Miss Bound might be best? Yes, perhaps it might. I'd like to know a little more about Zodiac Hall and why Miss Bound decided to dedicate the space to Mr. Frost's works. Very well. If you believe it to be relevant to the case, I will allow it. Miss Bound, would you mind?
Not at all. I'll do whatever it takes to prove that I'm innocent.
Then please, if you could give us some background on Zodiac Hall and the pieces on display here. She's ready to fight somebody for me. Look at her. Chad, I think she likes me back.
It took 18 years, but at long last, I was finally able to buy Samson's home back a little while ago. But a place like this is expensive to maintain, so I decided to turn it into an art gallery. To that end, I collected as many Paul Halik pieces as I could from around the world. Because if I'm honest, it's always been something of a dream of mine to open a space dedicated to his work.
Thank you for your testimony, Miss Bound. How wonderful it is that you were able to fulfill your dream. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, everything seems entirely above board to me. Judge Cavell, this was simply the witness's preliminary statement. As you surely know, the value of that testimony cannot be evaluated without due cross-examination. Huh. Spoken like a true attorney. An ace attorney. Very well. You may do what you must. Notice how she didn't try to fight that point. Press or present. It's always been something of a dream of mine to open a space dedicated to his work. What? Tell me more about this dream of yours, Miss Bound.
Well, what I really wanted was to open a gallery with Samson, of course.
Stop trying. Oh, stop. Stop it.
A gallery of dance, a gallery of song, a gallery of gaiety and candy all day long.
You wanted to do what to the gays?
Put him in a gallery. That was the idea anyway.
And here I thought art was to be appreciated in silence, not accompanied by musical numbers. You know what? I appreciate them making a not 100% canonically gay man not be so stereotypical, you know? I appreciate that. It's new. It's the nuance of his character. He's all about anime, like Steel Samurai. He had no time for musicals as a boy. Alas, Mr. Tangaroa transgressed against the edicts of the goddess of justice. And as such, that part of your dream may go permanently unfulfilled. Oh. What if the three of us kiss? Would that help at all?
No, Samson, he is innocent. That awful prosecutor refused to listen, but it's true. He never hurt anybody.
God, I love this game. Mr. Tangaroa gave a false confession in order to protect Miss Bound. The two of them really did what they could to protect one another, didn't they? Sculptures in the Winter Wing weren't replicas, the very ones from 18 years ago. I need to show her I'm aware of that, or I'll never get to the truth. Oh, did I press the wrong thing then? I collected as many pieces as I could? Yeah, I knew it was one of the ones about her obsession with Paul Halik. It has to be. That's so weirdly specific. Paul Halik. That was Mr. Frost's pseudonym, correct?
Yes. He adopted it while he was working as a sculptor in France.
I see. I'm curious about some of the pieces in your collection. More specifically, how you're able to acquire the Taurus and Gemini sculptures. It was my understanding that Mr. Frost died before you could complete them.
Yes, I was able to create replicas for the Winter Wing based on photos of the sculptures he made.
Really? Perhaps you can go into some more detail on that? Something of a dream. I was able to create replicas of the Winter Wing based on photos of the sculptures he made. No? Oh, that's right. They were made of sugar. They weren't replicas at all. Let's go. Yeah, you're nodding really happy with me. And then the music stopped. Poggers, let's go. I'm afraid you've run out of road, Miss Bound. You can lie all you like, but you can't deny the results of the tests conducted on the sculpture's remains. Those tests have no room for ambiguity. What you had on display weren't replicas. They were the very statues Mr. Frost carved 18 years ago. Yeah, because why would she make them out of sugar? Did she, like, literally replicate it?
I could probably help explain how they worked it out if you like, dear. It's the sugar, you see. You might think sugar is sugar, but the composition is actually very unique. You could probably recreate the statues, but the sweet secret of their chemical makeup, no chance.
Thank you, Miss Scone. I don't recall asking for your help. Still. To put it simply, the statues didn't disappear back then because they melted. They disappeared because you spirited them away and kept them hidden for these 18 long years. What? She kept a pair of flavored ice sculptures around somewhere for all that time? It's not the most out there idea in the world, assuming you had a big enough icebox. Quiet, all of you. Miss Bound, have you anything to say in your defense?
So you've already learned that much.
Should I take that to mean you admit to having hidden the flavored ice sculptures in question? Oh, is that why she was also obsessed with getting the house back?
No, I admit to no such thing. You haven't proven that I was the one who took those statues away. And you won't, because it would have been impossible for me to do so in the first place. The police were already here when they disappeared. How could I have done it without them noticing?
How indeed. Excuse me. I don't know exactly how you did it, but I'm far from ready to say that it was impossible for you to have stolen them away.
You're a very persistent man, aren't you, Mr. Edgeworth?
I am indeed, and I won't stop until I get to the truth.
I see. Then I'd better tell you exactly what I did that day 18 years ago. What I did that day. The whole time before judging began, I was waiting upstairs in our living area on standby. During the judging, I had to go change the camera's film cartridge for Samson. But before I could take the camera back to Samson, I discovered Mr. Frost's body. Later, around when your father arrived, I began to make the rounds and serve tea to everyone present. That was when I saw Mr. Gusto entering Mr. Frost's room. Those were my movements on the day it all happened. I hardly see how you could take issue with any of that.
That's for us to decide, Miss Bound. Are you saying there's a contradiction in her story, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm more focused on proving the fact that she did indeed steal those statues. The question is, when she would have had the opportunity to do so. If I can pinpoint that, I might be able to prove what exactly she got up to.
What I did that day.
Press present. Huh? Press. Waiting upstairs in our living area on standby. During the judging, I had a chance to change the camera's film cartridge. Before I could take the camera back to Samson, I discovered Mr. Frost's body. Later, around when your father arrived, I began to make the rounds and serve tea.
Hold it!
Just when your father arrived? Just as you did today?
Yes, I wasn't around and offered everybody working in the investigation. I went around and offered everyone in the investigation a cup of tea.
Present company included, I remember it well. You were here, there, upstairs, downstairs, everywhere with that little card of yours. Interesting. And did anything strike you as strange around that time? Oh yeah, Gregory was singing the praises of Judy's tea, and I think he mentioned his saucer was cold. His saucer was cold. Was this the moment Miss Bound stole the sculptures? This was the moment. This was the day. Miss Bound, I believe this is when you stole the sculptures.
But I have to contradict you.
I hate to contradict you, my bad.
The fountain room was full of witnesses at that point, Mr. Fender included. Are you suggesting that I somehow got the sculptures out of Mr. Frost's room right under everyone's noses?
That is precisely what I'm suggesting. Oh, were they that small? Then? Maybe I'm picturing the tea cart as too small. It is precisely what I'm suggesting. Miss Bound stole those ice sculptures, and she did it by hiding them here, the tea cart.
Take that!
My father and Fender had no idea that one of the sculptures was mere inches away from them, because it wasn't just a tea set you were pushing around, Miss Bound, but a hidden ice sculpture in a glass case. Oh. Surely such a thing would have been impossible. How would a case of that size fit on a serving cart? It would have been spotted immediately.
Objection!
Who said anything about a serving cart? Well, I'm not sure I follow, Mr. Edgeworth. What are you suggesting she used instead? I'm suggesting that Miss Bound used this to transport the sculptures. The little lift cart thing.
Take that!
You can see the handles, and I'm mad I never noticed it. And this is when I was picking from the image of the flashback, I'm like, wait a minute, those are totally the handles of the thing. The cart that Miss Bound used to move the flavored ice sculptures out of Mr. Frost's room 18 years ago. It would appear that the very same cart is still here with us in the fountain room. Right there.
We originally brought it for use in the contest.
And you're saying that Miss Bound loaded Mr. Frost's sculptures onto this cart and carried them off? I am. As you can imagine, all one would need to do is lay a case on its side, add a tablecloth, and it look exactly like a normal serving cart, thus allowing her to move the sculptures around freely. Can it be? Holy moly, of course! That's why those saucers were so chilly. They were sitting on top of a big block of ice. Judas! Judes, how could you?
Impressive.
Ding.
Then again, you are Mr. Gregory Edgeworth's son. I should have expected no less. There isn't a scrap of evidence that I stole the sculptures all those years ago now, and yet I knew that no matter what I said or did, I'd always be under a cloud of suspicion.
So you admit it? You admit that you stole them from Mr. Frost's room?
Yes, I do. I took those sculptures and their glass cases out of that room 18 years ago. As Mr. Edgeworth correctly deduced, I dressed up the lift cart as a serving cart to do it, and slipped in and out of Mr. Frost's room while I was going around serving tea to everybody. In the end, I had removed not only the sculptures, but the flavored ice zodiac blocks as well.
Zodiac blocks? I feel like I've seen them for myself before. There's a huge block of ice on display here. Must be incredibly heavy. And the Winter Wing really is... If the Winter Wing really is an exact replica of Mr. Frost's room from 18 years ago, then even though my father never saw them because they'd already melted, the Zodiac blocks must have been in the victim's room back then as well.
When I had finished moving the 2 ice sculptures and the 2 Zodiac blocks out, I took 2 fresh, empty cases to Mr. Frost's room and put them where the original 2 had been. Only the sculptures had been kept in glass cases, you see, to prevent them from being damaged. The blocks were a little more robust, so they had been displayed as is. As stated in the contest rules, we were responsible for providing all display materials, including cases.
Meaning it would have been easy for her to prepare those empty spares she swapped in.
Mr. Frost's room contained quite a few other flavored ice works in progress. I figured if I melted them down somehow, the resulting puddle would look like it came from the sculptures. And that is how the sculptures from 18 years ago came to be in the Winter Wing today.
I have to say, Mr. Edgeworth, that's quite the confession. Indeed. I think she offered it so willingly because she knows there's nothing we can do with it.
That's all I have to tell you. However, despite everything I've shared, you can't charge me with anything now, can you?
What? How'd you figure that? Oh, hi. I would have thought you might know at least this much given we're at a crime scene. Oh my god, I love those little silly textbooks. I suggest you memorize the various statutes of limitations outlined in this book. Statutes of what? Statute limitation book. Drop down. Simply put, Kay, prosecutors only have a certain amount of time within which they can put a suspect on trial for a given crime. Let's take a closer look, shall we? Oh, so I have to pin the murder on her, because the statute of limitations is shorter. So it's different for every crime? Murder, 15 years. Theft, 7 years. Yes. Miss Bound stole the ice sculptures 18 years ago. So it's too late to have her arrested for that crime. I don't believe it. Theft is a serious matter, especially when it involves the removal of evidence from a crime scene. Or I guess not, because 15 years ago, it's been 18 years. Something will happen. However, as you yourself just pointed out, Miss Bound can no longer be prosecuted for her crime. Rendering your revelation rather pointless, wouldn't you say, Mr. Edgeworth? I wouldn't be so sure about that. You see, the theft of the ice sculptures isn't my principal interest here. I find the body that reappeared 18 years after the theft to be considerably more interest.
Are you suggesting that I also hid Mr. Frost's body?
I am indeed. But how do you keep a body hidden for 18 years without anybody finding it? By hiding it in a very unusual way. Oh, now this is interesting. God. Are you telling me that you know where the body has been for all this time, Mr. Edgeworth? It's not such a big leap if you think about what Miss Bound has told us already. Let's just say it wasn't just flavored ice that she removed from Mr. Frost's room back then. Very well. If you're confident in this claim, let us put it to the test. Tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, where exactly was Mr. Frost's body hidden? That'd be actually really sick. What? It's hidden in the cake. We've all been eating it. If it was in the Pisces statue, that'd be sick. Like, one of the bodies was just him. The cloth? Where was it hidden? In this photograph with their captured souls. Wait, really? He was hidden in a salt lamp. In the tea. I got nothing. Oh, was I? This just wasn't the Pisces. Or wait, I was right. It's the Pisces one. I have to show this picture. Ew, no way. Was I right? I was joking. Was he hidden in the Pisces statue? No way. And that's the luminous cloth. Right? The winter wing photo. And yeah, it's draped in the luminous cloth. A photograph of Mr. Frost's works and of the victim's body, Your Honor. You will have to forgive me, but I don't see what you mean. Where exactly this photograph is Mr. Frost's body? Right? It's right?
Take that!
That's fucking metal. The reveals of this case so far have been like some of the coolest. Oh my, I was joking. The Gemini sculpture? Nah, whatever. The Pisces sculpture. Leave me be. The Gemini sculpture? Yes, it may look like a sculpture at first glance, but it is in fact Mr. Frost's corpse. What? Surely you can't be serious. I don't see anything in the photograph to support such a wild claim. That's because a certain piece of evidence was used to hide the body in plain sight. And what piece of evidence might that be? The court demands that you present what was used to conceal the body. The luminous cloth. Yeah. One of the cloths from in the autumn wing. Yes, when it's made to glow in just the right way, it's so visually convincing you might mistake it for ice. Isn't that right, Miss Scone?
Well, yes, dear. But you can make it look like just about anything, really. Even blazing fire. Even the right side of blue. Even the right shade of blue would make it look like ice. Yes, exactly like it, in fact.
It is not the case that a certain special device... Is it not the case that a certain special device is needed to generate these colors, though? If you would care to take another look at the photograph of the winter wing, Your Honor. Oh, I guess I just assumed it was the angle, but yeah, there it is. It needs to be attached to the side. You okay? Yep. What'd you drop? You were throwing it in the air?
No.
You were fucking with it? You were fucking with it. You'll notice that a small box connected to the bottom of the Gemini display case. That's one of the very light-emitting devices in question. Detective Gumshoe even confirmed its presence. In fact, this particular device went missing 18 years ago. Back then, it was no doubt firmly connected to the cloth inside the display case, which means Miss Bound had no choice but to take it with her when she removed the sculpture. He's got the finger up. It's going to be a good night. So you see, this cloth and the light-emitting device were being used to create the illusion that Mr. Frost's body was, in fact, a statue carved from ice. No, this can't be. Wait, so you telling me that when we took that photo of us in the Winter Wing, yes, we were standing right in front of the body. Ew! There's a ghost in that photo. You realize that. But the body and the cloth are both recovered from the fountain. Why were they found there if the body was supposed to be in the Winter Wing disguised as a sculpture? Because there would have been no mystery as to how the body had been hidden if we had found it as is. Miss Bound needed to remove Mr. Frost from the Winter Wing in order to throw us off the scent. Ridiculous. I don't recall her sneaking around behind our backs to throw a body in the fountain. No, and she didn't need to, because she had another method at her disposal. Her trusty lift cart, the same cart that had proved so useful in executing her original theft. I believe she wheeled the body into one of the other wings and floated it down the stream to the fountain. The frozen body, being quite solid, probably got stuck somewhere along the way, which is why only the cloth appeared at first, the cloth Miss Scone discovered. And then the body followed afterwards once it had thawed enough?
It's an ingenious theory, Mr. Edgeworth, but can you prove that it was me? It seems a little unfair to expect me to accept your accusations without proof, don't you think?
What about an eyewitness? Do you think somebody might have spotted her when she was moving the body? As a matter of fact, I do. And the contradiction in that piece of evidence, Larry's drawing, right? Yeah, and the contradiction in the piece of evidence I was provided will shed light on exactly how Miss Bound moved the body as well. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you have any evidence to support your allegation? Of course, I have a piece of very compelling proof right here. Then please, present it to the court. What evidence do you have that proves Miss Bound acted as you claim? Larry's sketches of the ladies, though, is what I'm thinking. Right? Is it Larry's sketches or the Pisces statue sketch? Yeah, I thought so. Because she's in the middle of pushing literally the thing.
Take that!
This is literally Heroes. Larry's the artist who helps them save the day. Wee-oo, wee-oo. Right? That was Heroes, right? I think. Wee-oo, wee-oo. Sorry, it's been on my mind because I watched, like, I think almost the whole show when there was a blizzard, which very rarely happened in Washington growing up. There was a blizzard when I was in high school, and I was stuck inside, and I had just gotten Netflix on my Xbox, and I watched all of Heroes waiting for because we lived on top of a hill, and my school was on top of the hill. So I literally went to school in the snow both ways. And I binged Heroes waiting for the blizzard to go through. Like, I watched like that whole series. So yeah, when we were in our little cold snap, I was thinking about it. More drawings. I've watched that show literally since. And is that me? Yes, Mr. Butts drew sketches of people as they passed through the fountain room. What I'm interested in is this cart we can see here. Miss Bound's serving cart. What about it? You don't see it? She's using the same trick she used 18 years ago. Ergo, we know that Miss Bound was busy moving Mr. Frost's body when this picture was being drawn. What?
If I may, I don't see Mr. Frost's body anywhere in that sketch. All I see is a picture of me delivering chocolates to everyone.
You needed that big of a tray for chocolate? Really? That allowed me to direct your attention to the color of the tablecloth, Miss Bound. I'd originally thought that Mr. Butts had made an error, but he assured me that that couldn't possibly be the case. This tablecloth appears to be light blue. Yes, a shade of tablecloth that Miss Bound doesn't seem to own. The cloth only appears to be light blue due to the body hiding just underneath. What? But the shape of the card is perfectly rectangular, as one would expect. Surely it would be immediately obvious if the tablecloth was being draped directly over the body. I was going to say, weren't the blocks just glass? Not if the body had been placed inside one of the hollow Zodiac blocks in the winter wing. Place one of those on the lift cart, and it'd easily pass muster as a regular serving cart, wouldn't you agree? Goddess of Justice, Miss Bound. Surely now you must admit that it is you who moved the body just as you did 18 years ago.
I didn't expect you to deduce all that from a single simple sketch. But that sketch alone isn't really enough to prove your theory, is it?
Heh, you needn't worry on that front. My case doesn't rest solely on Mr. Butts' artwork.
Ding.
Once you disposed of the body, your serving cart became a lift cart, my bad, which is exactly what we discovered here in the fountain room. Without a serving cart, you had to find some place to put your chocolates.
My chocolates? The ones I was handing out?
As we saw in the sketch, you had originally placed them on top of the cart, but the chocolates you gave us came from your pocket. Oh yeah, mine was half melted. It was still super sweet and tasty, though. Why did you suddenly feel the need to put the chocolates in your pocket, Miss Bound? It was because you no longer had a serving cart to put them on, that's why. 1 moment, please. You have explained what Miss Bound did with the chocolates and the lift cart. But, what about the tablecloth? Where did it go? Indeed, if stashing the chocolates in her pocket was the only solution she could think of, I doubt Miss Bound had the time to dispose of an entire tablecloth. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you have an answer for me? Miss Bound didn't hide or dispose of the tablecloth, Your Honor. In fact, it's right here, in front of us. Perhaps you would care to enlighten us. Where exactly is the tablecloth Miss Bound used to hide the body? On her person? It doesn't say. It wouldn't be in the fountain. Miss Bound had the tablecloth on her person and in plain view, in fact. Is she wearing it right now? And she had it changed the color? That'd be sick. In plain view? No. Surely you don't mean, Miss Bound? It's the cloth around your waist, isn't it? And given that the Zodiac blocks weren't kept in glass cases, that cloth would have been in direct contact with the ice. All we need to do to confirm my theory is test the cloth for traces of sugar used in Mr. Frost's work. The game is up, Miss Bound. It's time to come clean. You dirty, dirty, dirty.
You won't need to test the tablecloth.
The ding.
Everything you said is true. I stole Delicia's Infesticide Ultra, and I moved Mr. Frost's body. It was me. It was all me. Delicia, I'm so sorry. Last week I went into your bag, and I took it. And then I put it in his pocket, hoping to make it look like he tried to do that to himself. I also made sure to leave no fingerprints but yours, just in case the police suspected foul play. Judy, oh gosh.
But Judes, why? Weren't we supposed to be on the same side? All fighting together to free Samson?
We were, but I couldn't afford to get arrested. Not yet. Not until I'd finally proven that Samson is innocent. I always planned to give myself up in the end, I swear. I know it's easy to say that now, but...
Why do it this way, though? It's not like you...
I'm sorry, Mr. Fender. I've caused you so much trouble. I've been the guilty party all along, ever since that day, 18 years ago.
Are you trying to tell us that the true culprit in the IS-7 incident was you?
I committed a terrible crime. I took those sculptures, and I stole them for purely selfish reasons. The moment Mr. Frost died, they became more than mere entries in a confectionery contest. They became the final works of Samson's favorite artist. I couldn't allow them to just melt away, not before he came home. And that meant I couldn't let anybody near them, not even the police. So I hid them. I knew it was wrong.
Wait, what?
But I just had to. I put them in the cold storage room for safekeeping. But what I had actually done was far worse than anything I could have possibly imagined. Because who would have thought that Mr. Frost's body itself was posing as one of the sculptures?
She didn't know about the body when she stole the sculptures? Oh my god, my girlfriend isn't going to jail? Or is she lying? Samson is a kind
man, a saint. He can never kill anybody. Never. And yet, because of what I did, the police never found Mr. Frost's body, and Samson, he lost a lot of pigment in his hair and was found guilty. After all he'd done for me, he was my family, the only family I've ever had. He was the most important person in the entire world to me, and I...
Judes.
After his conviction, I was forced out of our home. I was finally able to return only a few days ago, and when I did, I went to the cold storage room to check up on the sculptures. And that's when I saw it. Mr. Frost's body. It had been there the whole time. Of course, by that point, the statute of limitations had expired. So I did what I did today. Because it was the only way I could think of to make things right.
I guess since statute of limitations came up, why didn't you just tell the police? Seems I've misunderstood her intentions. Everything she's done really has all been for Mr. Tangaroka's sake. Hey, what do you think about Mr. Edgeworth? Something that's been puzzling me. Why did Miss Bound use poison gas? Why not a more reliable method? And why disguise the autumn wing as the winter wing? The only reason I could think of is to confuse someone who was here 18 years ago. Yeah, I wonder what she had in mind. If she was trying to prove that Mr. Tangaroa is innocent, Miss Bound's ultimate goal must be to find the true killer? Was it the old man? Could she have been trying to... Sorry, I'm thinking, but I also didn't want to look at you. Could she have been trying to discover the identity of the true culprit? Well, my girlfriend's not going to jail, so that's nice. But my wife isn't going to be happy about it. Miss Bound, your ultimate aim was to see Mr. Tangaroa cleared of all charges, correct?
Ding.
And to that end, you had to expose the real killer and have the police find the body from 18 years ago. Is my understanding of your intentions correct? Exhibiting the sculptures was sure to force the killer to return to the crime scene. After all, they were the only person apart from you who knew that the body was hidden in the icework. Yeah. So they would have freaked out thinking the body was about to be discovered and come running, yeah? Exactly. But Miss Bound ran the risk that the killer might successfully cover their tracks this time. In the worst case scenario, they might even have been able to remove Mr. Frost's body from the scene. So how could she lure the true killer into revealing themselves without putting vital evidence at risk? Sorry. I see what you're getting at. You're saying that's why the autumn wing was all winter wingy. Sorry, chat. Remember to like, subscribe, comment, share, donate, become a member. Kill it. Killer. That's fine. I think we're good. Remember to like, subscribe, comment, become a member. You were betting on one thing, Miss Bound, weren't you? That whoever opened the Pisces case you had so carefully disguised as the Gemini case would be the real perpetrator of the IS-7 incident.
Ding.
No. But that would mean the real killer was... Enough. Not another word. Do you realize the implications of what you are saying, Mr. Edgeworth? Are you prepared to stand behind the accusation you are clearly about to make? Miss Bound set a trap for Mr. Frost's killer, meaning that whoever found themselves caught in the trap is highly likely to be the guilty party. Oh no, is this going to put a target on my back because I'm going to make everybody look bad, like the prosecutor people? But I lack the evidence to support such an assertion. To accuse someone without any evidence is not to be done lightly, so... Should I really go ahead and make my accusation and name Mr. Frost's killer? Yes, make the accusation. My ultimate goal is to see the truth exposed. And to do that, I need to seize the day. Friends of the friendless, seize the day. Yes, Judge Gavelle, I'm prepared to stand behind my accusation. I know exactly who is to blame for the IS-7 incident. Larry Butts. Yeah, Carmelo Gusto. Thank you. I was like, right? It can't be anyone else. Mr. Gutso. Mr. Gusto, the victim of the poison gas attack, is the perpetrator behind the IS-7 incident.
Gusty?
What? Mr. Gusto! Miss Bound. As we've established, you knew that the opening of the gallery would lure in the real culprit. And you set up the poison gas trap in order to catch them. Do you dispute the facts thus far?
You're a very impressive man, Mr. Edgeworth. Just like your father. And the third Bill, also the streamer of Bill Chill Gaming. And of course, you're absolutely right.
Then perhaps you could tell us exactly what happened in your own words.
Of course, I have nothing to hide anymore, so I might as well tell you everything. As you said, I set a trap here in the gallery to try and catch Mr. Frost's killer. Before we opened, I made sure that the door to the Autumn Wing was the only one that was unlocked. When opening time came...
Sorry, my earlobe was getting itchy with this hat.
When opening time came, I went around to unlock the doors of the various rooms and found that the Autumn Wing had been locked from the inside. The killer is on the other side of the door. The thought, well, it frightened me.
And then she simply walked away, leaving him to fall victim to her poison gas trap. Yeah, because then he tried to melt it to get the body out. Yeah.
When I heard that Mr. Gusto was being treated for gas inhalation, that's when I knew he was the murderer. All that was left was for the police to find Mr. Frost's body, and then Samson would finally be proven innocent. At least, that was my plan.
Judes, why didn't you tell me? You know I'm always here for you, right? We could have found another way. It didn't have to be like this.
Thank you, Mr. Fender. You've been so very kind to me all these years. But I'm the one who created this mess, so it was up to me to try and clean it up. I didn't care what it took, as long as I could get Samson out of that awful place.
Judy.
18 years ago, the police managed to cover up the fact that Mr. Frost's body had gone missing. If I went to them now and said it had reappeared, I was afraid they might have tried to cover things up again. So I worked to set off a very public incident here in the gallery in front of as many witnesses as possible.
I'm so sorry, Judy. You, Samson, Gregory, I let you all down. Fender, this can't be easy for him.
No, I'm the one who should be apologizing. Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Fender, I hope one day you can forgive me. And whatever punishment I have to face, I'm ready to accept it. But please, if I may ask one thing of you, is that you simply must clear Samson's name.
Wow. The way the truth of these past 18 years had come to light was unexpected, to say the least. And yet, it only set us down a path towards an even more shocking end. That was this one's really cool. I like the twists. I like that kind of like, okay, so you set up a trap to catch the killer from the previous thing. You didn't kill him. I like that kind of stuff. Are we almost done, though? Okay. Miss Bound, are you feeling a little calmer now? Is it just reading, or is there more game stuff to do?
There's one last chess game that's gonna be annoying.
Fuck. All right.
Yes.
Good. Then allow me to get to the point. Regardless of your intentions, you broke the law.
Yes, I understand.
Nevertheless, I understand that you did what you did in order to prove Mr. Tangaroa's innocence. Therefore, if the real culprit really is someone else, then we have a duty to reinvestigate the case. Wife, no. Wife, please. There is nothing to suggest that anything nefarious took place in the official IS-7 incident records. Honey, we talked about this on our first date together. Von Karma bad. And right now, there is nothing to suggest that we should take Miss Bound at her word either. So our first order of business should be to arrest the culprit of the case before us, Miss Bound herself. Official records cannot always be trusted, Judge Cavell, especially since there are those prosecutors who would think nothing of twisting the facts. Are you suggesting that the committee at the time overlooked just such a prosecutor? That's for you and your people. Oh my god, that is where this is heading. The whole department is corrupt. Wife, no. Say it's not true, my love. Nuzzle, nuzzle. Fuck yeah. It's fine. I'll wait for her on the other side of whatever anime rehabilitation she has to go through in the finale. That's for you and your people to figure out. Or she's that not like she's new. She would have been doing this 20 years ago. Look how gorgeous and young and beautiful she is. She's new. We're gonna have to convince her to investigate her own committee. Oh my God, she's one of us. She's Team Edgeworth. She just doesn't know it yet. And then Taylor's gonna announce Reputation Taylor's version. And then Miles Edgeworth can finally rest. That's for you and your people to figure out. However, it is a fact that the autopsy report was faked, seeing as Mr. Frost's body was only found just now. There really is something of Mr. Von Karma in you, Mr. Edgeworth. How so exactly? By continually defying the will of the committee and bending the truth to fit your needs. That's how. Wife, no. Perhaps it is time you understand how the committee sees this case. Fuck. Alright. Into the light. The committee is willing to accept that Mr. Von Karma falsified Mr. Frost's autopsy report. Even still, Mr. Von Karma only managed to have Mr. Tangaroa convicted as an accomplice. I personally have come to believe that the real culprit behind the IS-7 incident is Miss Bound. Her plan to poison and kill Mr. Gusto today was her attempt to frame him for Mr. Frost's murder. And this is how the committee sees things, is it? It is. As always, I act solely in service of law and order. Bum, 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 bum. Dun, 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 dun. It sounds to me like all she's doing is acting in service of the committee and covering up the truth. And if I can't change her mind, there will be no saving Mr. Tangaroa or Miss Bound. Hear me out. I have to show her the flaws in the system that she is ignorantly a part of so I can finally wood. Also, hear me out. It is exceptionally hot to take down a corrupt system. Let's go. The committee's view. Press or present. The committee is willing to accept that Mr. Von Karma falsified. Okay. He only managed to have Mr. convicted as an accomplice. I personally have come to believe that the real culprit is Miss Bound. Her attempt to poison and kill Mr. Gusto today was her attempt to frame and murder him. I guess I usually go with the last one first. Why would Miss Bound have chosen to frame Mr. Gusto for the murder? No doubt because he suspected her of being the real culprit. He may have entered what we thought was the Winter Wings simply to see if the Gemini statue was genuine. Little did he know that he would be greeted by a trap designed to silence him. A trap that nearly worked. Do you have any evidence to support that line of reasoning? Unfortunately, Mr. Gusto remains in critical condition. It will be difficult to prove anything until he regains consciousness. In other words, there is little we can do for now. On the contrary, there is plenty we can do. You still have not grasped the situation, have you? Then allow me to spell it out for you. We have all the evidence we need to explain both the IS-7 incident and the poison gas attack. Right? That's the new one. There's no need to... we have therefore determined that there is no need to investigate the case any further? Which one was the new one? Hold on. Oh, but thank you. Press to present. Okay. Do I just present the whole case file? Can you hear the wolves? God, that's crazy. Is it picking up on the mic? Check, can you hear the wolves going ham outside right now? They're far away, though. They're not by my possum babies. All the evidence we need. Hello! Results of the analysis conducted on the melted contents of the Gemini. Oh. Salt, sugar, blood. You have it all right here. Right? Yeah. I'm afraid there is still one question concerning the IS-7 incident that remains unanswered, Your Honor. Would you mind taking a look at this? What is it? Their test results. Turns out I'm 100% that bitch. Carried out on the liquid at the bottom of the Gemini case in the winter wing. As you can see, traces of blood were detected. The question is, whose? Until the question is answered, I hardly think you can claim to have all the evidence. There was blood in the Gemini case? And why did I not hear about this from Eustace? Because he's an idiot. Because Detective Gumshoe informed me of the results directly. I was planning to tell Mr. Winter about it myself, of course. You kept this to yourself until now, despite having no jurisdiction here whatsoever? Mark my words. Wife, what are you talking about? Hun? Hey, hun? I know you're at work, but we need to chat real quick. Mark my words, the committee will hear all about what you have done here today. As ever, my interest is in the truth, and if mistakes were made in the past, they must be rectified. If you must report me to the committee, then so be it. But in return, we must be allowed to investigate this case to the very end. That is not my decision to make. You will need to discuss it with Eustace. What?
Guess who's back, losers? And with good news, too. There was a quarter under the vending machine, so my chips were free. It was a close call for a minute there, but Carmelo Gusto is alive.
The ding? Gusto!
He made it.
Who did you mate for light with to make that seahorse tattoo happen? You're the one who found me. Yep, long time no see, Gusto. Eh? Oh, you're the attorney's assistant, eh? Oh, you're grown. And you have an assistant of your own there now, don't you? Assistant? No, I'm... Hey, he hasn't got the gig just yet. This is Gregory Edgeworth's son. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth. Ace Attorney of Investigations. At your service. Yeah, fate moves in mysterious ways, don't it? I'm in your debt. If you hadn't found me in time, I wouldn't be here to thank you. Oh, you're very welcome. Just pushes all the evidence he has against him under the table. Never mind. After all, if you hadn't lived, we wouldn't be able to ask you what really happened 18 years ago. Huh? Oh, what are you talking about, Daredevil? We figured out quite a bit while you were out cold, including the fact that you're probably the guy who offed poor Audie Frost.
What? Wait, is that true?
Miss Bound has set up a very elaborate trap to catch Mr. Frost's murderer. A trap that involved rigging the Pisces case with poison gas. Perhaps in light of that fact, you could tell us in your own words what happened back then. Or perhaps you'd rather exercise your right to remain silent? It's not that. Gusto, he is a fan of the old meditation. You know, Om and all that jazz. Wow, sleeping while dabbing seems pretty cool. That's one heck of a talent. That is true. My roommate in college and best friend can sleep standing up and while sitting up. Like, he could sleep sitting up like I am right now. Except there's no sleeping involved in meditation, Kay. Hey, Gusto, old pal, how about you snap out of it and tell us what went down way back when? Hey. Oh, I was caught in that girl's trap, so I must be the killer? Is that the idea of a joke? I'm the victim here. Indeed you are, Mr. Gusto. There's no evidence that you have done anything wrong yet. Mr. Edgeworth and Mr. Fender are merely speculating. Rest assured that they have no authority here, and that you may pay them no heed. At least somebody here seems to be on my side, though. Judge Verity Gavel, it's a pleasure, Mr. Gusto. I will assist you in any way you may require. Perhaps you could begin by explaining what actually happened 18 years ago to Mr. Edgeworth. Fine. You want me to prove I'm innocent, Mr. Prosecutor? I'd be happy to do it. So this is how you mean to play it? Judge Gavel mentally dusts off his mental chess pieces. You're hoping Mr. Gusto will help you to hide what happened instead of trying to correct the record? I believe only in the infallible judgment of the goddess of justice, except it is us humans who make the actual judgment calls in a court of law. So long as there... That was literally his... was it Trixie Mattel that said it? God's not real, but I am. Yeah, that was his version of that. And so long as there are those who would use the law to their advantage, our rulings are fallible indeed. If you would use your position to further obscure the truth, then neither she nor I will forgive you. Huh. We shall see about that. Oh, what do you advise here, Judge Gavale? It would seem that you are under suspicion because it was you who triggered the poison gas, specifically by opening the Pisces case's lid. Pisces case's lid. Would you be so kind as to share why with us? I always wanted to know how those fish were 69 in there. Understood. I came to see Frast's sculpture, simple as that. I made a mistake with the opening times and arrived a half hour early. Miss Bound, was there no one at the reception desk at around that time?
I had left the main entrance unguarded and unlocked, just in case the killer made an appearance. I was also busy making preparations elsewhere, all the way up until the gallery's opening. So no, there was no one here on the first floor then. But I did make sure that all the wings were locked up tight, all except for the autumn wing, that is.
I see. She did all that just to steer the culprit into the autumn wing, which is precisely where Mr. Gusto went. Sneaking into that building's pretty suspicious, however you slice it. Wink. Silence in the courtroom. I'll permit no objections or interventions unless there is some evidence that the witness is lying. The courtroom? You know this is an art gallery, right? Mr. Gusto, if you could please continue by explaining why you opened the Pisces case. Oh, I wanted to see Frast's work up close. So I went up to the gym and I saw it was supposed to be the Pisces statue. Sus, and I saw that lid was frozen on tight, so I grabbed a blowtorch from nearby and tried to open it. When I finally got it open, gas came pouring out. He would probably go to jail for the rest of his life for fucking with art, though, wouldn't he? He doesn't have a right to open the case. Even if you can't nail him on murder, you can nail him on that. Fascinating. His is the sort of flawless testimony attorneys can only dream of. Yeah, the everything sounds like a lie kind. I am none too satisfied with Mr. Gusto's explanation myself. Alas, there is no evidence to refute it. Oh, come on, there must be something. Oh, it's Bound's story you should be questioning, not mine. I'm the only one who set up the gas... I'm not the one who set up the gas trap. She could have killed anybody with that thing there. She turned on the sprinklers as soon as the gas was released. She knew exactly what she was doing. She was gunning for the killer, nobody else. That killer being you, pal. So you believe that self-confessed criminal there? Miss Bound is far from blameless in this affair, and she will have to pay for her crimes. But so will Mr. Frost's killer. You seem determined to pin Frost's murder on me, though. I had no reason to kill him. And you had no evidence to prove otherwise. Grant. Can we really not prove that he's the killer, Mr. Edgeworth? Okay, why are you on his side of the room? Felt like it. Mr. Gusto fell victim to the poison gas. That much is indisputable. Yet, no matter how suspicious his actions in the present may seem, they prove nothing about the past. Yeah, but what about you, Mr. Fender? There must be something we can do. You're right. We may not have evidence, but we have plenty of intel. Let's see now. Hot are the cards. If Gusto killed Frost, he must have had a reason. He claims not to have a motive, but that can't really be true, can it? Fuck. Oh no, we're having thoughts. If he did, he has If he did it, he has one. Not many people commit murder just for fun. In fact, the old man had a little back and forth with Von Kama about a probable motive too, remember? How can you possibly say that without any certainty? If their relationship had broken down for some reason, it could very well have been the motive behind the murder. Von Kama wouldn't let us talk to Gusto back then, but we can now. If we could put the pieces together, I think the picture we've been looking for might just emerge. Yeah, I think you might be right. I need to think back over everything we know about the IS-7 incident, especially the questions that never got answered. And the finger marks were the ones wearing the gloves? Gloves? Miss Scone denied that the finger marks on the frame were hers. What if they were Mr. Gusto's? Perhaps he had wanted to take a look through the Ultimate Cookbook for himself? Jesus Christ, these go on forever. So he asked me to go out a new cartridge. He seemed to think there must have been more shots later than there were. In other words, the film ran out sooner than expected. Yes, sooner than expected. The film ran out sooner than expected, but he thought maybe he just lost track somewhere along the way. My father noticed these things for a reason. I just need to piece them together correctly. In the absence of evidence, it's the only way to the truth. I must have a thought. Okay. Oh, remaining exposures and wanted the cookbook. He wanted to take pictures of it. Kiss. Photographing the cookbook's contents would be the perfect way to steal its secrets undetected. And what if Mr. Gusto did just that? What if you used Mr. Tangaroa's camera to photograph the book? It'd be the perfect crime. So much better than stealing it and getting chased by the cops. A sneaky snapshot of 20, huh? That could work. The only question is, when would he have done it? Good question. What about during afternoon tea? Didn't Delicia say that Gusto and Frost had missed out on a little teapot of the... I'm going to die soon, chat. Which brings me to my next question. When did we know for certain that Mr. Frost was still alive? Then after the contest began in his room, the only person capable of entering his log was Tangaroa is the only key. Miss Scone was sampled? No, dear, I couldn't help myself. I always a little taste, too. Literally, these conversations are in this stream. Mr. Frost had kept himself inside his room after the contest had started. But he was gone by the time Miss Scone stuck in to disable his work. Meaning there's a good chance he was murdered before the end of afternoon tea. Motive in cooperation ended, or afternoon tea in cooperation ended? Okay. That's annoying. So it gave me 4 thoughts that I had to like piece them together to get the final 2. Okay. It's fine. I just really hope this isn't how any of the Apollo Justice Trilogy games play, because it's really hard to decipher between thought evidence, court evidence, and environment evidence, and you never go to court. It's very hard to keep track of the logic of the game sometimes. Mr. Gusto, you and Mr. Frost conspired to create works for the contest together, did you not? Oh, so you know my little secret. Mr. Fender was kind enough to inform me. Mr. Frost was in charge of the designs while you were in charge of the flavor, is that correct? Yeah, well, what can I say there? I had a long way to travel on the road to becoming a master confectioner. But you only collaborated up through the semifinals. Something changed after that. We both wanted to show what we could do. Show that we were better than Tangaroa. Then why did you help Mr. Frost with his entry for the final? Hey, well, what grounds you say I had to say that? Your own statement made to Mr. Von Karma 18 years ago. You told him that you had been working together right up until the day before the final. Mr. Frost flavored ice. Data freeze. Mr. Gusto. ... Humph. Before the final. Mr. Gusto in return. Oh my god. Uh-huh. So why didn't Mr. Frost help you in return? Meh. I submit that your relationship broke down for some reason, and that became the basis of your motive for murder. Meh, hold there, that's not how it was. Oh, sure. Oh, sure, we stopped working together, but it was all perfectly friendly there. You stopped working together in a friendly way? That kind of hard to imagine, but okay. Besides, you don't think it exactly. You think I just strolled into Tangarosa's room and killed Frost? I couldn't have killed the man while Tangarosa was in there working on his chocolate pieces, now could I? God damn. You see, it couldn't have been me. I wouldn't be so sure. There must be a window of time when Mr. Tangaroa wasn't in the room. If I could prove that, I could prove that Mr. Gusto had the opportunity to kill his friend. Oh my god. There's only 2. There's only 2. Afternoon tea. Poggers, let's go. Everyone was sucking each other's teas, and you killed a guy. We can be sure that Mr. Frost was alive until the beginning of afternoon tea, making tea time the only window during which Mr. Gusto could have killed him. Are you satisfied with Mr. Gusto's story now, Mr. Edgeworth? Sadly, I'm afraid I'm still rather unsatisfied. I could never be satisfied unless you are the man who gave me my unnecessary feelings. That man. Those unnecessary feelings. Things are finally starting to become clear, and the truth will soon come to light at last. Do you mean to say that you have uncovered new evidence? Evidence? No. I was hoping I might convince Mr. Gusto to open up to us about it instead. Oh, is it mind games time again? Do you want me to get your chest set, Mr. Edgeworth? Have one in my pocket, Kay. Thanks. That one's actually supposed to be for you. It is. Mr. Gusto, I have a question for you. I said, I have a question for you. Now, oh, what is it? You choose to make your entry for the final on your own. I told you I want to test myself. I want to prove that I was the best like no one ever was. If that were the case, then surely you wouldn't have chosen to cheat in the first place. So tell me, Mr. Gusto, why did you feel the need to team up with Mr. Frost? Fuck. "18 years ago, Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost collaborated in the confectionery contest. But why did they work together? And why did they enter the contest in the first place? That's the information I need to get out of my opponent somehow." Jesus Christ, he has half a chessboard. Time to get good. Mr. Gusto seems to have a habit of pretending to be asleep when things aren't going his way. So I have to be quiet when he's quiet. Let's start by focusing on why you chose to work with Mr. Frost. By my hand. Now is the time to dig up the truth that was buried all those years ago. Time for some hand stuff. Mr. Gusto, what inspired you to collaborate with Mr. Frost? We weren't acquaintances before we were contestants. He was interested in entering the contest, so we decided to sign up together. And your decision to pair up with a sculptor had nothing to do with your lack of faith in your skills? Oh, you don't know me. We joined forces because we wanted to make the most perfect creations possible, that's all. Wait. Wait. Sorry, you were very obvious what you wanted me to do. I thought it was be quiet when he's quiet. Alright. Frost's son and mine are in the same grade at school, so we got along pretty well, too. Oh, so you two were friends who happen to... Just friends? Friends who happen to try for the title of World's Greatest Confectioner? It's a little vibes. It's a little gay. Nah. Okay, so now he's... Do I wait? Wake him up. Wake up! Okay, so I had it backwards. To move when he pretends to go to sleep. Got it. Pretending to be asleep when the going gets tough won't work on me, I'm afraid. Mr. Frost was a sculptor, Mr. Gusto. I doubt he cared much about winning a title for confectioners, in which case he probably had a different motive for taking part in the contest, wouldn't you say? Fine, it was me. I wanted that title. Frost was only in it for the prize, the ultimate cookbook. I see, and since your objectives dovetailed so neatly, you decided to work together. But then something happened. A breakdown in your relationship, perhaps? If so, I want to know why. Mr. Prosecutor, I'm still quite unwell after my brush with death. Push me too hard. And I'll be on my way back to the medical room. No, wait. Then you better wrap this up quickly. I'm already dangerously low on patience. Mr. Gusto is trying desperately to make his escape. He's not going anywhere yet. Not as long as he's still keeping things from me. So let's figure out what he was really after. After I accuse Cure. There's no time to choose. There's no time to lose. I need to pick the right line of questioning and fast. Did you want to appear on Bacon Bob? Did you want more than just the title? You two had your eyes on something other than the title, didn't you? After all, I'm not sure the title of World's Greatest Confectioner even counts for that much. Now you're insulting away at a confectioner. My only goal was to win that title. I didn't care about nothing else. You had no idea how much it would have meant to me. Bide my time? Yeah, because it's when he's quiet. Yeah. Look, my sense of design might not have been up to snuff back then, but you should see me now. Oh? You've improved. Oh, you bet I have. I didn't do all that training in Shanghai for nothing there. I looked up to Tinkeroar, you know, spent hours poring over the designs of his work. Even used to watch his show with my son. Sounds to me like Mr. Tinkeroa's work was especially influential in your early studies. And with his recipe book, you might have become the best someday. Maybe. The book was a real treasure, no doubt about that. Any confectioner would have wanted it. Now I kill him. Time to beat you up with my chess moves. You claim that your only goal was to win the title. Yet you also seem to have an interest in the contest prize, the ultimate cookbook. Okay. The greatest collection of recipes by the world's greatest confectioner. Can't say I had absolutely no interest in it, even if I did. What exactly is wrong with that? Nothing, I suppose. Only that the book contained recipes for medicines and not desserts. And everyone who entered the contest supposedly knew that. Hey, I feel like I'm finally getting somewhere. I can't let him slip from my grasp now. Tighten up the hand stuff. I just need to stay calm and keep the pressure on. I say hand, you say stuff. Hand. Hand.
Stuff.
Let's go. That's supposed to be for chat, not for you. I appreciate it, though. I'm very much about to fall asleep. Let's find out why he wanted the cookbook. Did you want to know what the cookbook was worth? Did you need it for your sweets? So your plan was to win the cookbook and use it to help you with your own creations? What else? A book like that would have improved my craft tenfold. You could have made a lot of money if you'd sold it. I don't know much about what was actually in there. But it was worth more than money, I'll tell you that. Oh. Kill. He's quiet. You know more than you're letting on. Come on, Mr. Gusto. I think you know more about the Ultimate Cookbook than you claim. They told us a little about it at the start of the contest. Then you know what kind of recipes it actually contained, don't you? And that they weren't dessert recipes at all. Robeson, thank you for the 5. Please everyone consider donating or becoming a member. We're getting through this case tonight. I'm tired of shit. I need that money for bills. Anyway, click things, like, subscribe, comment, share, ring the bell, check the settings, send all. Poggers, let's go. Poggers in chat. Thank you, Robeson, for the 5. I see you did your homework. Fine, so it was really in there. The Ultimate Cookbook, or the Angel's Cookbook to give it its proper title, is a collection of chemical formulas and this is wrong. Oh, it was a chemical formulas and ways to synthesize new medicines. Synthesize new medicines nobody'd ever heard of. So he did know the cookbook actually contained recipes for medicines. This could be an important clue. Did you know what the book was really worth? Did you need it for sweets? I guess worth. Did you know how valuable the cookbook really was? What kind of question is that there? It was a collection of Tinkerosa's recipes. There wasn't a confectioner in the world who wouldn't have wanted to get their hands on it. Time to deploy my clue. Except you knew it was really there. Your designs may have improved thanks to your training in Shangfa, but you clearly don't do enough work on your skills of deception. You've already admitted that you knew the Ultimate Cookbook was a collection of recipes for medicines. Get your horsey away from my little castle guy there. Thereby making your interest not gastronomical, but pharmaceutical in nature. Attack! He fell asleep. You needed medicine? For his son. I didn't want to say it, but it was because his son's head was shaved in the photo. Right? Or it looks like it. You're a confectioner, Mr. Gusto. You had no professional interest in revolutionary new medicines, which suggests that your interest might have been personal. Oh, I underestimated you. Fine, you're right. Winning the title wasn't the only reason I entered a contest. I needed one of the recipes in that book. It was for my son. He was sick. He was. Tell me more. That's none of your business. I told you as much as I need you to know at all. He looks rattled, but I can't let him off the hook. Let's find out what this mystery illness was. Heal. I've almost got to the bottom of this. I can feel it. Just a few more moves. What was the name of your son's condition? Was the book necessary? Tell me about your son. Tell me a little more about your son. He was my pride and joy, my biggest fan. You entered the contest in order to help him? You clearly don't have children of your own. No, I'm gay. Any father would have done the same. Hello, gestures frantically to Kay, who's like picking her nose or something, just not paying attention. Yeah, she's stealing shit. What? Yeah, no, he's my pa. I would have done anything to help him, anything. Buy my time. He would have come see me here at the contest venue. He would come see me here at the contest venue too, right up through the semifinal. Really? He didn't get in the way of your work? If you were trying to beat Samson Tangaroa, surely you didn't have the time to look after a child. Yeah, well, I wanted to do what I could for him. He said he always wanted to be the first to try my creations. Is this gonna make me sad? I'm still recovering, so you got nothing to say. Let me go back to the medical room. Whip out all the photos in his wallet of their children. Wait, I may need to be a little more... Wait, what? I need to study my opponent's reactions. Okay, so tell me about your son. What did I do wrong? Oh, did he ... at the last minute and I didn't notice? Sneaky, sneaky. Okay, bide my time. He said he wanted to always be the first to try my creations. He wasn't too sick to join you? Well, that makes no sense. That wasn't his tell that time. You said your son was sick, Mr. Gusto, and yet he was able to come and join you for the contest? It wasn't that kind of illness. Nothing life-threatening anyway. This feels like it could be an important clue. What was the name of your son's condition? Tell me. The book? So you needed the cookbook to cure your son? Yeah, nowadays you can get the medication you needed anywhere. But back then, the book was your only hope. Which is why I didn't dare waste my time on fancy tea parties. I had to give it all to my work. And what about Mr. Tangarora's work? Surely that tea break gave you the perfect opportunity to go steal a glance at it. And what makes you think I had the energy or time to care about what the others had made? Because you cared about Mr. Tangarora's work. I think you've made it abundantly clear how much interest you had in Mr. Tangarora's work. What's more, if you were that determined to win the ultimate cookbook, I seriously doubt you would have passed up on a chance to take a peek at your competitor's entries. Yeah, and had plenty of chances throughout the contest to see and sample my rival's work, you know. But each time I did, nothing seemed to have any flavor. Must have been nerves or something. Nothing Mr. Gusto tasted had any flavor. His son couldn't taste salt? Or he and his son have the same disease? Seems like it could be an important clue. What was the name of your son's condition? Could you tell me the name of the disease your son suffered from? You're a real cold customer, Mr. Prosecutor. Ain't enough that he was seriously ill. Would you force me to tell you more? Time to deploy my clue. But it wasn't life-threatening, was it? Face my bishop's wrath of truth. You've already shared with me that your son's illness wasn't life-threatening. So why are you so reluctant to share any further details? That kind of lessens it a bit. Hopefully it was by accident, but I liked the idea that he did it to help his son, but now it's like, my son never could taste my stuff, so I killed a guy. It may not have been life-threatening, but that doesn't mean it hadn't been life-altering. I see. That must have been very hard on both of you. Of course it was. That was why I did everything I could to find a cure. We were desperate. He couldn't taste anything, not even his favorite desserts. Then how would he know that there is... Okay, well, he's quiet now. Did he have a taste disorder? Why was one of them if he was overweight? That's the... As I understand it, the Ultimate Cookbook contains the recipe for a very particular medication. One that Mr. Tangarora used to cure himself of his own taste disorder. So he had a tool. Two, you say? So your son has a taste disorder then, am I correct? How'd I let it slip? You've been asking me to believe that you needed to win the cookbook in order to cure your son. But was that really the case? Yeah, of course it was. What are you saying? I'm saying that I'm not so sure that's true based on everything you told me. Yeah, it sounded like he had the ailment. You were sick. So true, me. I'm playing mind chess along with my king bestie. Possibly my lover, but always my bestie. Taste disorders are difficult to live with. It isn't easy not being able to enjoy your food. You should know. After all, you just told me you'd experienced something like that during the contest. You said that nothing you sampled had any flavor. Those were your words, correct? Which would seem to suggest that you were suffering from a taste disorder. A confectioner without the sense of taste? Not exactly ideal. You sure it wasn't actually your own condition you were seeking a cure for, Mr. Gusto? Yeah. Oh, I've had enough of your speculations. I managed just fine in that contest, made it all my own entries, no problems. It must have been really something. Weren't you working with Mr. Frost? Am I done? But I didn't get to graduate all the way to a queen. I want to see Edgeworth use his queen mind. So I could go, so true, queen.
One last cross-examination and you're done.
Sorry, but I'm afraid you're contradicting your own testimony. You already admitted that you and Mr. Frost had worked together during the contest. It's too late to claim you did it all on your own now. Till now. Always got by on my own. You would have us believe that you are a man of principle, dedicated student of the confectioner's art. Yet you abandoned those principles and conspired with Mr. Frost to rig the contest. Also, you could cure your own taste disorder. Have you ever tried to eat ranch dressing and realized it don't taste like ranch dressing no more? Not guilty. You got me, Mr. Prosecutor. As you said, my sense of taste is shot. My son's is fine. Okay, well, then I'm just an asshole. Because I thought his son in the group photo, I thought it was shaved. Whatever, it's fine. I kept it hidden for so long, 18 years, and nobody knew. Sadly, you can lie to others, but you can't lie to me. Both Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost entered the contest, hoping to obtain the ultimate cookbook. For the medicine that would cure Mr. Gusto's disorder and the money it would bring in for Mr. Frost. Thus, an uneasy alliance was forged. That, I believe, is checkmate. Let's fucking go with our chess. Huh. Oh, I'll admit it, you're good. I never told anybody of this, but you figured it all out anyway. It's all true. 18 years ago, I developed agusia. Is that real? What? What's agusia? It's a taste disorder that makes it so you can't taste anything at all. A confectioner's worst nightmare. Excuse me? Mr. Fender, is that what Mr. Tangarora had as well? Nah, the big man had what they call dissociated taste disorder. Basically, some things he could taste just fine while others had no flavor at all. So he suffered too. Couldn't have been easy. Not when there wasn't a way to cure it on the market. Which is why you needed Mr. Tangarora's cookbook. Do you admit now that this was the real reason you entered the contest? It was only one of the reasons. I wasn't lying when I said I wanted a title. When I put my mind to something, it gets done. And I won't lose to anybody. I may not be able to taste it then, but I still know my stuff. My stuff was good not to win. Oh? So you went to the final thinking you stood a good chance of winning? Yeah, of course. What was it that Fender said about what Mr. Tangarora thought of Mr. Gusto's creation? God damn. It's all these different names in one sentence. Like, Jesus. Mr. Gusto's creations was a perfect balance of flavor and design, at least up through the semi-final. Disappointingly, his entry for the last final was subpar on both counts. You were told that your entry for the final was far from the prize-winning taste sensation you described. What happened, Mr. Gusto? What went wrong that day? Fine. You want me to attack? I'll attack, but you're not going to like what I had to say. Frost and I were working together, but right up through the semifinal, I handled the flavor. He did the designing. I'm tired of this voice now. I wanted to face Tangaroa in the final on my own. No help, just me and my skills. So I helped Frost with his entry, but mine I did alone. If it didn't taste good in the final, that's on me. What can I say? I lacked training. And that's all there is to it. Happy now? There doesn't seem to be any obvious contradictions in his testimony. Yeah, not that I thought it'd be easy to get anything real out of him. He's managed to not let slip what really happened for 18 years. Why don't you try pushing him a bit? I think I just might have to. Thanks, man. Press or present. Those are my two options. Press or present.
You're gonna press.
Okay. Which one? I'm tired.
It's so good.
Hold it!
And yet, I heard that your creations prior to the final were scored highly for their flavor. So what went wrong? Was there some kind of cooking accident on that day? No, nothing like that. It was, I told you, I had a taste disorder. My sense of taste failed me. It's as simple as that. There was humans in my last confection, but Mr. Frost's entry was complimented on its flavor. Your sense of taste hadn't failed you then. Did something else happen overnight? I don't think he's gonna spill any more beans, Mr. Edgeworth. Perhaps I should ask him about something else. Mr. Frost? The semifinal? Did something change between the semifinal and the final, Mr. Gusto? Not really. The only difference between the semifinal and the final was that Frost wasn't helping me. Present? God, I'm so tired. Meh. Is it this? No. Can I get a hint, please? Yeah, see, it was the other guy's kid, but one of the kids' head was shaved, and I was like, oh no, the kid was dying. I needed to win this. No. This? This photo?
Objection!
Because they don't look like lovers in the photo? I can think of one significant difference between the semifinal and the final. Your son. This is him in the photograph, correct? You told me he was here with you up through the semifinal. He was. What of it? What indeed? He was here with you until the semifinal, until he suddenly wasn't for the final. And just as suddenly, your work went from being lauded for its flavor to being lambasted for it. I don't think that's a coincidence, do you? He wasn't just spending quality time with his father. He was playing a much more pivotal role. He was tasting for you. I just wanted him to see me hard at work, to show him I was trying my best for us. Who knows? Maybe it was him being there that helped me do as well in those early rounds. He talks a good game, but nothing about this guy screams super dad to me. Indeed. Thankfully, we would only have to give such an idea credence if that story were true. After all, how much could the encouragement of one small boy affect, says a man with like 3 grown-ass daughters. Could the encouragement of one small boy affect the taste of a grown man's work? Mr. Gusto prided himself on his flavor of his creations, but then he lost his sense of taste. Must have had a tough time maintaining his high standards after such a devastating loss. Unless, sure, your son was here to cheer you on, but that wasn't all he was here to do, was it? You're a very suspicious man, Mr. Prosecutor. Why not try answering yourself for a change? What was an elementary school kid doing here other than to support his father? To taste. To steal. To make it for you. Eddie's $1 Million Cook-Off. Your son knew the taste of your work pretty well, I imagine. He was my biggest fan. Of course he knew it. In which case, he would have been a good judge of whether something tasted on brand, so to speak. No? Well, what are you implying? You already told us that you were suffering from a taste disorder. We were just there for that. We were just there for that. Stop. No one knew about your condition. Indeed, I doubt Mr. Frost would have wanted to continue collaborating with you had he found out. After all, it was your job to make sure his creations taste good. Therefore, your son wasn't there to support you. He was helping you by taste testing your work. Dang, now it all makes sense. Frost's stuff tastes good because it really was finished the day before when the kid was still there. You have a vivid imagination, Mr. Prosecutor, but do you seriously think that I'd trust a kid to tell me how to adjust the taste of my masterpieces? I have some pride, you know, even back then. Did you now? My designs may not have been much to write home about back then, but I always knew my work tasted better than anybody else's. You think I'd risk everything by putting my reputation in the hands of a child? This is just more speculation. That's all it is. In that case, I asked to speak with your son this instant. Let's see how much of your story you can corroborate. Sadly for you, my son is no longer my concern. What? Jinx King. As soon as I got my sense of taste back, I went straight to Zhang Fa to start my training and cut off all ties with the kid for good. Yeah. I was about to say, and then I went gay to Zhang Fa, and I'm like, nah. It's pretty straight. What? You abandoned your own child? And his name was Phoenix Wright. That ain't his name was Larry Butts. That ain't half of it. No one knows where he is even now. The cops have looked all over for him, but no dice. So, still think you can prove your asinine theory? I'd like to see you try. You think I care about anything besides confectionery? Think again. I got my sense of taste back. What? I got my sense of taste back. What do I need? What need do I have for a son? Silence in the court. Kill him, Queen. Kill him. While Mr. Gusto's words and actions may demonstrate a certain lack of humanity on his part, the goddess of justice cannot judge him for that. Wife. I'll talk to her, chap. Therefore, Mr. Edgeworth, I believe it's time for you to admit defeat. Yeah, give it up. 18 years is a long time for anything to surface now, proof or otherwise. Mr. Edgeworth, we have to do something. If we don't, the truth might be lost forever. Ugh. Where are you, Detective Gumshoe? Oh, by the way, that guy's my dad. Dad. That's the last piece of the puzzle, I'm sure of it. Once we know whose blood it is. Hey, Miles, sorry to cut in on your mind palace time. They stole my joke, but I was pondering something myself. Our friend Gusto didn't come here just to check up on the body, did he? You mean because he tried to open the case? Exactamundo. Think we have anything that might explain why he tried to do that? He might. If Detective Gumshoe can make it back in time. That's quite enough idle chatter, defense. Now, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Sorry to keep you waiting. Ta-ting. Heh, speak of the devil. Oh, I wanted him to have a dramatic entrance move like they did in the original trilogy. But seeing everyone's chibis is fun. I take it you have the test results, Detective? Hi. The lab just got back to me. Detective, please. Court is in session. Now then, am I right to assume that you are bringing us the evidence Mr. Edgeworth was just speaking of? What? Hey, no fair. Why didn't anybody tell me about any of this? It is indeed the evidence in question, Your Honor. It needed testing, so I asked him to carry it out. What the? Why is everybody always helping you? I'm supposed to be the one in charge here. That's why it's called Eustace Winter Ace Attorney Investigations. Mr. Winter, sorry I didn't involve you, but this is important. Can we at least hear what the detective has to say? Well, all right. So, Detective Gumshoe, what did the test have to tell us? You're not going to believe this, but the owner of the blood we found in the liquid at the bottom of the Gemini case is Carmelo Gusto, the victim of the poison gas attack. What are you talking about? Thank you, Detective. You've been very helpful. Well, looks like my suspicions were correct. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, what do you mean? Explain yourself. What is the significance of this blood to this case? Ugh. It's only the very thing It's only the very thing the perpetrator of the IS-7 incident has been trying to hide all these years. The fact that your blood was found inside the Gemini case, Mr. Gusto, is as good as finding your blood lying right next to Mr. Frost's body. Why would there be traces of your blood there, of all places, Mr. Gusto? If you won't answer her honor, Mr. Gusto, then I will. There wasn't just blood in the liquid from the Gemini case. There were traces of salt and sugar, too. There were. And if you remember, one particular part of Mr. Frost's work was allegedly very salty indeed. Oh, yeah, you're talking about Delicia told us back then, right? What was it again? It's scrumptious in all my life. Well, except for the strings, except for the salty bit on the strings, salty bit on the strings, salty bit on the strings. Thank you. Yes, the Lear, and only the Lear tasted as if it had been flavored with salt. There were no traces of salt anywhere else in Mr. Frost's entry. Very interesting. Then perhaps you can tell us, Mr. Edgeworth. Where did the salt on the lyre come from? Lyre? Lear? The salt lamp. Really? You got so excited. The salt lamp for real? Ew.
Take that!
This is the lamp from the IS-7 incident? Indeed. And I believe that the salt that gave the lyre its flavor came from just such a lamp. Mr. Von Karma had established that both salt lamps were in Mr. Tangarora's room at the time of the crime. One of them was used to kill Mr. Frost, and it was stained with his blood. But no corresponding pool of blood was found in Mr. Tangarora's room. Right, because the culprit had chucked the piece of chocolate with that on it into the little stream. Furthermore, aside from the lyre, no traces of salt were found anywhere else in Mr. Frost's room either. Grr. Hey, come to think of it, the lamps we found in Delicia's room are both broken. The lamps appear to be broken. Broken. Smashed. Smashed. We got it. We never did figure out the one that wasn't used to kill Frost, how the one that wasn't used to kill Frost got busted, but are we thinking maybe it had Gusto's blood on it at some point? Anyone whose blood was found on one of the lamps would have been a person of interest to the police. So the killer needed to hide the blood somehow, in a way that wouldn't arouse suspicion. Oh, that makes sense. You're seriously suggesting that the lyre was used to do just that? I am. I suspect the bloody salt was somehow applied to the lyre so it could be hidden inside the case. Because unlike the fountain water, the sculptures would have needed more time and care to test properly. So he waited and waited for his chance to dispose of the lyre undetected. Then the reason he's here today is, 18 years ago, Mr. Frost's body and the evidence pointing to his killer were taken away together. This, of course, was not part of the perpetrator's plan, and thus a new dilemma arose. How could he be sure that neither Mr. Frost's body nor the evidence wouldn't be discovered someday? So back he comes, 18 years later, sneaking in bright and early to try and cover his tracks. Well, Mr. Gusto, finally ready to admit it? That you are the one responsible for the IS-7 incident?
Mr. Gusto, it's all because of you that Samson...
Gusto, so I finally get caught, huh? All these years later. Nobody came close back then, not even the big shot prosecutor or the attorney. That's some impressive work, Mr. Prosecutor. I have to hand it to you. You admit it then? That you murdered Artie Frost? Ha ha ha. Sure, I do. I did it. I killed him. But he only had himself to blame. What do you mean by that? He agreed to help me. We were supposed to help each other so that one of us could win. And whoever won was supposed to let the other use the cookbook. But on the day of the final, the rat finally showed his true colors. Seriously, Frost, we had a deal.
Sorry, I'm not helping in the final. Our little agreement's over, Gusto.
But I helped you. I spent all day yesterday making the ice for your pieces.
And you can prove that's about...
What do you... Wait, you were planning to betray me right from the start, weren't you? You. After Frost double-crossed me, I had to make my piece for the final by myself. And like you said, my son wasn't there, so I didn't have any help with the flavor either. So much for the pride you claim to have in your ability to make delicious desserts. Go ahead and judge. You have no idea what it was like for someone like me to lose my sense of taste. I gave up everything to become the best. Everything. I take pride in that. Something someone like you could never understand. Oh, I understand pride, bitch. I mean, you're right. I don't understand. Do you take pride in the fact that you resorted to murder? Or that you abandoned your son? Why would I want to understand someone who could do fucking me? A man can't afford to rely on other people. I learned that the hard way 18 years ago. My son never showed up on the day of the final, and in hindsight, I wouldn't be surprised if Frost was the reason why. Why would you think that? What exactly happened to your son? How am I supposed to know? I told you, he's none of my concern anymore. According to you guys, nobody knows where he is now either. And you don't care? You're horrible. So with his disappearance, so too went your chances of winning, correct? Yeah. Whew. I had to find another way of getting my hands on that book. That's when inspiration struck. I decided to skip afternoon tea and snuck into Tangarora's room. It should have been so easy. All I had to do was photograph the formulas I needed and get out of there. But then Frost showed up. I thought I might find...
you
Stealing recipes from the famous cookbook. Frost.
Confection contains anything. What would people know? If you can't tell anybody.
If you tell anybody out... Meh.
You what? You can't even hit me.
Why, you... Frost shoved me hard when I went to punch him. Knocked me clean off. Oh, he shoved you too hard? I crashed into one of the lamps. Must have been while my blood got on it. So Mr. Frost wasn't the first to get hurt. When it was all over, I realized I had to get rid of that blood somehow, so I scraped off all the bloodied bits. I dissolved those salt shavings in some flavored ice mixture and brushed it all over the harp. And that's how you made the evidence linking you to the murder vanish. Frost was going to blackmail me. He would have made me give him money to keep quiet about my condition. So you decided you had to kill him? Yeah, I guess I did. Why would I let him live? Would you want someone holding something like that over your head? Besides, he's the one who drew first blood. Makes for a solid case for self-defense, don't you think? So that was the impetus behind it all? Anyway, I initially took the lamp to Frost's room. Went straight there once I'd figured out how I was going to hide the bloody part. Inspired by all the ice sculpting tools laying about the place, I guess. You're not as dumb as you pretend to be. Yeah, figured I could use them to chip it off and grind it up. Once that was done, painting the stuff all over the harp was easy.
But why, Samson? Why did you frame him?
I never meant for the cops to... Jesus, this is going on too long. Never meant for the cops to pin it on him. That was your fault. You and the rest of them.
Ta-ding.
Why do you think I went to the trouble of placing the lamps and cloths back in Scone's room? There's only one reason to plant the murder weapon in the room of another contestant. That's to cast suspicion on that person.
What? You tried to frame me?
Oh, it's her foot. Huh, yeah.
But why? Why poor old me?
I respected Tangarora. He was the best. True champion. I would never have wanted him to take the fall. But you're a fraud. Your work wasn't even real. You had no respect for a craft at all. You deserve to be punished for what you did.
Oh, Gusty, how could you?
And had you refrained from eating Tangarora's work, Frost's body wouldn't have been found. My plan was to wait until Tangarora was judging your room. That's when I'd sneak the corpse into Frost's room and freeze it. But thanks to you, Bound here found it before I had a chance to retrieve it.
I don't understand. Why'd you need to freeze his body at all?
Why indeed?
Mr. Edgeworth, surely you must know. Why did Augusto need to freeze Mr. Frost's body?
To obscure the time of death? Yeah, because everything was timed in a rotation. Mr. Gusto needed to free Mr. Frost's body in order to obscure the time of death. If they determined that the murder occurring during afternoon tea, he would have been an obvious suspect. Bingo. Freezing Frost's body wasn't simple. Preparing everything took time. So I decided to put his body in the chest in Tangarora's room while I got everything ready in Frost's. At the time, it seemed like the perfect hiding place. Never counted on some gluttonous pharmacist showing up making the whole ship collapse. I still don't get it, though. Why disguise the body as an eye sculpture at all? The sooner it was found, the smaller the effect of freezing it would have had on masking the time of death. Therefore, he needed to disguise it, at least until it fully frozen. I still don't get it. Why'd you kill him? I still don't get it. Why didn't you have your taste? You sense a taste. Confectioner means baker. Oh. Essentially, it's a baker with, you don't always have to, like, literally. It's candy. Oh.
How awful. Using Mr. Frost's own work to help you cover up the truth behind his murder.
Ironically, Tangarora would have been just fine if the body hadn't been found before I got out of the room. If only things had gone to plan, he wouldn't even have been arrested, let alone convicted.
You mean it was my fault? Everything that happened to Samson, it was all because I found the body?
Don't let him get inside your head, Judes. None of this is your fault. If it wasn't Samson, it would have been Delicia instead. She would have been the one they arrested. And no one would have cared enough to have done everything you did. Either way, there's only one person to blame here, and that's Gusto. It didn't help that the initial detective was so bad at his job either. He even told the prosecutor that the body had vanished. He never even told the prosecutor the body vanished. So the Mr. Von Karma had unwittingly placed Mr. Tangaroa under arrest in the absence of a body? I mean, guess it would explain why he was so keen to wrap things up. Still, you'd think he'd notice something as big as that if he had taken a look at a few reports, right? Not if someone had been deliberately distorting the facts of the case, though. Either way, it seems that Mr. Von Karma didn't know about the body until after the arrest had been made. But admitting that would have spoiled his perfect record. Ugh. So he kept it to himself and proceeded to prosecute Mr. Tangaroa regardless. Can this really be true? Yes. You don't feel bad at all? Somebody spent 18 years in prison because of you. Sticks and stones, girly. That's not sticks and... What a jerk. I ought to arrest you right now, pal. I'm afraid I can't allow you to do that, detective. Da-ding. So you noticed, huh? Glad somebody did. Judge is right. Can't lay a finger on me. What? Why? You just confessed to murder. No idea, huh? Then I guess I better lay it out for you. You said there was no more. I killed Frost 18 years ago. That's it. Statute of limitations for murder in this country is 15 years. You do the math. You can't arrest me. You think I'd have confessed otherwise? That's right. The statute of limitations is only 15 years. Is this really the end of the line, Mr. Edgeworth? Once the statute is expired, can't be charged. So, but, how unfortunate, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm afraid that both Mr. Gusto's confession and your deductions have to be struck from the record. Good night. And that Mr. Tangaroa's conviction will remain in place. But we finally proven that the police never had Mr. Frost's body in their possession. Even if we can't arrest Mr. Gusto, surely Tangaroa can retrieval on the basis. Does he? I wouldn't be so sure. I'm afraid that the goddess's judgments are somewhat harder to overturn than you might imagine. So the committee means for the verdict from 18 years ago to stand no matter what? Bad luck, Mr. Prosecutor. Must be something we could do. Something to bring Mr. Gusto down. Press to present. Which one?
Hold it!
Depending on your actions over the last 18 years, the statute may not have expired yet. Hey, this ought to be good. Alright, I got nothing to hide. If there's something you want to ask it. Very well. Tell us where you've been and what you've been doing since the incident. Sure, not long after the contest, I was able to cure my taste disorder thanks to the formula. And not so long after that, I went to Zhengfa to really buckle down and hone my craft. That explains a lot. We tried to contact you after the fact, but I guess you were long gone by then, huh? Could be. I left. Let's see. Around a year after the murder? It was before Tangaroa's last day in court. Going to Zhengfa was the best thing I ever did. Flavor design on the full package now. Look at the wolf. Objection! And all on the backs of those lives you destroyed. What's an omelet without a few eggs? Nothing, Mr. Prosecutor. Nothing. You're evil. Sticks and stones, girly. You can't arrest me. That's all that matters. I need more to work with. There has to be something I can get out of him. Maybe I can push him further on the statement he just made. Is there anything I should follow up on? His training? I'd like you to tell us more about your training in Zhengfa, if you wouldn't mind. Fine. I later went to Zhengfa to train, and I finally became the best in the world. The statute is suspended when the suspect flees to a foreign country. Yeah, I figured that's what it was gonna be. Objection! Time to fucking spank his little bottom. Statute of limitations for murder is subject to the following condition. The statute is suspended should the suspect flee to a foreign country, which means that the time you spent abroad doesn't count towards the total time under the statute. Dumbass. No way. So it's like someone hit pause while he was in Shanghai. It appears that there may be time left on the clock yet. But that will depend on how long you stayed in Shanghai, Mr. Gusto. 3 years exactly. 3 years? Hold on. Nobody say anything till I've done the math. Let's see. If it was life points, murder happened 18 years back, statue's 15 years. 15 plus 3 makes exactly 18, which means, no way, Mr. Edgeworth, you did it. The statue hasn't expired yet after all. You stupid idiot. 18 years exactly. Glad you worked it out for yourselves. He's just stringing us along this whole time. Why is he laughing? We're good, aren't we? We can arrest him now? I hate to break it to you, little sis, but... IS-7 went down at the end of December. It's April now, which means, strictly speaking, it's been 18 years and 4 months since Frostmoiter. If Gusto's stay in Shanghai really lasted 3 years on the nose, it's not enough. We're a few months short. Not enough, but I tell you, you can't touch me. I hate to admit it, but he'd read the board well when he made his confession. How unfortunate, Mr. Edgeworth. If only the statute had been suspended for another year. Those who would overturn the goddess's judgment must be willing to pay the price should they fail. And you, Mr. Edgeworth, have failed. What, no? There must be something I can do.
I knew it. Well, if the law can't bring Mr. Gusto to justice, then...
Judes, what are you thinking?
Objection!
There's no need to go add into your rap sheet just yet. We're not done here, far from it, because there's still a way we can nail him. With our wieners.
There is?
All right, Miles Areno, pep talk. I need you to think back over everything we know about the case. Gusto's overlooked one critical thing that you yourself were led to believe wrongly about, which is he wasn't there for Samson's last trial, remember? But I can tell he doesn't seem to know what the final verdict that came down that day is. Oh, he was never found guilty of the murder, just of being an accomplice. So the murderer was never found. So the statute of limitations isn't up, even if you left. Right? No one was tried for the murder. There's only one way left to us. Crack open your statute. Crack open your statutes for dummies there and take another look. 17 years ago, they really did number on Samson and framed him like a pretty picture. But if we make good use of that verdict now, we can make Gusto pay in full for what he's done. Fender, are you? Those who would overturn the goddess's judgment must be willing to pay the price should they fail. Samson's my client, Miles, and I can't bring myself to use the source of his pain as a weapon in this fight. So whether we play our last card or not, it's gonna have to be up to you. What? Bringing Mr. Gusto to justice can only happen if I use the outcome of that hard-fought trial. So should I raise an objection and play that card? Yeah. Why is this a question? This is twice now there's been like a redundant... Do I even bother playing the game? Raise an objection. My father and Mr. Von Karma. One sought to reveal the truth, the other to hide it. I know which... Oh, okay. So...
I get it.
Yeah, okay. What, was there like a dark Edgeworth ending where you pick no? He stops wearing ascots. He's just in a boring like black suit. And he just goes, sorry, Phoenix, I like women now. That's it. Credits. Which path I choose to follow, the one that seeks... What would other evil Edgeworth things be? I understand that they're called Cyclops. Like, just...
I believe in ghosts.
The one that seeks to reveal the truth. This court has reached its final verdict. The record will state that Mr. Gusto has been found not guilty in all... No, Your Honor. Mr. Carmelo Gusto is absolutely guilty, and I refuse to let him walk away. His crimes are too unspeakable to go unpunished. Do you mean to suggest that you have grounds upon which to call for his arrest? I do. Excuse me. Now I show the case file.
Take that!
Yeah, because that's what says he was guilty of an accomplice. Is there a particular, I guess, suspect data? Yeah. I'd like to direct your attention to the page concerning the suspect. As you can see, Samson Tangaroa was convicted as an accomplice, and it took around 1 year from his indictment for the verdict to be reached. Yes, that does seem to be the case. The book you gave us details certain conditions pertaining to the statute of limitations for murder. One of them, as I mentioned, is that the statute is suspended if the suspect flees the country. And another states that the statute is suspended from the time of any accomplice's indictment to the end of their trial. What? Tangaroa was convicted as an accomplice? Yep, guess you in Shangfa when the verdict came down. Samson was convicted as an accomplice, not as the main perpetrator, which is clearly news to you, and great news, and not good news either, am I right? But how can that be? Tangaroa wasn't an accomplice to anyone. He was innocent. You know it. Oh, we know it. It's what we've been trying to prove all along. And in a pleasing twist of fate, his wrongful conviction will be the very thing that sets him free. If you spent 3 years in Shangfa, and your accomplice, Samson Tangaroa, was on trial for 1 year, it means you could still be charged with Mr. Frost's murder up to 19 years after the fact. In other words, the statute of limitations hasn't expired at all. Take him away. The goddess's judgment is infallible, but that of her servants, it appears, is not. It seems the prosecutor in charge of this case may have erred. Yes, sweetheart, we can talk about it when we get home later. Unbelievably, we may have no choice but to instigate a full inquiry. No, how could this...
Objection!
18 years. That's a long time to let somebody else suffer for your crimes. It's time to pay the piper, Gusto, and not a moment too soon. But I'm finally the greatest. My brilliance has been recognized. I gave up everything for this, everything, even my son. More's the pity. But you can't run from the law forever because the bills come due at last. All the third of them. Yeah! There's like a picture of me in there. Huh. Okay. Well. Good job. Mr. Gusteau's all set for his trip downtown, sir.
Oh, good. Which means it's your turn next, right? I suppose so.
Judes,
I'm so sorry, everybody. I've caused you all so much trouble. But thank you. Thank you so much for bringing Mr. Gusteau to justice at last.
I'm afraid there's no escaping the consequences of your actions, Miss Bound. But those actions were born of the legal mistakes that were made all those years ago. We all know that. So allow me to apologize in return, on behalf of the prosecution.
Oh no, I have no one to blame but myself for it all, starting with those sculptures.
Hey, Judes, you think maybe you want me to represent you? I'm not some nervous newbie anymore, and there's no way I'm letting you take the rap for everything. Oh. Oh my god. Okay, I thought she hit herself in the head. I'm like, no.
Oh, I'd be honored. Thank you, Mr. Fender.
The limited range of motions for the sprites is very funny right there. It looks like he just kind of like, hug? Shrug? Yeah. Oh, sorry, ma'am, but you gotta come with me now.
Of course.
Oh, well, off she goes. My wife framed her. She planted the thought in her mind months ago. You will not take the third bill from me. Good God. Judge Gavell, why did you lie to us? Lie? What are you talking about? You implied that there was no case for a retrial, but as we've proven, that wasn't true. Surely anyone truly committed to seeing justice done would have called one as soon as the body was found. Oh my God. I am under no obligation to answer such questions. You clearly have no intention of doing so either. Truly, you are proving to be quite a threat to the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence. As such, you give me little choice but to report back on your continued transgressions. No doubt you will be called to appear before the committee in due course. Is that the rest of the game, is fighting for my right to party? Now, I must be on my way. Bye, I love you. What the heck? After you caught the real killer and everything? Isn't that what prosecutors are supposed to do? Regardless of how it may all play out, I will never regret what we accomplished here today. Mr. Edgeworth?
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes?
Why'd you stick your nose in this case anyway? You weren't even on the job.
My job is to bring the truth to light, Mr. Winter. Not only as a prosecutor, but as a person.
I don't get it. What's a person?
I would expect you to understand. Not as long as you believe that closing a case makes you a winner.
That's going way over my head. I'm going home.
Such a little twerp. What was that all about? Eustace still has a lot to learn, is all. Da-ding.
Mousy Wowsy.
Yes?
I just wanted to say old Greggy Pegleg would have been proud of you today. Oh, look at me tearing up. That and thank you for helping poor Sammy Poople.
Of course.
Hey, Edgy. Looks like you cleared everything up, huh? So, what happened exactly? I was kind of busy sketching. Wait, where did Judy and Verity go?
All the hotties left, Larry. Wow, you really weren't paying attention, were you? Though I am loath to admit, Larry's sketches did come through for us on more than one occasion. Not that I'm about to tell him that.
Quit it with the glaring, will ya? Whatever I did, I'm sorry.
Calm down, Larry. I wasn't glaring at you. Hey, you totally were. You're just like your pop. He was a terrible liar, too. He was? Listen, I'm gonna head out. Need to fill Samson in on what went down today. You want to come with? Yes, of course. Great, then I'm coming too. So what's Mr. Tangaroa like? I can't wait to finally meet him.
Oh,
He's a real sweetheart. You'll love him. Even while locked up, he can't help but make all sorts of cookies and cakes for everyone. It's why 3 p.m. cake extravaganza is a thing for prisoners and gods alike. Really? That sounds awesome. You think there'll be any for us? We gonna have some? Did we have a few slices of chocolate cake in the prison the other day? Could they have been some of Mr. Tangaroa's baked goods? Gummy, what are you doing here? I heard you all were coming to see Mr. Tangora, so I volunteered to escort him. Hello, new friends. I'm Samson Tangaroa, Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, at your service. And I'm Mr. Edgeworth's trusty sidekick, Kay Faraday. It's very nice to meet you both. Miles, he is Gregory's son. Is that so? Your father was very kind to me. Fought so hard for my case. But in the end, I betrayed him. I made a false confession, and don't worry, Mr. Tangaroa. Mr. Fender has explained everything to me. Sure did. And now we're here to tell you the truth about what happened 18 years ago. The truth? Judy did all that for me? Crazy kid racked her brain for 18 years till she finally figured out how to set you free. What can I say? Turns out she really would do anything for you. Judy, I never did anything to deserve such devotion. Come now, Mr. Tangaroa. I think we all know that's not true. The bond between the two of you has held strong for all these years after all. You think so? I guess I'd better show him. Which piece of evidence is proof of the bond of Mr. Tangaroa? my attorney's badge. The poisonous gas. Oh, the teapot, maybe?
I don't think so.
The book? The what?
Chocolates.
Oh, the chocolates. We never used the finger marks, did we? Chocolates. Those chocolates. Judy made them, didn't she? Yes, she did. They're super delicious and sweet. Miss Bound continued making them just as you taught her, even after that fateful day, so that there would always be some waiting for you when you finally came home. Judy. I bet they're beyond super sweet then, aren't they? Very much so, I'm afraid. I only wish we could hand them to you. Don't worry, sir. I'll make sure he gets them later. Which would be a clear breach of prison policy. Not that I have the authority to stop him anyway. Thank you very much. You know, Detective, something about you reminds me of Detective Bad. Really, pal? Because I look up to him a lot. He's my role model. You don't say. Seems fate likes to bring people of all sorts together, huh? You hang in there, Samson, just a little longer. I should be able to get you out soon. I'm sorry it's taken so long. Nobody should have to wait 18 years to get justice for all. Don't be silly, Eddie. I'm the one who should be saying sorry. Or rather, thank you. Truly. Samson, well, I guess it's my turn to wait for Judy to come home now. Better make sure there's something delicious on the table for her when she finally walks through that door. Don't let me down, Eddie. Leave it to me, big guy. The IS-7 incident. It's been 18 long years, but the case we'd inherited from my father is finally coming to a close. Hey, Miles, thanks for today. And sorry for forcing you to make the final call like that. Not at all. I simply made the call that felt right to me. Huh? What are you guys talking about? You know how Samson was wrongfully convicted? We had to pretend that he wasn't in order to nail Gusto. But to use his false conviction against him, even to save him, as his lawyer, I just couldn't bring myself to do it. Yeah, I can see that. But now that Gusto's behind bars, I can finally start to get that wrongful conviction overturned. Yes, and I'm sure you will. Wait a minute. Does this mean that even if you were only doing what's right, if the false conviction had been overturned before today, Mr. Gusto would have gotten away scot-free? Yep. It's what we folks in the trade like to call a legal contradiction. The law is far from perfect because of things like legal contradictions, right? Yeah, but you never know. Things might change. The law is always evolving, just like us humans. Uncle Eddie and Miles Reno included. Am I right? I'm reflecting here. The potential for growth and change in people and the law. So, Miles, you gonna keep fighting crime as a prosecutor or help people as an attorney? Something tells me you've got a big decision ahead of you, only one you can answer. I know. Well, let's just say I won't complain if you show up at the office one day. And on that note, it's time for me to skedaddle. I owe you big time, and I always repay my debts, but for now, thanks again for today. I mean it. Did he seem kind of in a hurry to get out of here to you? He did. And honestly speaking, I'm the one who owes him a debt of gratitude. After all, he gave me the chance to reckon with my father's final case. When I was a boy, all I ever dreamed of was becoming an attorney like my father. But then, during my time with Von Karma, I learned the way of the prosecutor instead. Eventually, with the help of some good old friends and that man, I found my own voice and a new way to live. But now my career as a prosecutor is at risk of being taken away from me. It may be time to take another long, hard look at how I want to live my life, whether I like it or not. Oh my god. Oh no. Hey, Gregory. Sorry for reporting in so late. It may have taken 18 years, but we're finally in a position to prove Samson's innocence. All thanks to your boy, Miles. I couldn't have done it without him. You should have seen him. The way he fought for the truth gave me chills. It was like I was watching you. Look, I know I'm not half the attorney you were, but those guiding principles you tried to instill in me, I like to think I'm embodying them now as I carry on your legacy. Here's hoping. Oh, yeah, I figured that. You okay? You okay? Your boy will be joining me. Your boy will be joining me in that soon. Yeah, if it was any other voice than the Joey Wheeler knockoff voice, I think that would have hit me a lot harder. But instead, I'm like, bada boom. I really like that. What is the right answer? Wait, no. To the prosecutor's path? What did it say? I got a trophy. You okay? Yeah, if I wasn't doing a silly voice at 1 in the morning, yeah, I really started to feel that. Oh, fuck. A turnabout Forsaken. Okay. We did it, gamers. I'm exhausted. Thank you to everyone who clicked and hung out. Robeson, thank you for another 5. Thank you, Robeson. Thank you, Choose You Two. Thank you, both of you, for donating. Thank you, everyone, for hanging out. Man, I think I updated this, right? Thank you, Ari, Haley, Fountain Poison, Kurt, Rebecca, Polyphonica Studio, Mellow Mellow, Owie311, Lil Ghost, Asley, Robeson, Caitlin S, Lucy Nicole, Cheney, James, Lindsay, California, Ashley, Warlock, Jammer, Richie, Kirby, Princess, Adam, Always R.A., Happy Hank, Unwitting 2, Cheyenne Bells, Lonely Moonlight, Skyworms, and Eltonia. Thank you for being channel members. Sorry, I forgot to do that at the beginning. That's so new. I need to get better in that habit. So forgive me. But thank you so much to the channel members. Thank you, everyone, for clicking and hanging out. Remember to consider donating or becoming a member, especially if you want to support more streams. All that money goes towards helping me pay for games, pay off equipment, and pay off bills like the internet and electricity I use to connect to you right freaking now. This is probably like one of my favorite written cases as the case itself. I still feel the same way I felt throughout this whole game, especially. I'm like, you could have trimmed a good chunk out of this. But I really liked the idea. Excuse me. I loved incorporating Miles's dad. I'm very intrigued to see the prosecutors committee needs to like either admit fault, admit that they favored or helped Von Karma, or snuff out Edgeworth, and then Edgeworth needs to figure out, does he want to try to stay a prosecutor or become an attorney. I very much like that it doesn't feel like anything's backed into a specific corner. Very interested to see where the story's going there. I liked Edgeworth's father's assistant, Eddie. I like him. Weirdly enough, I think I would have liked to have kind of Trials and Tribulations the tutorial case being Eddie learning what to do from Miles's dad. I think that would have made that moment really strong. But God, putting the pictures side by side and like your son helped and he's a lot like you, like, yeah, I can feel it in my face, like it's kind of working me up. But yeah, if it wasn't 1 a.m. and I wasn't doing a silly voice, like I think that would have fucking wrecked me. Probably not as bad as Swiss Rolls, but it was pretty good. I really liked that moment of reflection. Again, that's why I'll put up with bullshit case lengths and gameplay that I don't really like, because I'm like, the stories and the characters are super good. And this one, I really like the case. It still needs that tightening for pace, But I really like this case. Like I said, it wasn't literally a murder case, but it was like doing something crazy to get us to re-examine a murder case. That was cool. I like the time travel-y kind of part of it. I just wish the pace was a little tighter. But I really like that one. I especially like the reveal of like how she got the bodies around, and then the statue. One of the statues was the body and like covered in the sheet. I really loved that. There was some really cool twists in that one. But yeah, thank you again, Robeson and Choose YouTube for donating. Thank you again to the channel members for being channel members. I'm not sure what the plan is for next week, other than like what we're gonna do Monday. But next Thursday, we'll be watching the Game Awards and hanging out. So that'll be cool. And then yeah, I really thought we'd be finished with this game by now. But instead, I guess the goal now is to finish Ace Attorney Investigations 2 before the year is done. But yeah, 2 more cases left to go, and they're big. So please remember to hit the like and subscribe, share the link, get other people to watch Analytics views, especially if you want Apollo Justice in the future and more Ace Attorney like the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Let me know, make some noise. And yeah, consider becoming a channel member for the custom bill emojis and all that stuff, but also to help me pick games in the future. I have a couple of ideas. I'm kind of taking stock of the games that I have bought for stream that we haven't streamed yet, that I haven't played before. And so the channel members and I will be kind of figuring that out soon. But yeah, thank you so much, Alana, for modding. I'm sorry that it's so late. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Hope to see you Monday for the next stream, whether it's more Ace Attorney Investigations 2 or a little fun one-off thing before the Game Awards. I don't know. It'll probably be Ace Attorney Investigations 2, but we're just going to look at how long the cases are and stuff. But yeah, next Thursday, since it happens while I stream anyway, we'll stream the Game Awards and hang out and stuff. But yeah, thank you so much for hanging out, guys. Hope everyone's staying safe. Hope you had fun. I had fun. Sorry I got so tired by the end. My voice is tired and I'm out of it. And I've been editing and working in this chair all damn day and I'm feeling it. So yeah, stay warm out there if you're cold. Stay safe. Be mindful of others. Links in the description as always, should you or someone need them. Be safe and mindful of others. And remember to take care of yourselves, please.